When there's hard work to be done, you need more than a truck. What you need is a warrior, a truck that will hold its ground all day. Tailored finance to get you on the road faster all day. And a service plan to keep you going and going and going all day. Fuso is the only truck with the soul of a sumo. Fuso all day.
Well, it's with great pleasure Nelson Alexander Real Estate in Kew brings to the market Overture Kew, an exclusive 21 townhouse and 4 penthouse apartment development in one of the most exclusive pockets of Kew. Meticulously designed by Bruce Henderson Architects, this collection of 3-bedroom accommodation is better than you'll see in the marketplace today.
Yes, I do. I love this life.
Is where you want your kids to grow up and where they will thrive. They'll love it. You'll love it. All the things you love live in Strathbogie.
I love this life. Ooh, I love this life.
Google us for a little information on a big new life.
I'm Mark Verrocchi from Nelson Alexander, and we're ecstatic to be supporting the Scotch Regatta. For all of your residential real estate requirements, whether that be leasing, selling, auctioneering or property management, please don't hesitate to give myself or Cameron Ingram a call.
When there's hard work to be done, you need more than a truck. What you need is a warrior, a truck that will hold its ground all day. Tailored finance to get you on the road faster all day. And a service plan to keep you going and going and going all day. Fuso is the only truck with the soul of a sumo. Fuso all day.
Well, it's with great pleasure Nelson Alexander Real Estate in Kew brings to the market Overture Kew, an exclusive 21 townhouse and 4 penthouse apartment development in one of the most exclusive pockets of Kew. Meticulously designed by Bruce Henderson Architects, this collection of 3-bedroom accommodation is better than you'll see in the marketplace today.
Yes, I do. I love this life.
Strathbogie is where you want your kids to grow up and where they will thrive. They'll love it. You'll love it. All the things you love live in Strathbogie.
I love this life. Ooh, I love this life.
Google us for a little information on a big new life.
I'm Mark Verrocchi from Nelson Alexander and we're ecstatic to be supporting the Scotch Regatta. For all of your residential real estate requirements, whether that be leasing, selling, auctioneering or property management, please don't hesitate to give myself or Cameron Ingram a call.
When there's hard work to be done, you need more than a truck. What you need is a warrior, a truck that will hold its ground all day. Tailored finance to get you on the road faster all day. And a service plan to keep you going and going and going all day. Fuso is the only truck with the soul of a sumo. Fuso all day.
Well, it's with great pleasure Nelson Alexander Real Estate in Kew brings to the market Overture Kew, an exclusive 21 townhouse and 4 penthouse apartment development in one of the most exclusive pockets of Kew. Meticulously designed by Bruce Henderson Architects, this collection of 3-bedroom accommodation is better than you'll see in the marketplace today.
I love this life. Yes, I do. I love this life.
Strathbogie is where you want your kids to grow up and where they will thrive. They'll love it. You'll love it. All the things you love live in Strathbogie.
I love this life. Ooh, I love this life.
Google us for a little information on a big new life.
I'm Mark Verrocchi from Nelson Alexander and we're ecstatic to be supporting the Scotch Regatta. For all of your residential real estate requirements, whether that be leasing, selling, auctioneering or property management, please don't hesitate to give myself or Cameron Ingram a call.
Well, we're away in the first race on the program. The schoolboys single scull Year 9 Division 1, sponsored by the Strathbogie Shire. This is a preliminary race where the stations will be decided for the final. And it's interesting, there are a fantastic number of scullers from Gippsland Grammar at Sale and Eastern Victoria. All bar one, Trinity Sebastian Lester on lane 4 must feel a little bit out of it. And as I said earlier, the race is being live streamed right throughout the day, so that if you are not here or you've got friends, they can watch it on camera on their smartphones. Now they've gone past the 250 metre mark of this 1,000 metre race. This is 1,000 metres with the sculler in the middle of the course. It looks like the Trinity Grammar School sculler Sebastian Lester doing well in the early stages. Alongside him, Billy Osborne. Lane 1 is on the far side of the course. For you, those of you who are looking at your program, with the first event being on page 10. And a beautiful picture coming up on our screen with the Trinity Grammar School sculler and the Gippsland Grammar School sculler. That's Sebastian Lester and Billy Osborne battling it out. One of the scullers stopped rowing there for a moment. He just had a look around to see where he was. Regan Farley. Some of them may be starting at this course for the first time. The scullers are handling the excellent conditions this morning in perfect style. As we see the scullers in the middle of the course in the lead in this field of 6 scullers, 5 of whom are from Gippsland Grammar at Sale in Eastern Victoria. Jonty Condren over on the far side on lane 1, Matthew Thompson on 2, Billy Osborne on 3. Then we've got the Trinity sculler on 4 in the green and gold colours, Sebastian Lester. Then Gippsland Grammar on lane 5, Cameron Rule, and also on lane 6, Regan Farley. This is a preliminary race. They will be racing for the title later on and for the trophies. So they're probably playing a little bit of, cat and mouse jobs. And there's quite a distance between first and last in this first event on the program. The second event on lane 2, Scotch College, is a scratching in the quad scale Year 9 Division 8. So they're coming past the 800 metre mark where there's the big yellow post on the far side of the course, on towards where the boys change from yellow to orange. And one of the scullers is well out in front, the Gippsland Grammar School sculler. Can you see? Billy Osborne from Gippsland Grammar is into the lead as he comes down towards the line to take out the first race on the program, the preliminary schoolboy single scull Year 9. About 5 lengths clear over the Trinity Grammar School sculler in second place, who I had early on was leading, Sebastian Lester. He's in second place. And then on the far side, lane 1 in third position is Jonty Condren. And a fair distance back to the other 3 scullers. Lane 5 in fourth position, Cameron Rule. 5th will be the sculler on lane 2, Matthew Thompson on lane 2. And 6th will be nearest the judge, Regan Farley, when he finishes. So that was the first race on the program, the 62nd staging of the Scotch Mercantile Regatta, started back in 1957. In fact, I rode in the 1958 Scotch Mercantile Regatta and won a little tin cup, which is a fond memory for me. And I'm sure for some of you who are spectating today may have rowed in the Scotch Mercantile Regatta during your rowing days, if you are here supporting today. The second race on the program is the School Quad Scale Year 9 Division 8. Sponsored, as I said, by Nelson Alexander. 2 heats in all for this event. And I was going to mention the Year 9 single scull. I think yesterday down at Geelong amongst the girls, I would have called 50 young girls in the Year 9 single sculls. And there was about 30 quad sculls in Year 9. Certainly the girls are really taking up the magnificent sport of rowing. And a great way to learn it is a single or a quad scull. They even had a double scull down there as well. So the next race on the program, they're lining up, and my co-commentator's just about taking in his position, and he's going to be commentating with me today because that's Andrew Murchie, as I mentioned earlier on, because we've got all the cameras in place, and they're lining up at the start for the second race on the program. There has been a slight delay. Scotch College are scratched on lane 2. So we've got Brighton Grammar number 10 on 1. 3 is Geelong Grammar. 4 is Melbourne Grammar 11. 5 is Melbourne Grammar 12, and 6 is Geelong Grammar. So welcome to the microphone with me today, Andrew Murchie. He's been with us for quite a number of years now. In fact, he did the Head of the River for me a couple of years ago when I was away. And Andrew, you stayed here overnight over the water there at the Moran's house. And it was very windy last night, but gee, terrific conditions today.
Yeah, it's really fined up now, Roger, hasn't it? Beautiful. And so, yes, the course is looking fantastic, and we're just waiting. We're getting another camera that will be up at the 500 metre mark as well soon. So we'll have the whole course this year covered with cameras. So I'm in the lucky position that I'm not sitting out there on that pontoon like I normally do with the seagulls. So
perched out there as you have been for a few years now. And I think they're just underway, so you might like to just call the early start of this event.
So this is race 2, the male school Cox Quad Scale, Year 9 Division 8. We've got Brighton Grammar on lane 1 on the far side of the course. Scotch College, we've had a scratching there, so we've got Geelong Grammar on lane 3. Melbourne Grammar School 11 on lane 4. Melbourne Grammar School 12 on lane 5, and Geelong Grammar on lane 6. And we're seeing them coming up now through the, I suppose, 250 metre mark at the moment. And it looks like the Brighton Grammar crew on the far side of the course, which is Oliver Fife, Hugo Ettershank, Miller Chilcott, Mitchell Kazilny, and Charlie Durkin is the Cox, coached by Finn Parker. They look like they're out in front at the moment on the far side of the course. As I say, once we get that other camera in place, Roger, we'll be able to see a little bit more clearly for that first 500. From here, it looks like the crew in lane number 4, Melbourne Grammar School, has moved into second place, just in front of the Geelong Grammar School crew with Louisa Chong as the Cox, as they're moving up now through the 750 metre mark. And as Roger said before, very, very good conditions at the moment. If we look up the course, a lot of glare at the moment if you look up the course, but beautiful conditions for rowing today. And as Roger said, we spent the night here last night, and it's just a fantastic course at Ngambie. So there we see one of the Melbourne Grammar crews now moving through up towards the 1,000 metre mark,
which is the 500 metre of this race.
You're right.
Over 1,000.
And that looks like it's the Melbourne Grammar School crew of William Allam in lane 5, William Harvey, James Hilford, Darius Go, and Cox by Aidan Chowdhury. And they're about a length behind their compatriots in lane number 4, which is the Melbourne Grammar School crew number 11. And from here, Roger, it looks like they may have both moved out into the lead there.
I think it's pretty close between the Brighton Grammar crew right over on the far side. There was a bit of splashing in that crew. They got out of the start like a shot out of a gun. Whether they can keep the pace going, I don't know. But I still say they're in front of the two Melbourne Grammar crews the Melbourne Grammar and the Geelong Grammar crew is way back. The two Melbourne Grammar crews on lanes 4 and 5. First and second will go into the A final at 10:18. Third and fourth into the B final at 10:14, and the C finals at 10:10 for the remaining crew, if there is one. But Brighton Grammar is still highballing it well out in front. Been a bit of splashing as they come forward on the slide, and they hit the blades on the water as they come up towards the 800 metre mark of this 1,000 metre race. They've got about 2 or 3 lengths advantage over the two Melbourne Grammar crews who are battling it out for second place. It's pretty tight between them. It seems that Geelong Grammar, one of their crews is way back, and I can't see the other one at all. So whether they've started or not, I don't know. Maybe they were waiting for them. That was one of the reasons for the delay. But there's a great battle for that second place to go into the A final at 10:18 this morning in the Schoolboy Year 9 Division 8. Great teamwork here by the Brighton Grammar crew, with the combination there, as Andrew mentioned, Oliver Fife in the bow seat, Hugo Ettershank, Miller Chilcott and Mitchell Kalazinley, and Charlie Durkin the Cox. And they look a pretty polished crew, even though they've had a bit of splashing at times. But they go across the line, scoring by about 3.5 lengths at the finish from the Melbourne Grammar crew on lane 5 in second place, stroked by Darius Go. And those two crews will go into the final. Lane 4 is in third position. That's Melbourne Grammar, stroked by Oscar Lowe. So we got Darius Go and Oscar Lowe, the strokes of the two Melbourne Grammar crews. And there is one crew way back there. They've had a little bit of equipment problem, so there's only a couple of them rowing. So, and then we've got a crew on this side. They actually have turned. They are there, Geelong Grammar. On this side of the course, on lane 6 will be in fourth place, and the other Geelong Grammar crew on lane 3 will be in fifth position. They're often racing in race number 3, second heat of the quad scale year 9, division 8. So once again, we've got a very big year 9 rowing contingent from the school, some of them really embracing it with the number of boats that they've got. Melbourne Grammar have got a 13th crew in this event, as long as an 8th crew. St Kevin's have got a 9th crew, Brighton Grammar a 9th crew, St Kevin's 8 and 9. So it's Melbourne Grammar on lane 1, their 8th crew. Lane 2, Melbourne Grammar 13th. Lane 3, St Kevin's number 8. Lane 4, Brighton Grammar number 9. Lane 5, St Kevin's 9. And Geelong Grammar on lane 6. They don't seem to have any numbers. Three heats in this event, and in this next event, one of the St Kevin's crews alongside Brighton Grammar, they've gone out to the lead here. Oh, St Kevin just caught a crab then, and that let them lose a little bit of distance in steering. And the Brighton Grammar crew alongside them, their number 9 crew, coming out, but the leading crew is right over on the far side. Melbourne Grammar number 8, stroked by Hugo Bennett, and Ed Palmer Diaz is the cox, coached by Fraser Knott, going out to the early lead. And as they come up towards the 500 metre mark, the halfway mark of this event. And in the centre of the course, it's also the crew from St Kevin's doing well after that little crab incident in the early stages. It's been a pretty good race down the course. They're coming down past the 750 metre mark. And as I mentioned, the crew from Melbourne Grammar over on the far side, number 8, has been in the lead for most of the race. In second place will be the crew from Melbourne Grammar too, I think, the St Kevin's College, alongside them on lane 3. The Melbourne Grammar crew number 13 well back on lane 2. First two through to the A final at 10.18. So it certainly looks like Melbourne Grammar number 8 and St Kevin's College at this stage. It's about 3 lengths, 2.5 lengths the margin at the moment. Then quite a gap back to the third crew from Brighton Grammar. And then back to St Kevin's on lane 5. Back to Melbourne Grammar number 13 on lane 2 and Geelong Grammar on lane 6. But down towards the line, Melbourne Grammar number 8, Nicholas Leon, Nick Dixon, Henry Worth and Hugh Bennett, coxed by Ed Palmer Diaz, and coached by Fraser Knott, leading all the way to score by a length and a half at the finish. Good effort there by St Kevin's to come closer at the finishing line. The St Kevin's crew there, stroked by Ashton Tubbin, coxed by Ned Dwyer. Then about 5 lengths further back to Brighton Grammar on lane 4, their number 9 crew, stroked by Jensen Kelvin and coxed by Charlie Moore, with Harrison Cat coach. Then follows the St Kevin's number 9 crew in 4th place, so they'll be in the those two crews will be in the B final at 10:14. And then in 5th place will be the crew from Melbourne Grammar, number 13, on lane 2, and Geelong Grammar on lane 6 will be in 6th place. We've got the 4th race coming down, which is the 3rd and final heat of this event. Again, the first 2 through to the A final at 10:18. Xavier 9, Xavier 8, Scotch College 8, Scotch College 14, and Geelong Grammar are the 5 crews in this event. So first 2, and the 5th crew will be into the C final. Gee, she's a pretty tight race across the course with the crew on the far side, not second from the far side, Xavier number 8, and the crew second from this side, Scotch College number 14, battling it out. I'd say Xavier's still in front over the Scotch College crew. Then in 3rd place would be the crew down on lane 5, Geelong Grammar. Then across to Scotch College 14 and the crew from Xavier at the rear. With Scotch College in the lead here. The crew on lane 3. The number 8 crew, Sammy Vidor, Ruben Teo, Ben Moores, Finley Jones and Benjamin Ang, coached by James McKinnon. They're a length and a half in front of the crew second on the inside here, which is just to fill me as a Xavier crew. And then follows the other Xavier crew, but it's Scotch College across the line first, the number 3 crew. The second crew doesn't have a bow number, so we'll have to do that by deduction. In 3rd place was the crew from lane 1, Xavier, number 9, just to fool us a little bit. Then we've got Scotch College on lane 4. And Geelong Grammar on lane 5. They certainly were in totally different positions there. Very close race here in the Quad Scull Year 9 Division 7. We've got Scotch College number 13 on the far side. Just ahead of them is Brighton Grammar number 7. Then follows second from this side, St Kevin's number 7, followed by the crew from Scotch College number 7. Then back to Scotch College number 12. And the other Brighton Grammar crew in the race is at the rear of the field, the number 8 crew. But look at that race coming down towards the line. Those of you watching it on live stream, it's going to be a very, very tight finish between the far side 2 crews and the 2 crews on this side, with Brighton Grammar under hot pressure now from the Scotch College crew on this side of the course on lane 7, and the Scotch on the far side on lane 1. They probably can't see those crews on this side of the course, and St Kevin's right up there as well. This is going to be a very, very tight race down to the line, with Scotch number 7 going across the line first. I think second probably, 3 of them right across the line there. Brighton Grammar maybe just in front of St Kevin's, followed by Scotch on the far side. And in 6th position was Brighton Grammar number 8. Gee, I got so excited there, I didn't write the numbers down in the right position, but it's going to be a photo finish there for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, I would say, Andrew. And coming to the 750 metre mark is the 2nd heat of the Year 9 Division 7, sponsored by Nelson Alexander Real Estate at Kew, our gold sponsor today. And at the 800 metre mark, the the crew on lane 4, Melbourne Grammar number 7. These Melbourne Grammar crews, a lot of them have got white singlets underneath their normal singlet, and it makes it a little bit hard to pick up the colours sometimes. The crew on the far side's caught an almighty crab there, the Wesley College crew, but can they get out of it? But in the meantime, the crew on lane 4, stroked by Alexander Lavini and coxed by Darius Go, coached by James Otto. It's Melbourne Grammar across the line first. It's going to be very tight for second and third, but it doesn't really matter because second and third will go through to the A final at 10.26. The crew on the far side, Wesley College, will hold on for second, ahead of Xavier on lane 5 in third position, their number 7 crew. Then follows the crew from Melbourne Grammar number 10 in fourth place. Fifth position will be the crew from Geelong College. The Geelong College on lane 6. First time we've called them today, and Carey Grammar also on lane 3 will be in sixth position. So 2, 4, 6, 1, 3, 5 was the way I saw it in event 6. We're off and racing now in race 7, the School Quad Scull Year 9 Division 5. Again, the first 3 through to the A final in this event, which is event number 32 at 10.34. And before that, the B final at 10.30. Absolutely scintillating conditions for quad sculling out there on the course as they came through the first 250 metres. And St Kevin's in the lead on lane 5, narrowly. From the crews on the far side, the crew from Wesley, Melbourne Grammar and Melbourne Grammar 6 and not over there on lanes 2 and 3. Brighton Grammar back in fourth place on lane 4, and Carey Grammar on lane 6 back in sixth position in event 7. The first heat of the Year 9 Division 6. So, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of girls yesterday at the head of the Schoolgirls Regatta when I was down there at Geelong in the Year 9s, and we've got a lot in the Boys Regatta here today with an enormous number of quad scullers as well, which is fantastic for the sport. Great way to learn this magnificent sport of rowing is in a quad scull, both for teamwork and blade work. Spread across the course now as they come through the 15 or the 500 metre mark. Got to remember that these races over 1,000 metres, and it's still the crew from St Kevin's in the lead here on lane 5. Then across to the far side, great battle between Wesley on lane 1 and Melbourne Grammar on lane 2. The Melbourne Grammar number 6 crew, I'd say, was in second place, followed by the crew from Wesley, then back to the crew from Brighton Grammar, closely followed by Melbourne Grammar number 9 and Carey Grammar not very far behind them in sixth place. First 3 through to the A final at 10.34, remaining 3 to the B final at 10.30 as the leading crews come down towards the 750 metre mark. And it's pretty tight between St Kevin's number 6 on lane 5 and Melbourne Grammar over there on lane 2, the number 6 crew. St Kevin's stroked by William Plunkett. That's a well-known name around here. The winery down at down on the highway, with William Lincoln Price the Cox, and the Melbourne Grammar crew, Nick Adkins, Tom Reith. There's a great name. Mackenzie Cairns and Sam Gourlay with Jordan Fuller the Cox. And it looks like Melbourne Grammar still maintaining that lead over St Kevin's College, with Wesley on the far side holding down that third place to go into the A final. Carey have moved their boat a little bit quicker now in the last few hundred metres, and they've moved up into fourth place ahead of Brighton Grammar and the Melbourne Grammar number 9 crew at the rear. But down towards the line with about half a dozen strokes to go, it's going to be the Melbourne Grammar number 6 crew coming down to the line, stroked by Salmon Gourlay and Jordan Fuller, the coxswain seat. Across the line first, a length and a quarter clear over St Kevin's in second place, their number 6 crew. Stroked by William Plunkett. In third place will be Wesley on the far side, with Harrison Wheeler in the boat there, and Axel Bergam Davis and Aaron Moon Sammy, followed by Carey in 4th position. 5th was Brighton Grammar, and 6th was Melbourne Grammar number 9.
So, as Roger said, this is a male school Cox Quad Scale Year 9 Division 6. We've got the Scotch College number 11 crew on the far side of the course, Scotch College number 6 in lane number 2, Scotch College 10 in lane number 3, and we've got Trinity. Great to see Trinity rowing here today in lane number 4, Xavier number 6 in lane number 5, and Geelong College in lane number 6. And as you see them coming down the course now, we can see in the screen there that we've got the crew in lane number 3, Scotch College number 10, with Trinity School just on their inside there. So this Scotch College crew on screen at the moment is Tyler Rosman, Ryan Lee, Nicholas Humphreys, Jasper Hassoon, James Talbot is the cox, and James Hart is the coach. And as we see them coming now down through towards the 250 metre mark.
That's out of here, so.
Sorry, 300 metre mark. We've got on the far side, it's the Scotch College number 6 crew who are out in front. We can see on the screen there, Hamish Bruce, Sasha Jamieson, Matthew Heathcote-Smith, Mackenzie Allen, and coxed by Ned Cox with the coach Raina Gertis. And they are now out in front, rowing very well at the moment. They look pretty in control at the moment, Roger, out there. And they're rating around 33 strokes per minute at the moment, and they've got a long lead out in front from the from the crew in lane number 4, which is Trinity. And then over to the far side, we've got the Scotch College number 11 crew. So as we move through now, we can see in the screen here, this is the Scotch College crew, number 6, in lane number 2. And they're out a good 5-6 lengths in front of the Scotch College 10th crew at the moment, in lane number 3. And they've got about a half a length over to the next Scotch College crew, which is in lane number 1, which is the Scotch College 11 crew. So we've got all 3 Scotch crews as they come down now to the finish in a very strong row by the crew coached by Raina Gertis, and they've won that race by at least 6 or 7 lengths. It's a great battle here now for second place as we see them coming to the finishing line, and it looks like it's the Scotch College number 6 crew, which is coached by Raina Gertis. Sorry, the Scotch College number 10 crew, coached by James Hart, that's won by, come in second place by half a length from over on the far side, Scotch College number 11. Then we've got the Geelong College crew that's moved into 4th position here. And back about 5 lengths behind them is the Xavier crew that looks like they've got a bit of a problem because the 3-man's not rowing. So they've obviously had a bit of a gear failure there, which is unfortunate to see. And then we've got Trinity in 6th place now, still on the course, about 5 or 6 lengths behind Xavier. So very good row there by the Scotch College number 6 crew. Hamish Bruce, Sasha Jamieson, Matthew Heathcote-Smith, Mackenzie Allen, and Ned Cox is the cox. And as Roger's probably explained, this is the junior boys state titles here. So there's medals for all winners of the events here. This is a state title event. So well done to the crew coached by Raina Gertis. And the next race now is underway, which is the male school cock squad scale Year 9 Division 5. They're just on your screen at the moment. So you can see the Kerry Grammar crew on this side of the course at the moment in your screen, which is Aidan Tennis, Ben Stam, Gus Knowles, Jake Shinton, coxed by Tom Machin. And in front of them is the Scotch College crew number 9. And on the far side of the course, you can see Wesley College. So we've got Wesley College in lane number 1 on the far side of the course. Xavier College in lane number 2. Then there's Trinity, Scotch College and Kerry Grammar. So again, as Roger said, ideal conditions. You couldn't get better conditions today, Roger, could you? Fantastic today.
Absolutely sensational. And let's hope it keeps that way, because when I got here last night, it was blowing a gale from the south, and it looked a bit, it was pretty cool too, but now the conditions are warming up, and it's predicted 28 degrees today in the Gambie. Make sure you are hydrated if you are racing. And as you said there, it's a pretty tight race between the two leading crews, Xavier and Scotch. And then across on the far side, Wesley College on lane 1. And then back to the other two crews in the race. There's 5 crews altogether. First, second and third into the A final at 10:38, I think it is. 10:42. And the remainder to the B final at 10:38. So we've already, which is great to have just the first 3. Now this is this event sponsored by Renew Physiotherapy. We do really thank them for their sponsorship today of this event, as the leading crew comes to the 750 metre mark, and that's the crew from Xavier on the second from the far side, over the crew from Scotch College on lane 4. First 3 through to the A finals we mentioned, then back to Carey on lane 5, followed by Trinity and the crew on the far side. Wesley battling it out for 4th and 5th position. Wesley, I'd say, in a clear 4th position. In fact, they might even be moving up into 3rd place at the moment. But it's the Xavier crew on lane 5. Hugh Burke, Hugo Gillette, Pierce Stewart and James Averagons, the stroke, and James Head, the Cox. The Xavier number 5 crew getting plenty of back lift on their blades as they move forward, and they're down to the 100 metre mark where the boys turn from yellow to orange, and they've led all the way, and they're going to score a comfortable victory here in race number 9, the first of 2 heats of the Year 9 Division 5 quad scull. As they go across the line, the Xavier crew scoring by 2.5 lengths from Scotch College number 9 in 2nd place. And then in 3rd position will be, I think, the crew on the far side will hold on. That's Wesley, just ahead of the crew from Carey, who will be relegated into the B final, along with Trinity Grammar on lane 3 in 5th place. But a good win there to the Xavier 5 crew. Hugh Burke, Hugo Gillette, Pierce Stewart, James Averons and James Head, as we have the next race underway. So it's back to you, Andrew, for race number 10.
Thanks, Roger. So race number 10 is the Male School Cox Quad Scull Year 9 Division 5, sponsored by Renew Physiotherapy. Again, and in your screen there you can see the Geelong College crew of William Troth, Gus Harris, Will Swan, Toby Hope and Cox by Will Hunter. And at the moment they're in lane number 5. Sorry, they're in lane number 3. And at the moment, we can see in lane number 2 is the Scotch College number 5 crew. They look like they're around 2 lengths in front of the Xavier crew. The Melbourne Grammars crew in lane number 4. So we have Scotch College in lane number 2, out about 2 lengths in front of the Melbourne Grammar crew in lane number 4. Then over to Geelong College in lane number 3. On the far side of the course, we have Brighton Grammar. And it looks to me, Roger, is if unless there's a crew a fair way back there, we may have...
There's one way.
Oh, there is. Yeah, so we've got St Kevin's, I think, in lane number 5, which is a fair way back. They may have had a gear failure or something like that. I'm not quite sure. But as we come now down... We come now with 250 metres to go. It's this Scotch College crew still out in front, which is Harry the Scotch College crew out in front, which is Edward Coutinelli, Darcy Miller, Alexander Ludovici, Charlie Green, and Hamish Wilkinson, coached by Harry Isles, and they've taken a commanding lead here. They're sitting down around 28 strokes a minute, very comfortable out in front of this crew. So this is the second heat, first 3 through to the A final. So this Scotch College crew is just easing down now, about 6 lengths in front of the Melbourne Grammar crew of Patrick Norsa, Ryan Evans, James Horton, Tayton McCready and Aidan Chowdhury is the Cox, coached by Bianca Litchfield. So it's the Scotch College crew now in first place, followed by Melbourne Grammar on lane number 5, and it's a good battle for third place between Brighton Grammar on lane number 1 and the Geelong College crew. As they come up here, it looks like the Brighton Grammar crew is just holding off a late charge from Geelong College, so Brighton Grammar is moved into third place, and we've got the Geelong College crew in 4th position. So we'll have Scotch, Melbourne Grammar and Brighton will go through to the A final, and we've got St Kevin's still coming, so looks as if they may have had some issues up at the start because they're a fair way back. So always unfortunate when that happens. As I said before, as we move through to the finals, this is the junior state titles, so all the crews will be receiving medals once we get through to the finals events later in the day.
And we're underway, Andrew, in event 11, and the Scotch College crew getting away well at the start. A very clear picture of them on the screen on in lane 3 in this event, where the first, second and third will go through to the A final at 10:54 this morning. And the Scotch crew looking very good early on. Harry Crompton, Thomas Vorath, Rupert Hand, Thomas Devonshire and Alexander Bruce, the Cox, with Mark Russell coaching this crew, and they're looking a very polished young crew for a quad scale Year 9 Division 4. They've got about a 3/4 length advantage over the crew from Xavier alongside them on lane 4. Those are the two crews that have gone out to the early lead here. Back in third place would perhaps be the crew from Geelong College on lane 5. The Geelong College, as they call it, down there. And as the leading crews come towards the 500 metre mark. They've still got about 600 metres to go. But it's Scotch College in the lead on lane 3 ahead of Xavier on lane 4. Then across to Melbourne Grammar on lane 2 in third place, and then back to Geelong College on lane 5 and Caulfield Grammar on the far side of the course, bringing up the rear. As they come down towards the 500 metre mark, the halfway stage of Heat 1 of the Quad Scale Year 9 Division 4. A huge entry in the Quad Scale Year 9s today, and it's great to see the schools really supporting the young boys in Year 9 for these particular races. As I mentioned yesterday when I was down at the head of the Schoolgirls Regatta, huge entry there in the Year 9s as well. But Scotch still leading, and a beautiful picture there as they go away from the camera at the 500 metre mark. They're leading by about a length and a half to 2 lengths over Xavier alongside them on lane 4. Then across on the far side to Melbourne Grammar on lane 4. I don't know what's happened to that other crew that should be there. Yes, they're well back, the Caulfield Grammar crew on lane 1. We've got to pick them up sometimes, Andrew, because they're so far behind, which is unfortunate. They may have had a little bit of a mishap at the start or whatever. And the crew from the Geelong College back in 4th place and Caulfield Grammar in 5th position. But coming past the 750 metre mark with the big boys over there, on towards the 800 metre mark with the big yellow posters on the far side under the willow trees. It's Scotch College number 4, stroked by Thomas Devonshire and Cox by Alexander Bruce. A length and a half, well, about 2.5 lengths clear. Very tight for second with Melbourne Grammar on lane 2 and the crew from Xavier on lane 4, followed by Geelong College on lane 5, and then back to the crew from Caulfield Grammar on the far side, well back at the rear of the field. But it's Scotch College coming down to the 900 metre mark where the boys change from yellow to orange, get a fairly high back lift, so they're not hitting the water coming forward when they've got a comfortable lead as they drive down to the line with 3 or 4 strokes to go in race number 11, the first heat of the Year 9 Division 4. It's going to be Scotch College number 4 across the line first, scoring by 2 1/4 lengths at the finish. Very tight for second with the Xavier crew holding, Melbourne Grammar crew holding on from Xavier in third place on lane 4, followed by the crew from Geelong College on lane 5. And in 5th position will be Caulfield Grammar. The winning crew there from Scotch College is Harry Crompton, Thomas Vorath, Rupert Hand and Thomas of Devonshire. with Alexander Bruce, the coxswain, coached by Mark Russell. Well done, Scotch, winners of the first heat of the Year 9 Division 4 of the Quad Scull. They're looking nice and relaxed at the end of the race, and they'll be back in action in the A final at 10:54 later on this morning. Coming up to 9:20. We're just a few minutes behind time at the moment. This next race schedule will start at 9:14, so we're about 6 or 7 minutes behind at the present time as the Scotch crew row away from the finishing line, and the crews are lining up at the start for the next event. Shouldn't be long before they get underway in race number 12. First three through there. The Clarendon Lawyers are the sponsors of this event, the Year 9 Division 4 Quad Scull, and they're away. They're often racing in race number 12 on the 62nd Scotch Mercantile Regatta, first started back in 1957. On the Yarra, of course, all those early days. It's only the last 17 or 18 years we've been here at Ngambie Lakes Regatta Centre. And as Andrew quite rightly says, these are qualifying events for the Junior Championships of Victoria, Schoolboy Championships, as well as qualifying races for the Head of the River here next week, the APS Head of the River for the 11 associated public schools. And there's a great picture on the screen as they get away from the start. Brighton Grammar perhaps just forging out to a slight lead over St Kevin's. That's on lanes 3 and 4. Then back to Trinity on lane 2 with Wesley College on lane 1 and Carey Grammar on the inside station and drop back a little bit in the early stages on lane 5. This is the event number 12, the second heat of the Quad Scull Year 9 Division 4. In absolutely perfect conditions for quad sculling this morning here at the the Ngambie Lakes Regatta Centre. Nearly said the National Centre. And it's a very tight race for the lead between Brighton Grammar and Trinity and St Kevin's. Trinity dropping back a little bit there on lane 2. And the crew from Carey Grammar on our screen really putting in plenty of strokes. They're rating pretty high. As they may need to do. They're behind a little bit at the present time on lane 5. But down towards the 500 metre mark of this 1,000 metre race number 12 today. First, second and third of the A final at 10:54. We've got the crew second from the inside. St Kevin's still maintaining the lead over Brighton Grammar on lane 3, followed by Trinity Grammar over there. James O'Meara, Mike Mitchell Hall, Aidan Ross and Edward Devlin with Vance Badouar in the coxswain seat. They're holding down third place just from the Carey Grammar crew on lane 5 and then back to the crew from Wesley on the far side at the rear of the field. 5 crews in the event with first 3 through to the A final, as I mentioned, at 10:54. They've got about 330 metres to go to the line, and it's still the St Kevin's crew, William Sedano, James Hart, Leonard Callaghan, Nicholas Woolrich and Blake Armstrong in the coxswain seat. Very tight for second, with Brighton Grammar holding off second place just ahead of Trinity, followed by Carey Grammar down on the inside station and then across to Wesley College at the rear of the field. This is race number 12, the second heat of the Quad Scull Year 9 Division 4, sponsored by Clarendon Lawyers. And it's St Kevin's still maintaining the lead they've had all the way down the course. The race is on for the second and third positions to go into the final at 10:54, but it's St Kevin's holding on to a couple of lengths advantage. Brighton Grammar still in second place, just narrowly from the Wesley College crew, and Carey down on the inside station, trying hard to close the gap for that third position in the final. But it's going to be St Kevin's, stroked by Nicholas Woolrich and coxed by Blake Armstrong, down to the line to take out race number 12, the second heat, Quad Scull Year 9 Division 4, by 2 1/4 lengths at the finish from Brighton Grammar in second place. Third position to go into the A final, Wesley, followed by Carey Grammar in fourth place, and the crew from the far side, Wesley College, back in fifth position. So it's back to Andrew now for the next race on the program, race 13.
Thanks, Roger. So race 13 is the Cox Quad Scale Year 9 Division 3. This is Heat 1 with Brighton Grammar in lane number 1. Gippsland Grammar School has been a scratching. We've got Caulfield Grammar in lane number 3. Haileybury in lane number 4 and Scotch College number 3 crew in lane number 5 on this side of the course. And as they come down, pass through the 250, there's 100 metres to go now. It's the Scotch College crew of Sebastian Critiques, Christopher Lucis, Justin Tan, Thomas Genovese and Xavier Wilson, coached by George Richards. They're around about 2.5, 3 lengths in front of the Brighton Grammar crew on the far side of the course. So this event is sponsored by famous name in racing, Sykes Racing. And more than likely this Scotch crew is in a Sykes boat as they come through now with about 10 strokes to go. A very strong row by this Scotch College number 3 crew. And they're out 3 to 4 lengths in front of the Brighton Grammar crew. So Scotch College, as you can see in your screen across the line. Next crew coming into your screen is the Brighton Grammar School crew on lane number 1, which is Callum Binney, Jake Tuam, Thomas Bailey, Willie Morton and Charlie Durkin. So they're through to the A final as well, through to the final. And we're now waiting for the next crew to come through, which is Caulfield Grammar. So you'll see Caulfield Grammar come into the screen soon. This is Nicholas Nikolakis, Fraser Wilson, Griffin Farmer, Charles Dudley, coxed by Zentu Kong. So they also go through to the final. So we've got Scotch College, Brighton and Caulfield Grammar through to the final. It's the Scotch College crew in your screen now. So it's a very strong run. As we see now, we've got the final crew coming through, which is the Haileybury crew. We've just crossed the line now in 4th position. So as Roger said, first 3 to the final will be Scotch College, Brighton Grammar and Caulfield Grammar. And as I said, sponsored by Sykes Racing. So thanks very much to all the sponsors. Scotch Mercantile Regatta relies heavily on the sponsors. And we've got some fantastic support from them all, and no more than Sykes Racing for this event. So as we look up the course now, the race number 14 is underway. Great to see here. We've got Albert Park College on the far side of the course. So fantastic to see Albert Park College competing in this Cox Quad Scale Year 9 Division 3, again sponsored by Sykes Racing. We've got St Kevin's in lane number 3, Xavier on your screen there in lane number 4, and Trinity on the near side of the course. So you can see the Xavier crew there, which is Raphael Commons, Michael Godino, Jared Sverek, Hector McLean and Noel Martin, coached by Jeremy Power. And obviously the glare is still quite strong up the course at the moment, Roger, but we've got these crews in this race number 14 well underway now. You can see the Trinity College crew on your screen. On the far side of the course is Albert Park College. St Kevin's on your screen in the middle there, which is Jack Hillier, Owen Muggleston, Lucas Jackson, Rupert Kidman, coxed by Harry Ryan. At this stage, it looks like it's the Xavier crew in lane number 4, who's out in front. Very close, though, at the moment between the Xavier crew in lane number 4, over to St Kevin's in lane number 3, and across to Albert Park College. So Albert Park College performing very well today in lane number 1. But at this stage, it's the Xavier College crew in lane number 4, out about a length, or actually half a length from Albert Park College, and very closely followed then by the St Kevin's crew in lane number 3, and then a fair way back, about 4 or 5 lengths back in 4th position at the moment, is the Trinity College crew. So again, fantastic conditions as they move up now with 250 metres to go. And very good rowing here from Albert Park College in lane number 2. And they may be about half a length at the moment in front of the Xavier crew in lane number 4. Currently rating 30 strokes per minute, Albert Park College. Again, first two progressed through to the final here. So Albert Park College now have moved out about 2 lengths in front of Xavier. Great rowing, very good all work here from this Albert Park College crew. There's some strong boys in that crew. That's Oscar Lawson, Jazzy D, Gloria Cade, Oliver Humphreys Gray, Samson Magasanic and Gus Lavery. And great row from the boys there as they come up now towards the finishing line. And they're now 3 lengths in front of Xavier, with a further half a length back to St Kevin's. So those 3 crews will go through to the final as the Albert Park College crews you see on your screen now. Very good row from the boys there. A length and a half in front of Xavier. Another length back to St Kevin's. And then we've got about 5 or 6 lengths back to Trinity at the moment. So the colours of Albert Park College we don't often see up here, and that's great to see, because one of the things about the Scotch Mercantile Regatta is we're really trying to encourage as many crews both from country, and then we see Trinity College go over the line now in 4th position. So many country and non-APS cruisers we can get to come in. We're really encouraging this as a very strong schoolboy event, and obviously being the state titles, great to see that Albert Park College crew row so well in that event.
Yeah, it's a terrific effort by the Albert Park crew, and although the coach is not listed there, Virginia Lee has been doing a wonderful job down there with both the girls and the boys. And Virginia, of course, a former international from Mossman in New South Wales, and she's taken up the cudgels down there, and they've got a magnificent program, both boys and girls there in Albert Park Colleges. We've got race number 15 underway, the School Quad Scale Year 9 Division 3, the 3rd heat, again coached by Sykes Racing down there at Geelong. Worldwide boat building business, Sykes Racing, with Jeff Lawrence and his team down there at Geelong, doing a wonderful job over the years. And of course before that, Jeff Sykes, and before that with his father. As we see the crew from Melbourne Grammar going out to the early lead here. They're looking very good, and we've got them right on the screen at the present time. Leo Grant, Toby White, Lewis Brookie, Oscar Dethridge in the stroke seat with Ted Burton, the coxswain, coached by Samuel Hooper, going out to the early lead in the first 300 metres. In second place, very, very tight, with first, second going into the A final only in this event, and the other 2 crews to the B final from the 3 heats in the Quad Scale Year 9 Division 3. With just 4 in each heat, the decision is made that the first 2 only will go through to the A final, which is race number 38 at 10:58. The remainder to the B final at 10:54. And Melbourne Grammar coming past the 500 metre mark of this race, looking very, very good, and appreciating these excellent conditions for quad sculling this morning here at the Gambie Lakes Regatta Sanka. Very tight for second, a very important position to get second in this heat, because first and second only through to the A final, which means the grading of them in the final of the event, with the 750 metre mark looming for the Melbourne Grammar number 3 crew. They've shot out to a 2.5 length advantage over Wesley College on lane 4. Very tight then for third, perhaps Carey on lane 3, just ahead of Geelong College down on the inside station here on lane 5. But it's all Melbourne Grammar as they come past the 800 metre mark, where the big yellow posters on the far side under the picturesque willow trees, and just behind there is where the Scotch Mercantile Committee were housed up last night over at what they call the Moran, used to be the Moran homestead at Melbourne Grammar, and the crew from the real effort now coming from Geelong College. They're moving up into second place. They've come from back in the field to pass the Carey Grammar crew and Wesley, and it's Melbourne Grammar leading all the way here behind their stroke, Oscar Dethridge, with Ted Purton, the coxswain, Lewis Brookie, followed by Toby White in the bow seat, Leo Grant. Melbourne Grammar all the way by a length and a half from Geelong College in second place, followed by the crew from Carey in third position, and Wesley bringing up the rear in fourth place. As we have a start in the next event, Andrew, the first heat of the Year 9 Division 2, sponsored by Poleman Menswear. and Scotch away to a very good start.
Thanks, Roger. So Polo Man Menswear, as Roger said, the sponsor of this event, and very strong sponsors of this event in the past. So that's Charles, Miss Campbell, who has helped us out there. So as we see up the course, we've got a very full field here. So it's first 3 through to the A final, which is race 40. And we've got Melbourne Grammar on the far side, Wesley College. So you can see the Melbourne Grammar crew on your screen there of Christian Salabank, Jock Carter, Darcy McKenna, Oliver Horrigan and Sam Savis as the Cox, coached by Samuel Lovejoy Hall. And at the moment, they're out in front by about a length, tight for second between the Xavier crew in lane number 5 and the Scotch College number 2 crew in lane number 6. So good racing here. Actually, we've got the 2 crews on the very extreme parts of the course. We've got the Melbourne Grammar crew on lane number 1 and the Scotch College crew on lane number 6 that are both competing strongly for the lead here, which is from here. It looks as if the Scotch College crew has just moved probably about half a length in front of Melbourne Grammar, with the Xavier crew in lane number 5 in 3rd place. Then we're over to Wesley College in lane number 2, followed by Haileybury in lane number 3 in 5th place, and Caulfield Grammar in lane number 4 back in 6th place, but has moved up through the 250 metre mark. Great racing here across the course. We've got the Scotch College crew of Lockie Finster, Sebastian Richardson, Maxime Jeremijenko, Daniel Fernando and George Simmons is the Cox, and a famous name in Scotch rowing here is Philip Wright, who's the coach of this crew, and they've now moved out about a 3/4 of a length from the Melbourne Grammar crew on the far side of the course. Great rowing for 3rd place with Xavier here now, moving in front of Wesley College, but as they come up here, very good battle here for 1st place with both the Melbourne Grammar and the Scotch College crews fighting it out. As they move up towards the finishing line now, though, it's the Scotch College crew that's moved out to 3/4 of a length from Melbourne Grammar. Scotch College across the line in 1st place. Great charge here for the line by the Xavier crew. So they're in 3rd position. Melbourne Grammar have held them out over to Wesley College in 4th place. And as we see now the battles for 5th and 6th, we've got the Caulfield Grammar crew and the Haileybury crew battling it out here, with Caulfield making a late charge. And Caulfield will go across in 5th place by about a bow from the Haileybury crew in 6th position. So great race there, as I say, first 3 through to the A final. So that'll be Scotch College, Melbourne Grammar and Xavier through to the A final, which is event number 40, and we've got 4th, 5th and 6th through the B final at race 39.
Weather away again, Andrew, in race number 17, the Quad Scull Year 9 Division 2. Poleman Menswear, the sponsors here, conveniently located in the centre of Hawthorn Shopping Precinct at 705 Glenferrie Road, Hawthorn, providing the bespoke tailored clothing and stock, some of the world's leading off-the-rack labels. Charles Miss Gamble and his experienced staff are pleased to assist with any formal business and casual requirements. They're open Monday to Sunday by appointment, and they're at 705 Glenferrie Road in Hawthorn at today's 62nd Scotch Mercantile Regatta. The St Kevin's crew and on lane 6, and the crew from Carey Grammar on lane 3 battling it out, with Brighton Grammar also up there in contention for the first 3 into the final, the A final at 11:06, remaining 3 to the B final at 11:02. So Carey Grammar, we haven't called them first today. It'll be interesting to see whether they can hold on here over the Trinity Grammar crew on lane 4 and Brighton Grammar on lane 5. It's a pretty tight race for the first 3 place getters, but Carey Grammar doing nicely out in front, coached jointly by Marcus Rossi and James Hoban. Stroked by George Dimitopoulos, coxed by Santiago Merchant. with Ruben Ordonez, Liam Valley and Sam Pearson the bow seat. The Carey Grammar crew on lane 3. Third from the far side of the course. Down on these inside stations on 4 and 5 and 6, Brighton Grammar and St Kevin's. Then back to Trinity Grammar, and then over on the far side, the Geelong College and Gippsland Grammar on lane 2, back at the rear of the field, as the leading crews come down with about 350 metres to go. It's pretty tight for first, second and third. The crew on this side, St Kevin's, moving up into the lead now over Carey Grammar, followed by Brighton Grammar, and then follows the crew from Trinity, followed by the crew on the far side, Geelong College, and the crew from Gippsland Grammar at the rear of the field as they approach the 800 metre mark. It's still very tight for the lead between the early leader, Carey Grammar, and St Kevin's College. They're going stroke for stroke past the 800 metre mark with less than 200 metres to go, and St Kevin's holding on to a slight lead here. Isaac Gannon is the stroke with Adam Gard, the Cox behind Isaac. Connor is another Isaac Dyte, Connor Burke and Giancarlo Ferraro, coached by Mac Matthews. And the St Kevin's crew on lane 6 look as though they're going to take this race out. I had Carey up there in the early stages, but they've dropped back about a length behind the St Kevin's crew. In third position, Brighton Grammar to make that A final at 11.06 if they can. And then down to the line, it's going to be St Kevin's College here nearest the judge on lane 6, going across the line first after a great race with Carey all the way down the course, about half a length the margin, a further half length back to Brighton Grammar in third place. In fourth position will be Trinity Grammar School. Fifth will be Geelong College on the far side, and sixth will be the crew from Gippsland Grammar from Sale in eastern Victoria, who are coming through at the rear of the field. So St Kevin's, Carey and Brighton Grammar will join Scotch College, Melbourne Grammar and Xavier from the first heat in the A final there at 11.06. So well done to the St Kevin's crew there on heat 2 of the School 4 Quad Scull Year 9 Division 2, sponsored by Poleman Menswear. In the bow seat, Giancarlo Ferraro. 2 was Connor Burke. Isaac Dyte in the 3-seated. Isaac Biaganon in the stroke seat with Adam Gard, the Cox, at the front of the boat and coached by Mac Matthews. Well done, St Kevin's. But it was a good race all the way down, half a length and half a length. One of the better races of the day so far. Anyway, they're underway. It's over to you in race 18.
Okay, so we've got race 18, which is the pointy end of the Year 9 division. We've got Division 1 here. So as Roger said, sponsored by Fuso. And we can see here the St Kevin's number 1 crew in your screen there, which is Thomas Hall, Ryan Cornelius, Sebastian Duffy, Henry James and Billy Brannigan, coached by Anthony Johnson, and they're in lane number 2. So we've got Scotch College in lane number 1 on the far side of the course, St Kevin's in lane number 2, Brighton Grammar in lane number 3, Gippsland Grammar in lane number 4, Trinity in lane number 5 and Haileybury in lane number 6, as they've just gone through the 150, 200 metre mark at the moment. You can see the Brighton Grammar crew on your screen then. So the crew's spread across the field, and you can see on the far side it's the Scotch College crew of Seba Negri, Henry Strang, George Burney, Josh Buffet and Lachlan Forty, coached by Adam Croxford, and they've moved out in front at the moment. They've had a very strong season, this Scotch College crew, but they're being closely followed by the St Kevin's crew of Thomas Hall. This is in lane number 2. Thomas Hall, Ryan Cornelius, Sebastian Duffy, Henry James, Billy Brannigan, as I said before, coached by Anthony Johnson. So it's a good battle for those two crews on that side of the course. We move back over to Haileybury on lane number 6. On this side of the course, Trinity are looking very strong in lane number 5. So Trinity have had a strong season and emerging as a very strong rowing school now, which is great to see. And that crew of Charlie Hunter Scott, Samuel Lister, James Blanche, Luke Teal and Rudy Richardson are also up in the mix at the moment. So we've got the Scotch College crew on lane number 1 and we've got the Trinity College crew on lane number 5, and they're battling it out very strongly, those two crews, with St Kevin's on lane number 2 not far behind. So as we're moving up now, around the, coming up towards 250 metres to go. And these crews in this Division 1, with the first 3 going through to the A final at 11:14, which is a state title event. And we've got the Trinity crew here on lane number 5, who I think is just in front at the moment of the Scotch College crew over on lane number 1. Then we've got Brighton Grammar on lane number 3, very close behind them, and St Kevin's battling it out for 3rd place with Brighton Grammar. So great racing here as we see them spread across the course. And we've got the Scotch College crew now still out in front with about 100 metres to go at the moment, but strongly followed by Trinity. So Trinity are lifting their rating at the moment. They're up to 34 strokes a minute at the moment. The Scotch College responding as well. Scotch College is currently sitting on 39, but they've got good clearance there, and they've now moved out about a length and a half now from St Kevin's, who are just in front of Trinity. So there's a strong battle here between Brighton and Trinity now for 3rd place. But this strong Scotch College crew that's had a great season now moves across the line, just easing down at the moment, down to around 28 strokes per minute. And they've moved into 1st place from St Kevin's College. Great battle for 3rd. I'll have to leave that to the judges. It may have been Trinity that just moved into 3rd place from Brighton Grammar. And then we see now the Gippsland Grammar crew in lane number 4 of Jonty Condren, Cameron Rule, Billy Osborne, Matthew Thompson and Malaki Wardley. So they're in 5th place. And the Haileybury crew now in lane number 6 are in 6th position. So great win there from the Scotch College crew. They move through to the final. So it's Scotch College, St Kevin's. And I'll have to wait for the judges' decision there on 3rd place. It looked like Trinity, but Brighton were right on their heels there. So the boys taking a well-deserved drink there after that strong performance. As Roger said before, that race is sponsored by Fuso. So fantastic trucks produced by the Japanese company Fuso, and great sponsors. They've been the main sponsor of this event now for 2 years, and without that sponsorship we couldn't be providing you this live streaming. So Fuso have been a fantastic sponsor. So if you're in the market for a truck, you really want to go to the brand that provides the maximum strength, and that's Fuso. We now have race number 19 underway, which is the 2nd heat of the male school Cox Quad Scale Year 9 Division 1. So again, first 3 through to the A final, which is at 11:14. We've got Caulfield Grammar on lane number 1, Kerry Grammar School on lane number 2. We've got Melbourne Grammar School on lane number 3 that look as if they're performing very well at the moment. We've got Wesley College on lane number 4. Xavier are also up in the mix there in lane number 5, and Geelong College in lane number 6. So it's the Melbourne Grammar crew of Rupert Edwards, Jono Roxburgh, Magnus Randall, Winston Hooper, Theodore Hurst, coached by Edward Manton, a famous name in rowing, and certainly Melbourne Grammar rowing is the Manton family, and Jane Manton will be commentating next week with Roger and I up here at the Head of the River event. And this Melbourne Grammar crew looks very strong at the moment. Xavier rowing very well in lane number 5, are only about a length behind as they move up through the 250 metre mark. The Melbourne Grammar crew at the moment rating 30 as they move up with about 15 strokes to go. And as I said, first 3 through to the final. So we have Melbourne Grammar in 1st place at the moment, followed by Xavier. And then over on lane number 6 is Geelong College, who look like at the moment they're going to comfortably move into 3rd place. So as you see the crews come up here to the finishing line now, we've got this Melbourne Grammar crew with a lot of length and a lot of run. They move into 1st place. The Xavier crew in lane number 5 is in 2nd place. Over to Geelong College in 3rd position. So it'll be Melbourne Grammar, Xavier and Geelong College through to the A final. Great racing here for 4th position. And it looks as if Wesley College may just have moved into 4th place from Caulfield Grammar over in lane number 1, and Kerry Grammar in 6th place. So Melbourne Grammar boys had a great row there. As you can see, they're elated by that, and they're going straight through to the A final at 11:14. So conditions still fantastic on this beautiful Lake Ngambie course, as we now see we've moved on to race number 20. So race number 20, which is the Male School Cox for Year 10 Division 4, sponsored by Fowles. Fowles, a great wine brand of the local region up here. And they're the sponsors of this race. So we can see we've got Ballarat Clarendon on lane number 1 in your screen at the moment. Caulfield Grammar, as you can see, are alongside them in lane number 2. Geelong College, you can see the Geelong College Cox of Kate Barr at the moment in lane number 3, over to Xavier in lane number 4. Gippsland Grammar in lane number 5, and Xavier on the near side of the course in lane number 6. So we can see the judges' boat behind them at the moment. That's the Ballarat Clarendon crew in your screen of Nelson Troon, Lachlan Davies, Sebastian Carter, Lachlan Langley, and Cooper Pinson is the Cox. And at this stage, we can see it's there's a few crews up there at the moment. It looks like Geelong College in lane number 3, probably just in front from Xavier College in lane number 4. This is the Geelong College crew at the moment, rating 28 at this stage. And that's the Geelong College crew of Campbell Keeler, Connor Brown, Bowl Acre, Emerson Facer, and Kate Barr as the Cox. So as I said, this is the Male School Cox for Year 10 Division 4. And the final is on at 11:18. So all go through to the final here. So they'll be rowing, all these crews will be rowing again at 11:18. And so we can see at the moment it's still the Geelong College crew out in front, closely followed by Caulfield Grammar. Caulfield Grammar is Oliver Cockerell, AJ Flinkier, Callum Gillespie, Thomas Barry, Cox by Samuel Norman. A very good battle at the moment between those two crews in lane 3 and 2. It looks as if the Caulfield Grammar crew may just have edged in front of the Geelong College crew. Then we've got Ballarat Clarendon very closely behind. So nothing between those in any of these crews. Actually, a length and a half to 2 lengths covers the whole field at the moment. And as we move up with about 15 strokes to go, it's the Geelong College crew that have been putting on a sprint here, and they've just moved about a canvas in front of this Caulfield Grammar crew, but nothing in it, with all these crews going through to the final as well. And Ballarat Clarendon at the moment in 3rd place, with Gippsland Grammar coming in 4th position. So it's the Geelong College crew crosses the line in 1st place, followed by Caulfield Grammar, Ballarat Clarendon, and closely followed by Gippsland Grammar. So the Gippsland Grammar crew was Izzy Verrill, Alex Coleman, Thomas Condren, William Hernleen, and Malarkey Wardley in 4th place. That's the crew that's the Geelong College crew you can currently see on your screen there. And all those crews will be going through to the final at 11:18.
Yeah, interesting. Xavier didn't turn up there. They can row in the final, I think, if they didn't row in the heat, but they'll be put out on another station. So whether that's going to happen or not, Andrew, I'm not sure. But race 21 is well down the course now, again sponsored by Fuso. The one truck has no competition. Face to face, it can be beaten, but that one truck is Fuso. And this is the preliminary for the Year 10 Division 3. Again, the final will be at 11:22. With the crews coming past or down towards the 750 metre mark, and pretty tight on this side of the course between Ballarat and Clarendon, and the Ballarat Clarendon crew on lane 6. They're having a great race between lanes 5 and 6, and right over on the far side of the course, the St Kevin's crew back in 3rd place, and a little gap back to Carey Grammar and Haileybury bringing up the rear. But the two Ballarat crews, Ballarat Clarendon, the crew on lane 6 is stroked by Edwin Lennox. The crew on lane 5, second on the inside, stroked by Felix Fogarty. And they're clear of the St Kevin's crew on the far side, stroked by Nathan Sobecki. The three crews are battling it out for the lead here. They are all crews will go into the final, all 5 crews at 11:22. The School 4's Year 10 Division 2 with the crew on lane 6, Ballarat Clarendon, Ned Quayle, Harry Smart, Oscar Gibson and Edward Lennox, with Samuel Hodge the Cox. Look as though they're going to take out the race. And race 21 as they come down to the line to score by a third of a length at the finish from the crew from Ballarat Clarendon on lane 5. Another length and a half back to St Kevin's in third place, followed by the crew from Carey Grammar and Haileybury bringing up the rear. Now the next race coming down is the sponsored by the Regatta Shop, who do a wonderful job. Susie Pelferman, Giles and the team down there at the Regatta Shop. They've got a terrific display down at the head of the Schoolgirls Regatta. I'm not sure whether they're here today, but at any rate, they're sponsoring this next event, which is the Quad Scale Year 10 Division 2 for this Year 10. And the final of this event will be at 11:34 later on this morning. There is a luncheon break at around just after 12 o'clock till 12:50, so there is a short break in the program then. And we've got the crew in the middle here, the Hawthorn crew in this Year 10 Division 2. Jonathan Katsios, Jordan Coe, Thomas Pearce and Xavier Mackey in the stroke seat with Katie Duncan the Cox. They're leading narrowly from the crew alongside them. Albert Park College, as we mentioned, coached by Virginia Lee down there at Albert Park, where there's a big event on this weekend, I believe, the Grand Prix, with the crew from Albert Park College trying hard to close the gap, but first, second and third will go into the final at 11:34. Division 2 of the school year quad scale Year 10 Division 1. Where the final will be at 11:26, I think it is, 11:34. But it's Hawthorn across the line first in race 22. Well done, Hawthorn, in the blue and white hoop colours. About a length and a quarter to the Albert Park College in second place, followed by Trinity Grammar School in third position, a further length and a half away. The winning combination there from the Hawthorn crew. Jonathan Katsios in the bow seat, Jordan Coe, Thomas Pearce, Xavier Mackey and Katie Doonan the Cox with coach Luciano Morand. Well done to the crew from Hawthorn Rowing Club. And they're off and racing in race number 23. Gippsland Grammar, of course, from Sale in Eastern Victoria. Had a big entry in the girls racing down at the Barwon yesterday. And they've got quite a number of crews here competing in the Scotch Mercantile Regatta today. And the two crews are off and racing. The race number 24 has been cancelled, the Year 10 Division 1 single scull. And then the racing will be continuing on after that. So race 24 is out. If you've got your programs there. As we see the Ballarat and Clarendon crew on the screen, Rupert McDonald, James Kalagi, Nick Rickard and George Tennant, coxed by Ty Palmer. From Ballarat Clarendon, who train on the Lake Wendouree, of course, and they had their head of the lake there a couple of Sundays ago, which I was up there calling. And Ballarat Grammar won the first for the girls and first for the boys in the head of the lake for 2019. The competitor here is Gippsland Grammar from Sale in Eastern Victoria. But they haven't started, so it's going to be a row over to Ballarat and Clarendon. We haven't been told it was a row over, but that's the way it is. And so the full screen is going to be with Ballarat and Clarendon all the way down the course. And then we'll start racing over the 2,000 metre course immediately after this event. No, maybe not. Race 24 will be a preliminary race as well. So that's been cancelled. So race 25 is the Year 9 Division 1 final. So we've got finals coming up for the crews and scullers that have raced earlier in the program today. And whilst we're having just a good look at this crew coming down, all by themselves, Ballarat Clarendon, there will be a break in the program. And that will allow you to have something to eat or drink during the break. Racing will resume at a few minutes after that from the 1,000 metre mark, with the finals coming up in those Year 9 events. But Ballarat Clarendon just having a good workout over the course. Pity they haven't got a competitor against them, but Gippsland Grammar obviously not starting in event 23. Event sponsored by Sykes Racing. The Ballarat Clarendon crew having a good workout over the course. The crew of Rupert McDonald, James Kalegi, Nick Rickard and George Tennant, with Ty Palmer the Cox. These absolutely beautiful conditions for quad sculling as the Ballarat Clarendon crew drive down to the line with just a couple of strokes to go in the preliminary for the Cox Quad Scull Year 10 Division 1 in a row over in race 23. A short break now for the next event to come down, race 25, which will be over the 1,000 metre course, and it's right on starting time there, and the crews are starting to show up for that event. So there'll be a short break before racing will resume shortly. If you haven't had the chance to have a look at the Perpetual Cups, they're down on display here near the finishing line and will be presented obviously after those relevant finals. But there are a number of Perpetual Cups for the Scotch Mercantile Regatta, which started in 1957.
Okay, we're up to race number 25 now. So we're up to the finals now on the 1,000 metre events. And this is the single scull Year 9 Division 1 with Gippsland Grammar Matthew Thompson on lane number 1, Jonty Condren from Gippsland Grammar on lane number 2, Billy Osborne from Gippsland Grammar on lane number 3, Sebastian Lester from Trinity on lane number 4, Cameron Rule from Gippsland Grammar on lane number 5, and Regan Farley from Gippsland Grammar on lane number 6. So it's fantastic to see Gippsland Grammar very strong, did very well in the state titles up here at Nagambie a couple of weekends ago. Very strong rowing program down at Gippsland Grammar, and they're very well presented with 5 of the 6 rowers here in this event sponsored by the Strathbogie Shire. So the providers of this beautiful venue here is the Strathbogie Shire. And as we see the boys coming down the course at the moment, it looks like it's Billy Osborne in lane number 3 from Gippsland Grammar out in front. So we've got Matthew Thompson on the far side in lane number 1, Jonty Condren in lane number 2, Billy Osborne in lane number 3, over to Sebastian Lester in lane number 4 from Trinity. And can you see if we've got 5 or 6 there, Roger? I think we've got one right down here. Looks like we may have 5 crews here at the moment. So it looks like it's 5 scullers. It looks like we've got Cameron Rule from Gippsland Grammar in lane number 5. So Sebastian Lester from Trinity, I think, is not rowing at the moment. But as we see them, the boys come down now with just moving up towards 250 metres to go. And it's Billy Osborne in lane number 3 at the moment, who's out in front. Very tight for second between Jonty Condren and Cameron Rule. but as they move through now, with about 20 strokes to go, and it is Billy Osmond in lane number 3 rowing very strongly at the moment. So he's well in front in this, the male school single scull Year 9 Division 1 final. So this is a state title at the moment, a Victorian state title looking in the keeping for Billy Osmond. Very clean blade work at the moment with about 10 strokes to go. Great battle for second between Cameron Rule and Jonty Condren. At this stage, though, Billy Osmond's got this race well in his keeping and a state title to his name as he now moves up through the finishing line. So well done, Billy Osborne. As I say, Cameron Rules sprinted, had a good late charge, and he moves into second place over to Jonty Condren in lane number 2. Then on the far side of the course, we've got the next Gippsland Grammar scull of Matthew Thompson in 4th place. And we've got Regan Farley still on the course, about 12 or 15 lengths behind in 5th position. So well done to Billy Osmond to win the Victorian State Single Scull Year 9 Division 1 title today at Ngambie, as we see Matthew Thompson cross the line in 4th place.
Thanks, Andrew, and beautiful conditions for quad sculling here in Year 9 Division 8. This is the C final. There's C, B and A final, so a big entry in the Division 8 of the Year 9 quad scull. Melbourne Grammar on lane 2, Geelong Grammar on lane 3, Geelong Grammar on lane 4 and Geelong Grammar on 5, with Geelong Grammar Cruise here on lane 3, stroked by Samuel Stringer. Lane 4, stroked by Peter Chen. Luca Clark. And lane 5, stroked by Thomas Naylor. Interesting, they've put in the program here with the Geelong Grammar Cruise their names they prefer. Ed McKinnon, I notice, in the bow seat on lane 3. This event sponsored by Nelson Alexander of Kew, the major sponsor today of the regatta for the real estate agents out there at Kew. They're very, very well known in the area, and they have it covered if you wanted real estate agents, honest real estate agents, with the Geelong Grammar crew being an all 3 of the 4 crews competing in this event. And the Geelong Grammar crew, second from the far side, would be the crew that's leading. From Melbourne Grammar back in second place, perhaps on the far side, and then follows Geelong Grammar on lane 4, Geelong Grammar on lane 5. Now coming up to the 800 metre mark is the C final, the quad scale Year 9 Division 8, sponsored by Nelson Alexander Kew. The B final is underway. That's St Kevin's 9. We'll give that stations to you. Race 27. St Kevin's 9 on 1. Melbourne Grammar 11 on 2. Xavier number 9 on 3. Brighton Grammar number 9 on 4. Geelong Grammar on 5. And Scotch number 14 on 6. But down towards the finishing line and finishing full of running, the Geelong Grammar crew on lane 3, coming down for a very, very convincing win at the finish. They go across the line, and I reckon are probably about 8 lengths clear over Melbourne Grammar, who will come through in second place, followed by the other 2 Geelong Grammar crews on lanes 4 and 5. The winner there, Geelong Grammar, Ed McKinnon, Henry Stringer, Samuel Stringer, Sean Griffiths and Lucy Metcalf. As we've had a start on the next event, the B final of this event, race 27. Back to you, Andrew.
Thanks, Roger. So race 27 again, sponsored by Nelson Alexander from Kew. This is the Cox Quad Scull Year 9 Division 8 B final, as Roger said, with St Kevin's on lane number 1. Melbourne Grammar on lane number 2. Xavier on lane number 3. Brighton Grammar number 9 on lane number 4. Geelong Grammar on lane number 5, and the Scotch College 14th crew, so seeing the depth of the Scotch College crew, that's their 14th quad scull in the Year 9 Division 8, coached by Lockie Gill, is in lane number 6. At this stage, they look like they're doing pretty well, that Scotch College number 14 crew in lane number 6. We've just had the, we've still got a few crews crossing the line now for the final of the previous race. So you can see here, this is the Geelong Grammar crew in 4th position crossing the line here, coxed by Gemma Griffiths. That was in event number 26, which was the Year 9 Division 8 C final. But as we move back up the course now, we've got the race number 27 now well underway, moving up through with 250 metres to go. And a very good battle here with the crews spread right across the river. We've got the Melbourne Grammar crew in lane number 2, up in the lead with the Scotch College crew in lane number 6. So there's nothing between those. And we've got Xavier there as well. So we've got Xavier, Melbourne Grammar and Scotch College here. This is the B final. So there's a lot at stake here for these boys that didn't make the A final, and they want to make sure that they go out today with a win in the B final. And this Melbourne Grammar crew have lifted their rating up to 34 at the moment, and they're just holding off Xavier. So Xavier has got Xavier Grinley, Oliver Dalton, Ned Corwood, Angus Silvers, coxed by Thomas Collison, and they're trying to make a gallant effort at the moment to get back up towards this Melbourne Grammar crew. But the Melbourne Grammar crew stroke Oscar Lowe has lifted the rating, and they're just in front, so they look like they're going to hold out Xavier by only a canvas. So that's a great result there in the B final of the Cox Quad Scull Division 8, with the Scotch College crew in lane number 6 in 3rd position, followed then by Brighton Grammar in lane number 4, over to St Kevin's in lane number 1. And we've got the Geelong Grammar crew here back in 6th place. So well done to Melbourne Grammar crew to win the B final, sponsored by Nelson Alexander. As Roger said, the real estate agents in Kew. More passion, more empathy. As we move through now to the next race, which is race number 28.
Thank you, Andrew, and we're on to the A final now in this Nelson Alexander Q sponsored event. The school quad scale Year 9 Division 8 coming towards the through the 500 metre mark, and the 3rd crew from the inside here, Scotch College in the lead from the crew from Brighton Grammar alongside them on lane 3. In a great race for the lead here, but Scotch holding on to the lead here, coached by James McKinnon and stroked by Finley Jones and coxed by Benjamin Ang. They've got about a length advantage over Brighton Grammar. Back in 3rd place would be St Kevin's down on the inside station on lane 6, followed by Xavier on lane 5. Then across to the crew on the far side, which is Melbourne Grammar number 12, I think. It looks like Melbourne Grammar number 8 has not started on lane 2 in this event. And I was looking forward to them because they were doing pretty well early on in the program today. I don't know what's happened there. They may have had an illness or something. But Scotch College number 8 crew was Sammy Vidor in the bow seat, ahead of him Ruben T.O., Ben Moores, Finley Jones and Benjamin Ang, the Cox, and coached by James McKinnon. Still holding off this challenge from Brighton Grammar. It's about 3/4 of a length advantage with just on 110 metres to go to the line. Then back in 3rd place, a couple of lengths away, would be St Kevin's College, followed by the crew on the far side, Melbourne Grammar number 12 and Xavier number 8, battling it out for 4th and 5th position. Scotch holding on tenaciously. Brighton Grammar trying very hard behind their stroke. Mitchell Cozzolini to close the gap with Charlie Dirk and the Cox, and coached by Finn Parker. But it looks like Scotch are going to lead all the way. Scotch College number 8 crew in the Division 8 of Year 9 to score by 3/4 of a length at the finish. Scotch over Brighton Grammar in a great finish to that event. Another length and a half back to the crew from St Kevin's in 3rd place, followed by the Xavier crew on lane 5 in 4th position, and 5th will be lane 1, the crew from Melbourne Grammar number 12. Melbourne Grammar number 8 not starting on lane 2. So that was a terrific win to the Scotch College crew there. Seated from the bow is Sammy Vidor, Ruben T.O., Ben Moores, Finley Jones in the stroke seat, and Benjamin Ang up the top of the boat, in front of the boat, the Cox, and James McKinnon, the coach. Always important, the coaches. Quite a few of the crews don't list the coaches, which is unfortunate, but the coaches do a great job in all the training that they do, and I'm sure that's a very important part of the success of crews is the coaching. This event sponsored by Nelson Alexander Q, and they also sponsor the next event, which is Division 7, and the B final there will be race number 29, and they're just about ready to go, Andrew, at the 1,000-metre start.
As you said, Roger, so Nelson Alexander, great sponsors today. So they're our gold sponsor. We've got Fuso Trucks as the main sponsor of the event, the platinum sponsors. Nelson Alexander is the gold sponsor. So their support's greatly appreciated. Nelson Alexander has helped thousands of customers achieve real estate success by having more of what is needed. So make sure you support them. They're located in Kew. And it says here, call Mark Verocci or Cameron Ingram if you want more, 9854 8888 for Nelson Alexander of Kew Gold sponsors today. So I'm just looking back at the moment, Roger, we still don't seem to be able to have any times up on the Rowing Victoria app at the moment, which is disappointing. But we're now into the finals, and obviously Victorian State final events are very important for these young men that have been training all season with their coaches, improving their skills. This is a very important year, and the growth of Year 9 quad scales has been enormous in Victoria, and certainly these small boats really teach the boys the skills that they need to then move into sweep boats in Year 10. As we say here, we're up to race number 29. So we're only a few minutes behind schedule. The organiser of the event from the judges is Andrew Guerin, doing a great job with his crew, keeping the events on time. And this is the B final of the Cox Quad Scale Year 9 Division 7 with Brighton Grammar on lane number 1, Scotch College 12 on lane number 2, Scotch College 13 on lane number 3, Melbourne Grammar School on lane number 4, Geelong College on lane number 5, and Carey Grammar on lane number 6. So as we're moving up now with a 250 metres through the race, you can see on the far side there in the picture you've got your Brighton Grammar crew of Thomas Hahn, Jet Butler, Mac Anderson, Charlie Patterson and Leon Haralem Bacchus, coached by William Bullock. And then we've got the Scotch College number 12 crew in lane number 2 there at the moment of Alexander Brassington, Connor Neo, Hamish Jones, Edward Wilkinson and Neil Wang. So at the moment, if we're looking up the course, looks like the Melbourne Grammar crew on lane number 4 is rowing very strongly at the moment, with the Scotch College 13 crew alongside them in lane number 3. Over to the Scotch College crew in lane number 2. So the two middle crews at the moment, and the Carey Grammar crew on lane number 6 also up in the mix at the moment as we look up the course. Carey Grammar, Jamie Hooperman, Bailey Davies, Harry Gray, Michael Holman, Ethan Weymouth, coached by Riley Arnold, are on the near side of the course in lane number 6. You see the Melbourne Grammar crew in your screen now, which is Jack Rankin, Will Russell, Eddie Young, Judd Martin, Theodore Hurst as the Cox, and they're in lane number 4. So this is the B final of the Cox Quad Scale Year 9 Division 7. And at this stage across the course, we've got the two Scotch College crew, number 12 crew in lane number 2, and the number 13 crew of Sam Murray, Ellis Langford, Max Roder, Rupert Simmons and Lachlan Woolard, coached by Alex Dixon in lane number 3. Nothing much between those two crews. Looks like the Scotch College 13 crew in lane number 3, maybe about half a length in front of their compatriots in lane number 2. And then over on the far side, on the near side of the course, we've got Carey Grammar up with those two as well. So great race here, with those three crews now out in the lead. Then over to Brighton Grammar on lane number 1 on the far side of the course. and we've got Melbourne Grammar and Geelong College bringing up 5th and 6th places as they may move through the 200 metre mark. And these two Scotch College crews at the moment are fighting it out for the B final with Carey Grammar. Nothing much between both the Scotch crews. It looks as if the Scotch College crew, stroked by Rupert Simmons, may be slightly in front of the crew on the on lane number 2, which is stroked by Edward Wilkinson, but nothing much in it. Very good racing here. So both these crews, looks like number 12 crew on lane number 2 is lifting the rating now. They're up to about 32 strokes per minute. And now the crew stroked by Rupert Simmons has responded, and very close racing here at the moment. So this is a great race as we come through to the B final. And it looks as if the Scotch College 13 crew is just taken it out by half a length here as they go over the finishing line at the moment from the Scotch College number 12 crew. That was a very fast finishing. That was a Melbourne Grammar crew I called incorrectly before, who's moved into 3rd place. So then we've got Brighton Grammar, who came in 4th, followed by Melbourne Grammar and Carey. So there we are. That's the B final that goes out to the Scotch College crew of Sam Murray, Ellis Langford, Max Roder, Rupert Simmons, Lockie Woolard, coached by Alex Dixon. So great job by the boys in the B final. And we're now underway in race number 30, which is the A final of the Cox Quad Scale Year 9 Division 7. Again, sponsored by Nelson Alexander of Kew. We've got Brighton Grammar on the far side, St Kevin's in lane number 2, Scotch College number 7 in lane number 3, Melbourne Grammar number 7 in lane number 4, Wesley College in lane number 5, and Xavier in lane number 7. At the moment, the Melbourne Grammar crew looking strong out in front. Jack Dale Webb, Charlie Sorrell, William Morn, Alexander Leveny, Darius Go is the Cox and coached by James Otto. And they're in lane number 4, and they're showing these other crews a clean set of heels at the moment. Very tight for second. Across on the far lane, we've got Brighton Grammar and St Kevin's, with St Kevin's moving into 2nd place by about half a length at the moment. But this Melbourne Grammar crew looking great in this Year 9 Division 7A final. At this stage, a lot of length and great technique at the moment for a Division 7 quad scale. They're looking very neat, and they've moved out by nearly 2 lengths at the moment from St Kevin's, who are finishing fast in lane number 2. So Riley Hugh, Thomas O'Donnell, Jacob Flynn, Lachlan DeGarris, coxed by Ethan Chow. But as we look up towards the finishing line at the moment, it's this Melbourne Grammar crew that have done very well to finish in 1st place. Very tight for second. St Kevin's now in 2nd place. Nothing for 3rd place. And it may be, I'll leave that to the judges, but it may be the Scotch College crew that managed to move into 2nd place from Brighton Grammar on the far side. And then we've got the Xavier crew in lane number 6. And looks like there may have been a breakage, unfortunately, for the boys from Wesley College, because the stroke at the moment is not able to row. So that's very disappointing for those boys after having a problem up at the start. So that is the A final.
And they're racing in race 31. They're well down the course, Andrew, coming through the 500 metre mark now in the B final of the Nelson Alexander Q sponsored Year 9 Division 6 B final event 31. I've got the results up till there, of here. And the crew from second from the inside here, Xavier College in the lead on lane 5, just ahead of perhaps Geelong College and Carey Grammar. Then across to Brighton Grammar, followed by Trinity. At the battling it out with Melbourne Grammar number 9 on lane 6. So they're coming down with about 400 metres to go in the B final of the quad scale Year 9 Division 6. Race number 31 on today's 62nd annual Scotch Mercantile Regatta program. The crew from second from the inside here, Xavier College still leading. Very tight back to the Geelong College. Then across on the far side, is Trinity Grammar School, doing very well over there with Rudy Richardson in the stroke seat and Samuel Lister in the cock seat, followed by the crew from Carey on lane 3, Brighton Grammar on lane 2, and then at the rear of the field, Melbourne Grammar on lane 6. This is the B final of the Cox Quad Scale Year 9 Division 6, and they're underway in the A final, sponsored by Nelson Alexander from Kew, Scotch College number 11 on lane 1, St Kevin's number 6 on lane 2, Melbourne Grammar, Scotch 6 at Scotch 10 and Wesley. But the race coming down towards the finish, which is right on our screen now as the Trinity Grammar crew is shown on the far side on the screen. In the lead here as they drive down to the line. Great to see them have a win here. Sebastian Lester, Jackson Griffiths, Daniel Brown and Rudy Richardson in the stroke seat with Samuel Lister the Cox. As they come down to the line to score by 3/4 of a length at the finish from the Geelong College in second place on lane 4, followed by Xavier on lane 6 in third position. Then follows Brighton Grammar in fourth position, followed by Carey on lane 3 and Melbourne Grammar on lane 6 in sixth place. As we revert back to the A final now, race number 32 on the course. They're coming towards the 500 metre mark with about 600 metres to go in the A final of the School Quad Scale Year 9 Division 2. We've got Scotch College on the far side, St Kevin's number 6, Melbourne Grammar 6, Scotch College 6, Scotch College 10 and Wesley College. And the crew in the lead is 3 from the inside here. The Scotch College number 6 crew, Cox by Ned Cox and Mackenzie Allen in the stroke seat. They're at about 2 lengths in front of Scotch College number 10 in second place, closely followed by Melbourne Grammar number 6 on lane 3. Then across to St Kevin's on lane 2. Back to the crew on the far side, Scotch College number 11 on lane 1 and Wesley on lane 6, bringing up the rear nearest the judge here on this side of the course. But it's Scotch in the lead here, Scotch College on lane 4, maintaining quite a handsome lead, in fact, with about 350 metres to go. The combination here of Hamish Bruce, Sasha Jamieson, Matthew Heathcote-Smith and Mackenzie Allen in the stroke seat with Ned Cox, the coxswain of the boat, and Raina Gertis, the coach. The Scotch College crew holding on to the lead here as they have round about 200 metres to go to the line as they pass the 800 metre mark with about 2.5 lengths clear. Very tight for the second place between Melbourne Grammar on lane 3 and on their outside St Kevin's College on lane 2. Then back to the crew from Scotch College number 10 on lane 5. Across on the far side, Scotch 11, perhaps just slightly in front of them, and bringing up the rear is Wesley College on lane 6. But coming down where the boys changed from yellow to orange, it's all Scotch College. The crew on lane 4, they're really showing a clean set of blades to the rest of the field here. They're streaking away. In fact, they're lifting their work right now behind their stroke in Mackenzie Allen as they drive down to the line in race number 32. Sponsored by Nelson Alexander Q. Year 9, Division 6, Quad Scale, Scotch College first. Convincing winners there on lane 3 over the crew from St Kevin's College. From Melbourne Grammar in second place, followed by St Kevin's College. Then follows Scotch on lane 5 in third position, fourth position. Fifth will be the crew from Scotch on the far side on their number 11 crew, and Wesley College nearest the judge in last place. But a terrific effort there by Hamish Bruce, Sasha Jamieson, Matthew Heathcote-Smith, Mackenzie Allen, Ned Cox, the cox of the boat, and Raina Gertis, the coach. Well done, Scotch College, winners of the Year 9, Division 6, sponsored by Nelson Alexander from Kew. As we've had a start in the next race, and it's back to you, Andrew, for race 33, Cox Quad Scale Year 9, Division 5, sponsored by Renew Physiotherapy.
Thanks, Roger. You can see on your screen here, this is the Carey Grammar crew in lane number 3 of Aidan Tennis, Ben Stanby, Gus Knowles, Jake Shinton, Tom Machin, coached by Ben Worth and Dean Castavelis. And on the far side is Trinity. So we've got Trinity in lane number 1 in your screen at the moment, Carey Grammar in lane number 2, the Geelong College in lane number 3 and St Kevin's in lane number 5, and this is sponsored by Renew Physiotherapy, the male school Cox Quad Scale Year 9 Division 5 B final. So we've got the B final on at the moment. 4 crews in the B final. As I said, lane 2 Trinity, lane 3 Kerry Grammar, lane 4 Geelong College. So as you can see up the course now, on the far side of the course there, you've got the Trinity crew, then over to Carey. This is the St Kevin's crew in lane number 5. So the St Kevin's crew in lane number 5 are certainly out in front at the moment. Hugo Tozzini, Thomas Stanford, Thomas Zaspel, Lachlan Sharrock, Cox by Ethan Chung. So this is the B final sponsored by Renew Physiotherapy. So Renew Physiotherapy in Hawthorn provide expert input to rowing specific injuries. And I certainly know that Andrew Fuchs and his team down there are very heavily involved in looking after some of the young rowers and also the elite rowers. And at this stage, the event they're sponsoring, they've got St Kevin's well out in front at the moment in lane number 5, rowing very strongly. Then over to the Geelong College crew in lane number 4 in second place. And they're actually 1, 2, 3, 4 across the field. So St Kevin's in lane number 5 on the near side of the course on your screen at the moment. And at this stage, it looks like it's Kerry Grammar and Geelong College bringing up second and third places, with Trinity on the far side of the course in lane number 2 in 4th place. That Trinity crew we called out before. Kerry Grammar in lane number 3, closely fighting it out for second place with Geelong College. But this St Kevin's crew looking very comfortable out in front here at the moment. A lot of run on the boat in ideal conditions here up at Lake Ngambia at the moment. And certainly for the B final, this is looking very strong for St Kevin's. Kerry Grammar in lane number 3 have moved into second position as they move up with 100 metres to go. The Kerry Grammar crew of Aidan Tennis, Ben Stanby, Gus Knowles, Jake Shinton, Tom Machin, coached by Ben Worth and Dean Katzvelis, is just in second place, but only just by probably a bow ball from Geelong College. William Troth, Gus Harris, Will Swan, Toby Hope, Cox by Will Hunter. But this St Kevin's crew now, as you see on your screen at the moment, looking very comfortable to take out the B final of the Cox Quad Scale, Year 9 Division 5. And they move very strongly through the finishing line in your screen at the moment. And we've got a strong battle now for second place, with Kerry Grammar having lifted their rating and just moved slightly ahead of Geelong College. Geelong College responding at the moment, but nothing here. There's only a bow in this race, but Kerry Grammar have managed to hold off Geelong College for second place, followed by Trinity crossing the line at the moment in 4th position. So we had St Kevin's, Kerry Grammar, Geelong College and Trinity. And that's race number 33.
Thanks, Andrew. And as you said, great conditions here for quad sculling at the Ngambia Lakes Regatta Centre. Ngambia Lakes Regatta Centre. And the 6 crews are away, as you mentioned. Wesley College on 1, Melbourne Grammar on 2, Xavier on 3, Scotch College on 4, Scotch College number 9 on 5, and Brighton Grammar on lane 6, nearest the judge. All the crews are Division 5 except Scotch number 9 crew on lane 5. And already the crew on lane 3, that's lane 4, Scotch College number 5, going out to the early lead over the Xavier crew alongside them on lane 3, and across to lane 2, Melbourne Grammar, and Wesley on the far side of the course on lane 1. This is the final of the Clydesdale Year 9 Division 5, sponsored by Renew Physiotherapy. In very, very keen competition for the lead in the first 250 metres, but it's still Scotch College, number 5 on lane 4, in the lead from the crew, second from the far side. Melbourne Grammar School in second place. The Scotch College, of course, has 2 crews in this event. Their number 9 crew back in 4th or 5th position at the moment, along with the Brighton Grammar crew on lane 6, who are bringing up the rear. And on the second from the far side, it's Melbourne Grammar, who've got the chasing to do to try and keep up with the Scotch College number 5 crew in lane 4. Edward Catalini, Darcy Miller, Alexander Ludovici, and Charlie Green in the stroke seat with Hamish Wilkinson, the Cox, and coached by Harry Isles. The crew from Scotch College come towards the 500 metre mark, comfortably out in front. A couple of lengths, I would say, maybe 2.5 lengths over Melbourne Grammar over there on lane 2, followed by lane 5, Scotch College number 9. Then across to the crew from Xavier number 5 on lane 3. Across on the far side is Wesley College, and bringing up the rear is Brighton Grammar nearest the judge on lane 6. But it's Scotch College in the lead. They've had a pretty good run so far. They've won 2 of the 3 finals in the Quad Scull Year 9. They won Division 6 and Division 8. Melbourne Grammar taking out Division 7. At the 750 metre mark, it's the Scotch College crew ahead of Melbourne Grammar by about 2.5 lengths. Very tight for third between the crew from Scotch College number 9. Brighton Grammar here on lane 6, moving their position a little bit closer to perhaps 4th position, just ahead of Xavier number 5, and on the far side Wesley College. But Scotch College doing it well. They've led all the way, and they got a lead down to the line with at the 900 metre mark, where the boys changed from yellow to orange. I don't know whether you can pick that up on the picture on the screen, but the Scotch College crew doing it well on lane 4 to take out this Year 9 Division 5 Quad Scull final, sponsored by Renew Physiotherapy. As they drive down to the line, it's going to be Scotch College in these perfect conditions on lane 4. Their number 5 crew across the line first, 2.5 lengths clear over Melbourne Grammar in second place, followed by the Scotch College number 9 crew in third position. Very tight for 4th. I think Xavier will hold on for 4th, just ahead of Brighton Grammar, and Wesley will be in last place on lane 1. So 6, 2, 4, 1, 3, 5 down the page there, and the winning crew from Scotch College number 5 from the bow, Edward Catalini, Darcy Miller, Alexander Ludovici, and Charlie Green in the stroke seat, and Cox by Hamish Wilkinson, coached by Harry Isles. Congratulations, Scotch, winners of the Division 5 of the Year 9 Quad Scull. As we revert down the course to a single sculling race, which is interesting because not listed on my program, and we don't have their names. So maybe that's from earlier on, that preliminary race that we had, race number 24. Well, at least we know they're 2 Trinity Grammar School scullers. Not listed in my program. I don't know where they've come from, but at least we can call them as they come down to the line, Trinity Grammar number 1 and Trinity Grammar number 2. Even looking further down through the program, I can't find their names, and they've got no bow numbers either. So Trinity Grammar number 1 and Trinity Grammar number 2 in second place. We don't know their names because we haven't got any information accordingly, and they've got no bow numbers, so presumably that was something that they arranged to have during the program as they were up here. So great to see Trinity Grammar competing at our regatta today. They've had a tremendous number of rowers competing. In fact, one of them wasn't Trinity Grammar. I'm not sure what the colours were there. They were very similar. One of them in the blue and yellow. As we see the next race underway, this is the B final of the Quad Scull Year 9 Division 4, sponsored by Clarendon Lawyers, and it's back to Andrew Murty.
So race 35, and only a few minutes behind schedule at the moment, so the race officials doing a great job at this stage. This event, as Roger said, is sponsored by Clarendon Lawyers. You can see on your screen there the Kerry Grammar crew. They're in lane number 3. So we've got Caulfield Grammar in lane number 2, Kerry in lane number 3, the Geelong College in lane number 4, and Wesley College in lane number 5. So this is the Geelong College crew. You can see on your screen now in lane number 4 of Oliver Ashby, Jasper Atkinson, Jacob Rowbottom, Will Rickson and Sophie Coleman. And then we've got the Wesley College crew now in lane number 5. You can see on the screen, which is Will Nuttall, Quinn, Glenn, Marlo Morton, Jacob Markay Walker and Samuel Faranides as the Cox. As we look across the crew at the moment, it's the Kerry Grammar crew just out in front, but nothing much between Kerry Grammar and Geelong College. Over on the far side of the course, we've got Caulfield Grammar in lane number 2. But at this stage, those 3 crews in the middle, the Kerry Grammar crew in lane number 3, Geelong College crew in lane number 4, and the Wesley College crew in lane number 5 are currently fighting it out for first place, with Caulfield Grammar over on the far side of the course about 3 lengths back in 4th position. So you can see here the Kerry Grammar crew that look as if they're about half a length in front at this stage of Henry Moore, Tom Prendergast, Flynn Ricciar, Will Hutchins, Max Vinderampule, coached by Robert O'Neill. This is the B final of the Cox Quad Scale Year 9 Division 4. And they're looking very good out in front of the Geelong College crew in lane number 4. And then over to Wesley College. So not much between Wesley College and Geelong College. Wesley's probably moved into 2nd place at the moment, which is the crew I mentioned before with Will Nuttall in the bow seat, Quinn Glenn, Marlo Morton and Jacob Marque Walker, with Samuel Faranides in the Cox seat. Well done. At this stage, though, it's still Kerry Grammar out in front. Over on the far side of the course, coming in 4th position, you can see Caulfield Grammar. But at this stage, it's the Kerry Grammar School crew. Very tight racing here, though. So Kerry Grammar at the moment are rating 36. Over to the Geelong College crew at the moment, which is rating 34. And they're fighting it out for first place with Wesley College in lane number 5. In 3rd place over to Caulfield Grammar, in lane number 2 in 4th place. So great race here in the B final of the male school Cox Quad Scale. And the A final, Rogers tells me, is underway. So we'll just follow this one through as they get up towards the finishing line with about 15 strokes to go at the moment. Very tight racing here. So Kerry Grammar again lifting their rating. Just holding off the Geelong College crew in lane number 4 and over to Wesley College, who seem to have had a breakage, unfortunately, in the last 20 strokes. And they've slowed to a stop. But this Kerry Grammar crew of Henry Moore, Tom Prendergast, Flynn Ricciar, Will Hutchins, Max Vinderampule, coached by Robert O'Neill, and they're going to take out the B final here as we move up towards the finishing line. It's Kerry Grammar in 1st place, followed by Geelong College in 2nd place, then over to Wesley College in 3rd position and Caulfield Grammar in this race 35. So over now to race 36, which is already underway. We've got Xavier. This is the A final of the Cox Quad Scale Year 9 Division 4 with Xavier, Melbourne Grammar, St Kevin's, Scotch College in lane number 4, Brighton Grammar in lane number 5, and Trinity on the near side. So you can see on your screen, you can see Xavier over on the far side of the course. Then you've got Melbourne Grammar. In the middle, you've got St Kevin's over to Scotch College, and then Brighton Grammar. And just out of screen at the moment is Trinity. So great race here, and you've got the Scotch College crew at the moment in lane number 4 and the St Kevin's crew in lane number 3 out in front at the moment as they pass through the 200 metre mark. Great battle here for first place in this, the A final of the Cox Quad Scales Year 9 Division 4, and it looks as if St Kevin's lifted the rating, have just moved out a little way, probably half a length in front of Scotch College, and then over to Melbourne Grammar. They're right up in the mix for 2nd place. St Kevin's have done a great job here, lifted the rating. This is the crew of William Sedano, James Hart, Leonard O'Callaghan, Nicholas Woolrich and Blake Armstrong as Cox, and they've now moved out to a length with a very strong finishing Melbourne Grammar crew moving up alongside Scotch. So nothing here at the moment as they come into the last 10 strokes. It's still St Kevin's just holding off Scotch by 3/4 of a length, with Melbourne Grammar in 3rd place, followed then by Brighton Grammar in 4th position, over to Xavier in 5th place and Trinity in 6th position. That was the A final, won by St Kevin's, and the event sponsored by Clarendon Lawyers.
Thanks, Andrew. And we've just had clarified that single sculling race a few minutes ago, sponsored by the Regatta Shop, was the under Year 10 Division 1 single scull, race 24. Congratulations to the winner, Hamish Beadle. His grandfather will be very, very happy. And second was Will Kahn of Trinity, and the other sculler was a scratching Ethan Cohen But well done to Hamish Beadle, winning the Year 10 Division 1 single scull final. Next event is in the starters' hands. This is the B final of the quad scull Year 9 Division 3 with the draw for the final here in race 37. And they're often racing. Haileybury on 1, Carey on 2, St Kevin's on 3, Caulfield on 4, Wesley on 5, and Trinity Grammar School on lane 6. Trinity, a lot of rowers there at the school, and it's terrific to have them here at the Scotch Mercantile Regatta today. In this Division 3 of the quad scull, Year 9 Division 4, with St Kevin's breaking the Scotch College dominance there. Scotch have won the Division 5, Division 6 and Division 8. Melbourne Grammar Division 7 and St Kevin's there in Division 4. Now this is the B final of Division 3 with the early leader being, I would think, third across from the far side, St Kevin's College on lane 3 in race 37. The great pictures on the screen there with St Kevin's in the lead from the Caulfield Grammar crew, who are on the screen at the present time. The crew stroked by Charles Dudley and coxed by Zentu Kong. And the Carey Grammar crew and St Kevin's doing well over there on lane 3. Third from the far side, St Kevin's in the lead from the, well, pretty tight for second between Wesley on lane 5 and Caulfield Grammar alongside them. They're going stroke for stroke, those two crews, but St Kevin's have moved out to over a length lead in race number 37, the B final, quad scale Year 9 Division 3. Sponsored by Sykes Racing, the great boat building business down there at Geelong, and also agents in Australia for the Concept 2 machines and also the oars. And Jeff Lawrence and his team down there at Geelong doing a great job, and we thank them very much for their sponsorship here today. As the leading crew, St Kevin's stroked by Rupert Kidman and coxed by Harry Ryan, out comfortably in front of the rest of the field here in the B final. Very tight for second between Trinity now on lane 6, moving up into second place, I reckon, just ahead of Wesley on lane 5, followed by the crew second from the far side, Carey Grammar in the yellow colours, then Brighton Grammar back in Caulfield Grammar in lane 4, and then right over on the far side, Haileybury bringing up the rear. But it's St Kevin's leading on lane 3 at the 800 metre mark in this B final of the Year 9 Division 3 quad scull. They're holding on to about a 2.5 length lead over the crew from Carey Grammar in second place. Second from the far side on lane 2. Then down on the inside station is Trinity Grammar School in third position, followed by Wesley, Caulfield Grammar and Haileybury. But it's all St Kevin's as they come down to the line. Jack Hillier, Owen Mugglestone, Lucas Jackson, Rupert Kidman and Harry Ryan in the coxswain seat as they drive down to the line with a couple of strokes to go. It's going to be St Kevin's to take out the B final, Year 9 Division 3, across the line first. It'll be very tight for second between Trinity and the crew from Carey, but Carey will hold on to second place, about 4 lengths behind, a metre or 2 back to Trinity, followed by the crew from Wesley, Caulfield and Haileybury, as they've had a start in the next event, but congratulations to the B final winners there, St Kevin's. Had a start in the A final, Year 9 Division 3, sponsored by Sykes Racing. The starters here in race 38, Xavier 3 on lane 1, lane 2 is Scotch College 3, lane 3 is Melbourne Grammar 3, lane 4 is Albert Park College, lane 5 the Geelong College, and lane 6 nearest the judge is Brighton Grammar. And away very well in the early stages is the Xavier College crew on lane 1 and Scotch College alongside them along in lane 2, and Melbourne Grammar on 3 and Brighton Grammar in the lower part of our screen here, really staying up in the early stages. Albert Park College dropping back a little bit along with the Geelong College on lane 5 back at the rear of the field. But it's the crew third from the inside. I think Albert Park College may be leading in the light blue colours with the yellow trimming. All the crews down there, I think, are coached by Virginia Lee, the former international lightweight oarsman herself. Oscar Lawson, Jazzy D. Caleri Cade, Oliver Humphreys Gray and Samson Maganicki and Gus Lavery, the Cox. They'll be pleased to be away from Albert Park at the moment. And they are just holding off the Scotch College crew over there on lane 3. Cox by Xavier Wilson. No relation. George Richards, the coach, stroked by Thomas Genovese. And those two crews have settled down to fight it out. Scotch may be right up onto level terms now with Albert Park College. Followed back in third position, the crew from Melbourne Grammar on lane 3. Then down on the inside station, Brighton Grammar, followed by the crew on the far side, Xavier 3, and then bringing up the rear is the Geelong College on lane 5. About 350 metres out from the line, and Scotch really digging it in deep, have taken the lead away from Albert Park College in the last few hundred metres. Stroked by Thomas Genovese, behind him Justin Tan, Christopher Lewis and Sebastian Crickaditis in the bow seat. And coached by George Richards. They're starting to streak away now from the field here as they come down to the 800 metres, rating on around about 37 strokes a minute, really keeping the work rate right up, and they're spread eagling the field as the Albert Park College crew would be rating 3 or 4 points lower than the Scotch College crew. Come down with 140 metres to go. Well clear now of the Albert Park College crew in this, the A final of the Year 9 Division 3, sponsored by Sykes Racing. 2.5 lengths clear over Albert Park College in second place. Xavier in third position on the far side. Then follows Melbourne Grammar on lane 3, Brighton Grammar on lane 6, and Geelong College at the rear. But it's all Scotch College on lane 2. Their number 3 crew in Division 3 of the Year 9, drowning down to the line. 2.5 lengths clear at the finish from Albert Park College in second place, followed by Xavier on the far side in third position, followed by the crew from Melbourne Grammar in fourth place on lane 3. Fifth will be Brighton Grammar on lane 6, and 6 will be the Geelong College on lane 5. So down the page, 314-265 there, and well done to the Scotch College crew taking out the final there of Division 9, Division 3 of Year 9 quad scull, with a winning combination from the bow: Sebastian Crickaditis, Christopher Louis, Justin Tan, Thomas Genovese, Coxon Xavier Wilson, and coached by George Richards. Scotch College winners of the Year 9 Division 3 of the quad scull, sponsored by Sykes Racing. Next event is the quad scull Year 9 Division 2, sponsored by Polyman Menswear, the B final, and it's underway, and it's over to my co-commentator Andrew Murchie.
Thanks, Roger. That was a great final. Obviously, all these crews too that are winning these A finals are getting their Victorian gold medals from the regatta organisers down at the finishing line here on this staging. So fantastic events here for the Victorian state titles for these Year 9 quad sculls. And as Roger said, we're up to race 39, so right on time at the moment. 11:02 was start time. This is sponsored by Poloman Menswear, conveniently located in the Hawthorn shopping precinct. Poloman Menswear provides tailored clothing and stocks some of the world's leading off-the-rack labels, and thanks to Charles Miss Campbell for his support today. We've got Haileybury in lane number 1, Geelong College in lane number 2, Wesley College in lane number 3, Trinity in lane number 4, and Caulfield Grammar lane number 5, Gippsland Grain lane number 6 on the near side. So this is a B final, the Year 9 Cox Quad Scale Division 2. You can see in your screen there on the far side the Geelong College crew. So at this stage it's the crews in the centre of the course that are out in front. We've got the Geelong College crew in lane number 2. It looks about a length in front of the Wesley College crew in lane number 3 as they come through now with 500 metres to go. And it's this Geelong College crew in lane number 2, Ben Gorell, Jesse Middleton, Alex White, Henry Jackman, Alex Hayden. They're out in front at the moment from the Wesley College crew beside them in lane number 3. And then we've got the Caulfield Grammar Crew in lane number 5 in third place, followed by Gippsland Grammar in lane number 6, and over to Haileybury in lane number 1 on the far side of the course. But very good racing here now as they come up towards the 300 metre mark, and nothing between these two crews. You can see in your screen on the far side is the Geelong College crew, and right along beside them is the Wesley College crew, matching it stroke for stroke here at the moment. Wesley starting to lift their rating at this stage, but nothing in it, both rating 36 strokes a minute at the moment as they pass through the 250 metre mark. It looks like the Geelong College crew, it just moved out now to a 3/4 of a length lead from Wesley College. Then we've got the two crews in lane number, Caulfield Grammar in lane number 5, and Trinity in lane number 4, battling it out for 3rd and 4th position, and over to Haileybury in lane number 1 in 5th place. But as we move up with 100 metres to go, and it's still the Geelong College crew looking very strong here in this, the B final of the Cox Quad Scale Year 9 Division 2. Wesley trying valiantly to catch, and that's Khalid Machini, Herschel Waters, Andrea Kiddis, Edwin O'Donnell, Cox by Lucas Gardner. But as they move up now to the finishing line, very good rowing by this Geelong College crew to take out the B final from Wesley College, with then Caulfield Grammar in lane number 5, just holding off Haileybury on the far side of the course for 3rd place. So it's Caulfield Grammar moves through the finishing line now in 3rd position, with Haileybury in 4th place, and Gippsland Grammar on lane number 6 in 5th position. So very good race there from the Geelong College crew. So it's Geelong College, Wesley, Caulfield Grammar, Haileybury and Gippsland Grammar. And as we look up the course now, it's up to race number 40, which is now the A final, again sponsored by Polo Man Menswear. So the A final of the male school Cox Quad Scale Year 9 Division 2. We've got Xavier on lane number 1, Carey Grammar on lane number 2, St Kevin's on lane number 3, Scotch College on lane number 4. You can see the St Kevin's crew in lane number 3 on your screen there now. Scotch College in lane number 4, Melbourne Grammar on lane number 5, and Brighton Grammar on lane number 6. So again, this is for a Victorian State final in the Cox Quad Scale Year 9 Division 2, sponsored by Polo Man, the A final. At this stage, it's the Scotch College crew on lane number 4. Out in front, this is the Scotch College crew of Lockie Finster, Sebastian Richardson, Maxime Jeremijenko, Daniel Fernando, George Simmons, and coached by Philip Wright. And they're looking very good blade work out there. Then you've got Xavier on the far side of the course. They're back in 4th or 5th place at the moment on your screen, and then back further to St Kevin's College. But it's in the middle of the course where the action for first place is going on, with Scotch College out in front from the St Kevin's crew in lane number 3. So Scotch College have cleared out now by 1.5 lengths to St Kevin's College in lane number 3. And then if we look across the course, we've got Brighton Grammar at the moment in 3rd place. But it's a very strong looking Scotch crew, coached very well by Philip Wright. Good blade work at the moment. A lot of run at this stage. Currently on rating 34 at this stage, so comfortably out in front. And then there's St Kevin's in 2nd position on lane number 3, and they're now being challenged by the crew on the far side of the course in Xavier. But still St Kevin's about 1 length in front of Xavier, and then over to Carey Grammar, and there's nothing much in it for 3rd place at the moment between Xavier and the crew from Brighton Grammar on the near side of the course. But it's a very polished looking Scotch crew at the moment, settling into their rhythm at this stage. Well stroked by Daniel Fernando, and as they move up with 100 metres to go, they've moved out to 2 lengths. The Xavier crew on the far side of the course is making a concerted effort to move up alongside St Kevin's, so great racing for 2nd and 3rd place. But as they move up towards the finishing line in this A final of the Year 9 Division 2, it's well done to Scotch College, who have won that by 2.5 lengths from St Kevin's in 2nd place. Very good racing, and Xavier did a great job to move into 3rd place, and very hard for 4th. It may have been Brighton Grammar that just pipped Melbourne Grammar in 5th place there. And then over on the far side of the course, we've got Kerry Grammar we've got St Kevin's. But this is Scotch College Crew that's currently in your screen. Well done on the A final.
And we're underway in race 41, the B final, sponsored by Fuso, the great truck people. One truck has no competition. Our platinum sponsor, face to face, it can't be beaten. And 41 is the B final. Carey Grammar on lane 1, Caulfield Grammar on 2, Wesley on 3, Brighton Grammar on 4, Gippsland Grammar on 5, and Halebury on 6, nearest the judge. As the leading crews vying for the lead here, Wesley and Brighton Grammar, and Gippsland Grammar doing well. The crew from Sale and Eastern Victoria trying very hard to stick with the city slickers in this race, with the Wesley College crew and Carey over on the far side on lane 1, right up there in contention in the early stages. But it's the crew third from the inside. Brighton Grammar in the lead here. Mitchell Cozzolini, James Burke, Dougal Bland and Luke Travers with George Thompson with a P, the coxswain, coming up towards the 500 metre mark in front of Carey Grammar over on the far side in second position. Then back in third place would perhaps be the crew from Caulfield Grammar. Then back on the inside station, Halebury College in fourth position, followed by Gippsland Grammar, and bringing up the rear was Wesley on lane 3. But it's Brighton Grammar in the lead narrowly from the crew from Carey on the far side, the Carey Grammar crew here, coached by James Hoban and Marcus Rossi, stroked by Matthew Worth, Miles Goff, Benjamin Vanderberg, and Ned Benson in the bow seat, with Thomas Vezinar, the cox. They're really throwing it right out to Brighton Grammar as they come up towards the 750 metre mark in Division 9, Year 9, I should say, Division 1 B final, sponsored by Fuso, with Brighton Grammar about a length in front of Carey Grammar. In second place would be Caulfield Grammar over on the second from the far side, in a good race for first, second and third, but it is the B final to be followed by the A final, which is underway. Race 42 is underway. We'll revert back to that race as soon as we finish this event. But it's Brighton Grammar leading from the crew from Caulfield Grammar now moving into second place just ahead of Carey. Then back to Halebury down on the inside station, followed by Gippsland Grammar and Wesley bringing up the rear. But it's Brighton Grammar maintaining the lead here from the start. From go to woe, they're 100 metres to go, holding a length and a quarter lead over the Caulfield Grammar crew and move into a clear second position over Carey Grammar, who were second in the early stages of this B final of the Quad Scale Year 9 Division 1, sponsored by Fuso. Brighton Grammar across the line first, 2 lengths clear at the finish over Caulfield Grammar. 1 1/4 lengths back to Carey Grammar in third place, followed by Halebury in fourth position. Gippsland Grammar in fifth place and Wesley in sixth position. And the winning combination there, Mitchell Cozzolini, James Burke, Douglas Bland, Luke Travers and George Thompson, the cox, as we revert back now down the course to race 42, sponsored by Fuso, the Year 9 Division 1, with Geelong College on 1, Xavier on 2, Scotch College on 3, Melbourne Grammar on 4, St Kevin's on 5 and Trinity on 6. As we see the crew third from the far side in the lead here, Scotch College leading narrowly from the crew from Xavier alongside them on lane 1. Then across to Geelong College, followed by St Kevin, followed by Trinity Grammar down on the inside station, and Melbourne Grammar there on lane 4, and back in 6th place is St Kevin's on lane 5, but only about 2 lengths covering the whole 6 crews here in the A final, the Division 1 final of the Year 9 Quad Skull, sponsored by Fuso as they come down towards the 750 metre mark. Scotch holding on tenaciously. They've had a very good season so far. This combination of Seba Negri and the bow seat Henry Strang, George Burney, John Buffet and Lachlan Forte, the cox, coached by Adam Croxford. They're under a lot of pressure here from Xavier on the far side on lane 2. to try and get the prize here, but it's still Scotch holding on tenaciously from Xavier, followed by Melbourne Grammar and Trinity Grammar down on the inside, followed by the crew from St Kevin's, and on the far side, Geelong College at the rear of the field. Scotch holding on only narrowly. Xavier driving at them very hard at the concluding stage of this Division 1 final of the Year 9. And it's going to be Scotch all the way. They're only a metre or two in front, but they're going to hold off the challenge from Xavier over the concluding stages in a magnificent win. Scotch across the line first, followed by the crew from Xavier, then Melbourne Grammar. Trinity Grammar, very valiant, in fourth place, followed by the crew from St Kevin's and the crew from Geelong College bringing up the rear. So a terrific win there by the Scotch College crew. They've had a tremendous season. Seba Negri, Henry Strang, George Burney, Josh Buffet in the stroke seat with Lachlan Forte the Cox, coached by Adam Croxford. The crew from Scotch College winning from Xavier, Melbourne Grammar, Trinity, St Kevin's and Geelong College. As we've had a start in the next race on the program, which is Division 4 of Year 10, Cox 4, sponsored by Fowles, and it's back to Andrew, who knows all about Fowles.
Thanks very much, Roger. Yes, so we'll get this right this time. This is sponsored by Fowles Auctions and Sales. Thanks very much to Simon McPhail. He's one of the one stop for builders and renovators. Come and explore one of Australia's largest flooring and building material outlets. Fowles Auctions and Sales open 7 days a week, or visit them online at fowles.com.au. So thanks very much to Simon for his sponsorship as we look up the course at the moment. And on your screen now you can see the Ballarat Clarendon crew. So we've got Ballarat Clarendon, Geelong College and Caulfield Grammar in this race. Actually, there's a fourth crew in this race as well that's not currently listed. Yeah. So we've got 4 crews here. So the Ballarat Clarendon crew is actually in lane number 2. So there's a crew on lane number 1, which I'll just try and pick up. Then we've got on lane number 3, Geelong College and Caulfield Grammar on lane number 4. 43. This is event number 43, the Male School Cox 4 Year 9 Division 4, sponsored by Fowles. So I said before, at the moment we've got the Geelong College crew in lane number 3 out in the lead. This is Campbell Keeler, Connor Brown, Bol Acre, Emerson Facer, Cox by Kate Barr. And we've got, thanks Roger, we've got Gippsland Grammar in lane number 1 on the far side of the course, which is not listed on our program. So very close here between the Geelong College crew and the Gippsland Grammar crew on the far side of the course. We've got Ballarat Clarendon currently in 4th place and Caulfield Grammar in 3rd position in lane number 4. So as we look across the course here now, you can see on the far side there, that's the Gippsland Grammar crew, which I don't currently have listed on the program, but they're out in front. So the Gippsland Grammar crew on lane number 1 are out in front of the Geelong College crew in lane number 3. And they're rowing very strong at this stage in the final of the Male School Cox 4 Year 10 Division 4. And it's Gippsland Grammar crew as they move up with 100 metres to go now. Gippsland Grammar out in front by 2 lengths from Geelong College. And then Ballarat Clarendon are making a late charge here up towards the Caulfield Grammar crew. But this Gippsland Grammar crew full of run here. The boat moving along very nicely. Great run. And as they move up with 5 strokes to go, they are now 1.5 lengths in front of Geelong College. So Gippsland Grammar, as you see on your screen, has just come through to win the final of the Cox 4 Year 10 Division 4 from Geelong College, with Ballarat Clarendon in 3rd place and over to Caulfield Grammar in 4th position. And that was event number 43, sponsored by Fowles. So I'm sorry, I can't give you the names of the Gippsland Grammar crew there because I don't have them on my program, but well done to those boys. That's a great race in those sweep-oared boats. So we've been seeing a lot of Cox Quad sculls, but there we've got the sweep-oared boats won by Gippsland Grammar. And as I say, Geelong College finished in 2nd place in that event. So we're now moving on to race number 44. sponsored by Fuso. So the main event sponsor of the day, Fuso Trucks. This is the male school Cox for Year 10 Division 3. And while there's a short break here, you can't see, but at the moment the crews are all lining up at the staging to receive their Victorian state medals. So down at the staging at the moment, we have the Victoria Scotch College crew getting their Year 9 Division 1 medals, and we have a start now. This is race 44, the Cox for Year 10 Division 3, sponsored by Fuso. We've got Haileybury in lane 1, St Kevin's lane 2, 2 Ballarat Clarendon crews in lane 3 and lane 4, and Kerry Grammer in lane 5. So you can see on your screen now it's the St Kevin's crew as we look up the course. It's the St Kevin's crew of George Kemp, Mackenzie King, Benjamin Townsend, Nathan Spaghetti, Cox by Adam Guard, and you can see the 2 Ballarat Clarendon crews. You've got the Ballarat Clarendon crew here on the near side of the course that's out in front of Flynn Brower, Charles Goldsworthy, Felix Fogarty, Hamish McDonald and Alex Tippett, and they're in lane number 4. So we're moving up now towards the, not quite towards the halfway mark at the moment. It looks like the Ballarat Clarendon crew in lane number 4, just out in front of their compatriots from Ballarat Clarendon in lane number 3, which is Ned Quayle, Harry Smart, Oscar Gibson, Edwin Lennox and Samuel Hodges, the Cox. So there on your screen at the moment is the Ballarat Clarendon crew in lane number 4. And they're out in front at this stage. You can see the Kerry Grammer crew at the moment that are currently in 5th place on lane number 5. So again, great conditions here as we look at the final of the male school Cox for Year 10 Division 3 race 44, sponsored by Fuso, and it's Ballarat Clarendon in lane number 3 and lane number 4 fighting this event out. We've got St Kevin's in lane number 2 in 3rd place, over to Haileybury, fighting it out for 4th position with Kerry Grammer on this side of the course. But at this stage, it's the Ballarat Clarendon crew in lane number 4 of Flynn Brower, Charles Goldsworthy, Felix Fogarty, Hamish McDonald, Cox by Alex Tippett, and they're out in front at this stage from the other Ballarat Clarendon crew in lane number 3. They're about a length in front of them. Across then to St Kevin's in lane number 2 in 3rd position, fighting it out with Kerry Grammar School, and then in 5th position on the very far side of the course is Haileybury. So in your screen at the moment, you can see the 2 Ballarat Clarendon crews fighting it out with the crew on the near side, lane number 4, around 3/4 of a length in front of the Ballarat Clarendon crew, stroked by Edwin Lennox, coming in 2nd place. They've moved through with 250 metres to go, so about 25 strokes to go at the moment, and these 2 Ballarat Clarendon crews doing a great job fighting it out in front. They've cleared out by 2 to 3 lengths now from St Kevin's in lane number 2. George Kemp, Mackenzie King, Benjamin Townsend, Nathan Spaghetti and Adam Guard. But it's the 2 Ballarat Clarendon crews looking very polished here. Great sweep-board rowing from the Ballarat crews here, well known for that, and a very good battle between both of these crews. So as they move up with 10 strokes to go, the Ballarat Clarendon crew, stroked by Edwin Lennox, making a real drive at their compatriots, but it's still the Ballarat Clarendon crew, stroked by Hamish McDonald, moving up with 4 strokes to go, and they're going to win the event by half a length from Ballarat Clarendon in lane number 3 over to St Kevin's in lane number 2 in 3rd place, and then the Kerry Grammar School in 4th position. So we move on to race 45. I'll hand it back to Roger.
And Haileybury still coming through on lane 5. Thank you, Andrew. There's 3 crews away in the next event, the Regatta Shop. And we saw Hawthorn earlier on look pretty polished in the preliminary race for this event. And they're out in the front, in the lead already over Albert Park College, with the crew from Trinity Grammar School back in 3rd place. In this, the Quad Scull Year 10 Division 2 sponsored by the Regatta Shop. And it'll be interesting to see whether Hawthorn has it all their own way this time, because last time they looked pretty impressive in winning, and they've already gone out to a length and a half advantage over the crew from Albert Park College on lane 4, nearest the camera, and over on the far side, Trinity Grammar dropping back into third position. In the sponsored by the Regatta Shop. Great to have Susie Pelfram and Giles and the team there at the Regatta Shop, who are down at the Barwon today with the head of the Schoolgirls Regatta, attracting over 2,000 entries there today, yesterday, and again tomorrow, with all the finals starting at 7:30 through till 4:30 tomorrow afternoon. Big days racing down there as well as here at Ngambie Lakes in perfect conditions for quad sculling. In the Year 10 Division 2 sees the Hawthorn crew, Jonathan Gatzios, Jordan Coe, Thomas Pearce and Xavier Mackey in the stroke seat, with Katie Doonan the Cox, coached by Luciano Miranda's doing a great job there with the young rowers at the Hawthorn Rowing Club. They have about 350 metres to go, with the crew from Albert Park College in second place, stroked by Stephen Axius and Cox by Gus Lavery. And then back in third position is Trinity Grammar. And then the race following that will be a row over in the quad scull Year 1, Division 1 I should say, for Ballarat and Clarendon, who we saw out of a row over in the preliminary earlier on. Luncheon break. There will be a luncheon break today after a few more races on the program. In fact, race number 51 will be the last before we have a luncheon break a little later on in the program. But Hawthorn doing it easily. The blue and white colours of the Hawthorn crew showing out clearly in the lead here. Jonathan Gatzios, Jordan Coe, Thomas Pearce and Xavier Mackey, with Katie Doonan the Cox, and coached by Luciano Moran. Very impressive win there in the Year 10 Division 2 of the Cox Quad Scull, scoring by about 4 lengths from the Albert Park College crew, stroked by Stephen Axius and Cox by Gus Lavery in second place. And the Trinity Grammar guys, stroked by Hamish Beadle, who we saw win the single scull earlier on, Cox by Vanish Vanch Badwa. So the two crews are away from the 1,000 metre mark. This is the last of the 1,000 metre races, I think today actually. I think all the races from now on will be over 2,000 if I might stand to be corrected there. But, earlier on we were scheduled to have Gippsland Grammar race, and as I mentioned to you at the time, they don't have to row in the preliminary, and it looks like they are this time. And that was race 23 on the program earlier. So we've got the names of the guys there from Gippsland Grammar. Izzy Verrill, Alex Coleman, Thomas Condren and William Hornelin, with Malachi Wardley the Cox. The Ballarat Clarendon crew had a row over earlier in the preliminary. Rupert McDonald, James Galagi, Nick Rickard and George Tennant, with Ty Palmer the Cox. And the two crews are well underway. They've gone about 200 metres so far, coming past the 250 metre buoy. And it's a pretty good race between the two of them. I think perhaps Gippsland Grammar going out to a narrow lead. But look at these conditions, absolutely perfect for quad sculling. And leading into the 8th races coming up shortly, which is always part of the excitement of the Scotch Mercantile Regatta. This event sponsored by Sykes Racing down there at Geelong, who do a wonderful job in sponsoring and also with the competition in boat building. It's they've got plenty of business. I spoke to Jeff Lawrence not long ago, and good to see Sykes Racing here sponsoring this event. And Gippsland Grammar have sprinted right away from Ballarat Clarendon. Maybe they were saving themselves for this event, the Quad Scull Year 10 Division 1. After this, there will be a short break for the start of the 2,000 metre events, not scheduled to start till 11:44. But, this is race number 46, but funny enough, half 46 is 23. And that's when they were scheduled to race together. And that's where we've got their names from the program. And at the 750 metre mark, Gippsland Grammar from Sale in Eastern Victoria. A great place to live down there. I had 8 years of my life in the early days living down at Sale. William Hornleen is the stroke. Thomas Condren is the three-man. Alex Coleman the two-man. And Izzy Verrill in the bow seat with Malachi Wardley the cox. And they're sprinting right away from the Ballarat Clarendon crew from Lake Wendouree up there in Western Victoria. So we've got Eastern Victoria at Gippsland going through the 900 metre mark where the boys change from yellow to orange. Gippsland Grammar looking a very polished Year 10 Division 1 quad scull, sponsored by Sykes Racing. Well done, guys. A terrific effort and coming home strongly. They're going to score by about 5 lengths at the finish. Well done, Gippsland Grammar from Ballarat Clarendon in race 46. Now we'll have the presentation for that event shortly, but in the meantime, it's a little break in the program until 11:44, and we've got the 2 heats of the School 8s Open Division 2, sponsored by the Scotch Breakfast Parents, and then we'll have the School 8s Division 1, 2 heats of that. Now there has been some redraws there, so if you've got your programs out, we might give those to you because we've just got this short break in the program with Gippsland Grammar coming in to receive their trophies shortly. So race 48, the first heat of the School 8s Open Division 2, sponsored by the Scotch Breakfast Parents. Lane 1 will be Xavier. Lane 2 will be St Kevin's. Lane 3, Brighton Grammar number 2, coached by Tom Fisher. Lane 4, Wesley College. Lane 5, Melbourne Grammar. And Lane 6, Trinity Grammar. Race 49, the second heat of the Open 8s Division 2. Lane 1, Haileybury. Lane 2, Caulfield Grammar. Lane 3, Scotch College. Lane 4, Geelong Grammar. Lane 5, Geelong College. And Lane 6, Melbourne High School. And then the School 8s Open Division 1, the last 2 races before the interval, or the luncheon break. Race number 50, School 8s Open Division 1. Lane 1 will be Brighton Grammar. Lane 2, Melbourne Grammar. Lane 3, Geelong Grammar. Lane 4, Geelong College. Lane 5, Haileybury. And Lane 6, Caulfield Grammar. So the first heat of the first 8s, Brighton Grammar, Melbourne Grammar, Geelong Grammar, Geelong College, Haileybury and Caulfield Grammar. And the second heat, race 51 of the Open Division 1, sponsored by the Scotch first and second parents. Carey Grammar have withdrawn on lane 1. Lane 2 is Wesley. Lane 3, Scotch College, our head of the river title holders, again coached by Tom Woodruff. Lane 4, Xavier, and lane 5, St Kevin's. So just 4 crews in the second heat with the first 3 into the final. In the first heat, there were 6 crews with the first 3 into the final. So I don't know how that works. Anyway, that's fine. That's the draws for those next 4 races to come down shortly from 11:44 onwards from the 2,000 metres. So congratulations to the crew from Gippsland Grammar who have come in to receive the gold medal there. Not sure who's doing the presentations, but they're getting out of the boat to stand up, which is not a bad idea. So Gippsland Grammar, winners of the Quad Scale Year 10 Division 1, sponsored by Sykes Racing. In the bow seat, Izzy Verrill. 2, Alex Coleman. 3, Thomas Condren. Stroke, William Horneline. She's catching up with me. And the coxswain, Malachi Wardley. Congratulations, Gippsland Grammar, winners of the Cox Quad Scale Year 10 Division 1, sponsored by Sykes Racing.
So this is race 48. The male School 8 Open Division 2. This is Heat 1, so first 3 crews go through to the A final. And just waiting for vision coming up from the camera up at the first 500 metre mark. But you can see on your screen here, we've got Xavier on lane number 1, St Kevin's on lane number 2, Brighton Grammar on lane number 3, Wesley College on lane number 4, Melbourne Grammar on lane number 5, and Trinity on lane number 8. And one thing to mention with Scotch Mercantile Regatta is that all of these 2,000 metre events are seeding races for next week's Head of the River event, held back up here at Nagambie. So very important as we move in through to the finals today. Final of this race is race 83. And as Roger said before, we now only have 2,000 metre races till the end of the day. So the first 3 progress from this into race 83, which will be at 4:15 this afternoon. So as we look up the course here at the moment, difficult to be able to call from here the winning crews at this stage. As I said, we've got Xavier, St Kevin's, Brighton Grammar, Wesley College, Melbourne Grammar and Trinity. This is the male School 8 Open Division 2. And I know Melbourne Grammar have had a very strong season this year with Edward Sutton, Henry Gleeson, Lockie McCurdy, Lachlan Wilson, James Gray, Finn Stevens, James Newton-Brown, William Davey is the stroke, and Cox by Elliot Ronning. I think that's the Melbourne Grammar crew you can see on your screen at the moment. So this stage from here, it's the Brighton Grammar crew.
Third 500. Yeah, Brighton Grammar into the third 500 here, and we've lost the vision on the screen. We haven't got the first lot of cameras going, and they're on lane 3, narrowly in front. The crew coached by Tommy Fisher and stroked by Connor McConville and Charlie Moore, the Cox. These absolutely scintillating condition for 8-oared rowing. Right alongside them, Wesley College making a race of it with them. And in fact, I'd say Wesley's probably gone past them at this stage, along with St Kevin's College, followed by the crew from Melbourne Grammar on lane 5, then back to Trinity Grammar on lane 6 and right across to Xavier on the far side. But the crew fourth from the inside, Brighton Grammar still maintaining the lead over the crew from alongside them on St Kevin's College, perhaps in second place, followed by Wesley on lane 4, then back to Melbourne Grammar, followed by Trinity Grammar and Xavier battling it out for 5th and 6th position. First 3 through to the A final, which is race 83 later on this afternoon at 4:15. The remainder of the B final at 4:08. 4:08 and 4:15 for the second division. And as Andrew mentioned, qualifying regatta for the stations next week on the annual APS Head of the River, with the crew now from Wesley College taking the lead away from Brighton Grammar, and St Kevin's back almost on level terms with Brighton, challenging them for that second position, with Xavier also doing well on the far side. But it's down on the inside station, Melbourne Grammar, and then Trinity Grammar bringing up the rear. It's anybody's race here with the first heat of the Open Division 2, sponsored by the Scotch Breakfast Parents as they come down to the 1750 metre mark, with a driving effort from Xavier in the last 400 or 500 metres, driving up to Brighton Grammar and throwing out the challenge to them, and maybe have put their bow in front, as I mentioned, in the last couple of 100 metres, followed by St Kevin's College, then Wesley, Melbourne Grammar and Trinity bringing up the rear. First, second and third into the A final of this event at 4:15 this afternoon. The remainder of the B final at 4:08, and it's Xavier College on the far side, coached by James Rook. William Brenston in the stroke seat, Max Neve in the stroke seat with Sam Babbage, the Cox, and they're driving down to the line. Xavier College in the black and red colours on the far side on lane 1 to take out the first heat of the School 8's Open Division 2 in fine style. A terrific effort by Xavier as they come home to win by 3/4 of a length from Brighton Grammar, half a length back to St Kevin's in third place, followed by the crew from Wesley in fourth position, followed by Melbourne Grammar in fifth place, and Trinity Grammar will bring up the rear. But Xavier, a great win there. Axel Cortada McCorkle in the bow seat. Patrick Lachelle, that's a great name in the rowing world. Alexander Gorman, Alex Markets, Matthew Donahue, Rory Calvert, William Benston, and Max Neve in the stroke seat with Sam Babbage, the Cox, and coached by James Rook, taking out the School 8's Open Division 2 first heat. So they're away now in the second heat of Division 2 of the Schoolboy 8 race 49 from the 2,000 metre start. And we've got Haileybury on lane 1, Caulfield Grammar on 2, Scotch College on 3, Geelong Grammar on 4, Geelong College on 5, and Melbourne High School on 6. And it's back to Andrew Murchie for the race as they come down towards the 500 metre mark.
Thanks, Roger. And so this is the first time we've been using this camera from this side. So this camera is on the other side of the course, up near the 250 metre mark. And as Roger said before, so we'll be looking at Haileybury now currently in the screen, which is on this side of the course, which is on the far side of the course, on the near side on the camera. So we've got Haileybury, Caulfield, Scotch College, Geelong Grammar and Geelong College, and over to Melbourne High School on the far side on the screen. And as you can see here, we've got the Scotch College crew out in front at the moment in lane number 3, just out of your picture there now, coming to your screen now. That's the 500 metre mark pontoon that you can see on the right-hand side of the course. So it's the Scotch College crew at this stage, well out in front. They are Richie Johnson, Benjamin Simons, Leo Price, John Kilroy-Smith, William Dixon, Max Lempriere, Jack Cameron, Max Bloom, Leo Miller, and the coach is James Murray. They've had a very strong season this season, and they're certainly looking very strong as we move to the camera at the 750 metre mark, and it's the Scotch College crew out in front. And as I said before, we've got Caulfield Grammar there on lane number 2, Geelong Grammar on lane number 4, Geelong College on lane number 5, and Melbourne High School on lane number 6. And Melbourne High School in second place at the moment, Shen Wang, Rowan Lynch, Justin Chen, Abhinav Gupta, Oscar Kingham, Finn Ridge Wenter, Nick Zyka and Joe Christie. Leo Jaskweski is the Cox. So great to see Melbourne High School performing well here over the 2,000 metre races, but it's certainly Scotch College crew out, and there's the crew from Geelong College in lane number 5, rowing strongly with Emerson Nardorp Goddard, Nor Aker, Marcus Malloy, Ben Fulton, Angus Jackerman, Olivia Naylor, Sam Whitford, Jarrison Bray, coxed by Isabella Thompson. This is the Scotch College crew in your screen here, looking very strong at the moment. Currently rating down at 32 strokes a minute, so just easing through at this stage. And if we look back up the course at the moment, it looks like it's still the Geelong College crew and the Melbourne High crew that are filling second and third places, with over on the far side of the course, Caulfield Grammar in lane number 2, Samuel Hume, Ben Brandt, Luke Ridderford, Lachlan Dowling, William Vesley, Benjamin Whitney, Thomas Hume, Adrian Christofides, coxed by Josephine Palmer in 4th place. So Scotch College out in 1st place with The Melbourne High School and Geelong College crews are neck and neck in second position. Geelong College look as if they've just started to move through the Melbourne High School crew. Then in fourth place, we've got the Geelong Grammar crew that you can see on your screen now. Geelong Grammar coached by Salvador Henriquez. And then on the far side of the course, we've got Caulfield Grammar moving up alongside Geelong Grammar, and then Haileybury College over in lane number 1. So it's the Scotch College crew still out in front, coached by James Murray. Rating down at 32 strokes a minute at the moment, so just easing down in the last, as they move up to the 250 metre mark to go, with Geelong College clearly now moved into second place, rowing very strongly. So the Geelong College crew, stroked by Jarrison Bray, is around 2 or 3 lengths behind the Scotch College crew, and they're being challenged by Melbourne High School in lane number 6 on the near side of the course here. And over on the far side of the course, we've got the Caulfield Grammar crew moving up alongside the Geelong Grammar crew. So it's Scotch College, 3 or 4 lengths in front from Geelong College, with Caulfield Grammar and Melbourne High School battling it out for third place. But as they move up with 100 metres to go, Scotch College will take out the Male School 8 Open Division 2 Heat 2. As Roger said before, first 2 progress through to the A final. The rest go to the repechage, so very important here for Geelong College as they're moving up. They're just staying in front of Caulfield Grammar. Caulfield Grammar driving for the line, very close here. Caulfield Grammar lifted the rating, but the Geelong College crew is going to hold out Caulfield Grammar with Haileybury in 4th position, followed by Geelong Grammar. And then over on the far side of the course, we've got Haileybury College. So Melbourne High School moved into 4th place, with Haileybury over into 5th position on the far side of the course. So, as I said, first 2 crews, which will be Scotch College and Geelong College, will move through to the A final. The rest will go to the repechage.
Thanks, Andrew. The first heat of the Open 8's Division 1 is underway, sponsored by first and second parents at Scotch College. The draw here, is different from the program that you've got, is race 50. Brighton Grammar number 1 on the far side on lane 1. Melbourne Grammar on lane 2, Geelong Grammar on lane 3, Geelong College on lane 4, Haileybury on 5, and Caulfield Grammar on 6. And going out to the early lead could be Melbourne Grammar and Brighton Grammar on the far side, going out to the early lead in this Head of the River Prelude. The Scotch College crew in the second heat of this event, going for another one for the records. They've had a fantastic record here. Since we start rowing the Head of the River in 2001. People still tell me, are they rowing on the Barwon? And I keep telling them we haven't rowed on the Barwon since 2000, so the last 18 years, and this is the 19th year being held here at the Nagambie Lakes Regatta Centre, where we can fit 6 across. We could fix actually 8 across if we had to. But the crews on the far side, Brighton Grammar and the crew on lane 3, Geelong Grammar doing well, followed by the Geelong College on lane 4 as they came through the 1,000 metre mark and into this third 500 metres where it really happens in this race. First and second only into the A final later on today, and the remainder of the repechages, which there will be a couple of repechages today to decide the finalists as they come down through, with the crew from Melbourne Grammar, then follows the crew from Geelong College, Caulfield Grammar and Haileybury bringing up the rear. As we see the leading crews being Brighton Grammar and the crew from Geelong Grammar on lane 3. So that's 1 and 3, with Melbourne Grammar in between them on lane 2, followed by the crew from the Geelong College, followed by followed by Caulfield Grammar and Haileybury bringing up the rear. The Brighton Grammar crew coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark is coxed by Charlie Durkin, who is listed in the program as coxing all their crews, but that's not correct. Joshua Bortolucci in the stroke seat, Jacob Williams, Martin Calusa, Harrison Kirkham, Callum McPeak, Brock Jackson, Henry Armstrong and Tom Banfield in the bow seat, out about a length and a quarter in front over Geelong Grammar in second place, stroked by William Allen and coxed by Charlie Bonnan, coached by Arun Trammell. Then in third position, Melbourne Grammar, coxed by Will Bennett, stroked by Dean Kalilafudis. Then follows the crew from Geelong College, the Geelong College on lane 4, followed down on the inside station here by Caulfield Grammar in 5th place and Halebury in 6th position as they come towards the 1750 metre mark in the first heat of the School 8's Open Division 1, sponsored by the Scotch College first and second parents. Through the 1750 metre mark, it's Brighton Grammar a length and a quarter in front of Geelong Grammar. Another length and a quarter back to Melbourne Grammar in 3rd place. So the 3 Grammar crews out in the lead here, followed by the very closely by the Geelong College, followed by Caulfield Grammar and Halebury bringing up the rear, but down towards the 100 metre to go mark where the yellow boys change to orange. It's Brighton Grammar in the Malliora out in the lead here by a length and a quarter over the crew from Geelong Grammar, who stuck to their guns very well. Keep in mind, first and second straight through to the final. The remainder to the 2 repecharges this afternoon. But it's going to be Brighton Grammar all the way in the first heat of the Open H Division 1. Across the line first, 1 1/4 lengths clear over Geelong Grammar in 2nd place. Going to be very tight for 3rd. I think Caulfield Grammar might get up for 3rd. Oh, yes, right on the line, Caulfield Grammar, just ahead of Geelong College, who faded. And Melbourne Grammar stopped, they dropped their rating right down into 5th place, and Halebury in 6th position on lane 5. That was the first heat of the Open H Division 1, and the second heat's well underway. And as we mentioned, Carey Grammar have scratched. So we've just got Wesley, Scotch, Xavier and St Kevin's coming up towards the 1,000 metre mark. Scotch, of course, the head of the river title holders. I think, Andrew, have got 6 back from last year, from what I heard.
Yes, six back from last year. So they've had a very strong season, along with the Brighton Grammar crew that you just saw, which really finished that race before, only rating 27. So they went over very easily as well. So this is Heat 2, first 2 through to the A final. Rest through to the repechage. This is the Male School 8 Open Division 1, sponsored by the Scotch first and second parents. And as we move up now towards the 1,000 metre mark, this is the Scotch crew that you can see in the lead. They've moved out quite strongly from Wesley College in lane number 2. We've then got Xavier in lane number 3 and St Kevin's in lane number 4. So St Kevin's also have had a good season this season and been finishing very strongly in the latter half of the season in their races. So at the moment it's the Scotch College crew out in front from St Kevin's in lane number 5. They'd be about a length and a half behind Scotch College. Then tight for 3rd between the Wesley crew in lane number 2 and the Xavier crew in lane number 4. But at this stage, it's certainly the Scotch College crew out in front by about 2 lengths or 1.5 lengths from St Kevin's. We're just getting a rating there. So Scotch at the moment rating 32 out in front from, as I said, St Kevin's. And then over on the far side of the course, we've got the Wesley College crew, coached by Matthew Ryan, and then Xavier in lane number 4. So Scotch College crew of James Oles, Fraser Miss Campbell, Tom McPhail, Josh Hill, Marcus Emmett, Sam Hobson, James Scott, Marcus Cameron, Archie Gill is the Cox, coached by Tom Woodruff. And they've had a great season. And this St Kevin's crew with Jordan Roberts, Oscar Lane, Andre Farnan Aarons, Flynn Snowden, Joshua Murphy, Oscar Ryan, Leonardo Grossi, Liam Burke, William Lincoln Price is the Cox, and coached by a famous name, Jeff Watt in rowing. They're in 2nd place at the moment. Then very tight for 3rd between Xavier in lane number 4 and Wesley College over in lane number 2. But the Scotch College crew, as Brighton Grammar crew did just in the heat before, drop right down the rating now.
Victorian and New South Wales champions, Scotch College, so they've had a great season, as you say, Andrew.
And not rowing as listed in the program, so they've had one change from this due to an illness, I believe. So they're looking very good at the moment, out in front by about a length and a half from St Kevin's in lane number 5, and then great racing for 3rd place. So those 2 crews should go through the final. Xavier are making a strong drive. This crew of Spencer McNamara, Thomas Krogh, Mason Brinkworth, Joseph Clausen, Patrick Somerville, Will Crook, Simon Waugh, Samuel Waugh, Ross Agilopoulos and Christopher Wellink as the Cox, coached by Jason Izorskis. They're trying to drive up alongside St Kevin's, but they're not going to get there with 10 more strokes to go. And this Scotch crew is just easing down here with 10 strokes to go to the final from St Kevin's in second place, and they're very tight for third between Xavier and Wesley College. Nothing in it there, but as they cross the line here, as Roger said, the Victorian and New South Wales title holders in first place is Scotch College, followed by St Kevin's. Then a strong drive to the line by Xavier sees them in third place, with Wesley College now in fourth position. So that's Scotch and St Kevin's through to the A final, and then Wesley and Xavier through to the repechage later today, along with Brighton and Geelong Grammar through to the A final. So we now have a lunch break.
When there's hard work to be done, you need more than a truck. What you need is a warrior, a truck that will hold its ground all day. Tailored finance to get you on the road faster all day. And a service plan to keep you going and going and going all day. Fuso is the only truck with the soul of a sumo. Fuso all day.
Well, it's with great pleasure Nelson Alexander Real Estate in Kew brings to the market Overture Kew, an exclusive 21 townhouse and 4 penthouse apartment development in one of the most exclusive pockets of Kew. Meticulously designed by Bruce Henderson Architects, this collection of 3-bedroom accommodation is better than you'll see in the marketplace today.
Yes, I do. I love this life.
Strathbogie is where you want your kids to grow up and where they will thrive. They'll love it. You'll love it. All the things you love live in Strathbogie.
I love this life. Ooh, I love this life.
Google us for a little information on a big new life.
I'm Mark Verrocchi from Nelson Alexander, and we're ecstatic to be supporting the Scotch Regatta. For all of your residential real estate requirements, whether that be leasing, selling, auctioneering or property management, please don't hesitate to give myself or Cameron Ingram a call.
When there's hard work to be done, you need more than a truck. What you need is a warrior, a truck that will hold its ground all day. Tailored finance to get you on the road faster all day. And a service plan to keep you going and going and going all day. Fuso is the only truck with the soul of a sumo. Fuso all day.
Well, it's with great pleasure Nelson Alexander Real Estate in Kew brings to the market Overture Kew, an exclusive 21 townhouse and 4 penthouse apartment development in one of the most exclusive pockets of Kew. Meticulously designed by Bruce Henderson Architects, this collection of 3-bedroom accommodation is better than you'll see in the marketplace today.
I love this life. Yes, I do. I
grow up and where they will thrive. They'll love it. You'll love it. All the things you love live in Strathbogie.
I love this life. Ooh, I love this life.
Google us for a little information on a big new life.
I'm Mark Verrocchi from Nelson Alexander and we're ecstatic to be supporting the Scotch Regatta. For all of your residential real estate requirements, whether that be leasing, selling, auctioneering or property management, please don't hesitate to give myself or Cameron Ingram a call.
When there's hard work to be done, you need more than a truck. What you need is a warrior, a truck that will hold its ground all day. Tailored finance to get you on the road faster all day. And a service plan to keep you going and going and going all day. Fuso is the only truck with the soul of a sumo. Fuso all day.
Well, it's with great pleasure Nelson Alexander Real Estate in Kew brings to the market Overture Kew, an exclusive 21 townhouse and 4 penthouse apartment development in one of the most exclusive pockets of Kew. Meticulously designed by Bruce Henderson Architects, this collection of 3-bedroom accommodation is better than you'll see in the marketplace today.
I love this life. Yes, I do. I love this life.
Strathbogie is where you want your kids to grow up and where they will thrive. They'll love it. You'll love it. All the things you love live in Strathbogie.
I love this life. Ooh, I love this life.
Google us for a little information on a big new life.
I'm Mark Verrocchi from Nelson Alexander and we're ecstatic to be supporting the Scotch Regatta. For all of your residential real estate requirements, whether that be leasing, selling, auctioneering or property management, please don't hesitate to give myself or Cameron Ingram a call.
When there's hard work to be done, you need more than a truck. What you need is a warrior, a truck that will hold its ground all day. Tailored finance to get you on the road faster all day. And a service plan to keep you going and going and going all day. Fuso is the only truck with the soul of a sumo. Fuso all day.
Well, it's with great pleasure Nelson Alexander Real Estate in Kew brings to the market Overture Kew, an exclusive 21 townhouse and 4 penthouse apartment development in one of the most exclusive pockets of Kew. Meticulously designed by Bruce Henderson Architects, this collection of 3-bedroom accommodation is better than you'll see in the marketplace today.
Yes, I do. I love this life.
Strathbogie is where you want your kids to grow up and where they will thrive. They'll love it. You'll love it. All the things you love live in Strathbogie.
I love this life. Ooh, I love this life.
Google us for a little information on a big new life.
I'm Mark Verrocchi from Nelson Alexander and we're ecstatic to be supporting the Scotch Regatta. For all of your residential real estate requirements, whether that be leasing, selling, auctioneering or property management, please don't hesitate to give myself or Cameron Ingram a call.
When there's hard work to be done, you need more than a truck. What you need is a warrior, a truck that will hold its ground all day. Tailored finance to get you on the road faster all day. And a service plan to keep you going and going and going all day. Fuso is the only truck with the soul of a sumo. Fuso all day.
Well, it's with great pleasure Nelson Alexander Real Estate in Kew brings to the market Overture Kew, an exclusive 21 townhouse and 4 penthouse apartment development in one of the most exclusive pockets of Kew. Meticulously designed by Bruce Henderson Architects, this collection of 3-bedroom accommodation is better than you'll see in the marketplace today.
I love this life. Yes, I do. I love this life.
Strathbogie is where you want your kids to grow up and where they will thrive. They'll love it. You'll love it. All the things you love live in Strathbogie.
I love this life. Ooh, I love this life.
Google us for a little information on a big new life.
I'm Mark Verrocchi from Nelson Alexander and we're ecstatic to be supporting the Scotch Regatta. For all of your residential real estate requirements, whether that be leasing, selling, auctioneering or property management, please don't hesitate to give myself or Cameron Ingram a call.
When there's hard work to be done, you need more than a truck. What you need is a warrior, a truck that will hold its ground all day. Tailored finance to get you on the road faster all day. And a service plan to keep you going and going and going all day. Fuso is the only truck with the soul of a sumo. Fuso all day.
Well, it's with great pleasure Nelson Alexander Real Estate in Kew brings to the market Overture Kew, an exclusive 21 townhouse and 4 penthouse apartment development in one of the most exclusive pockets of Kew. Meticulously designed by Bruce Henderson Architects, this collection of 3-bedroom accommodation is better than you'll see in the marketplace today.
I love this life, yes I do. I love this life.
Strathbogie is where you want your kids to grow up and where they will thrive. They'll love it. You'll love it. All the things you love live in Strathbogie.
I love this life. Ooh, I love this life.
Google us for a little information on a big new life.
I'm Mark Verrocchi from Nelson Alexander and we're ecstatic to be supporting the Scotch Regatta. For all of your residential real estate requirements, whether that be leasing, selling, auctioneering or property management, please don't hesitate to give myself or Cameron Ingram a call.
When there's hard work to be done, you need more than a truck. What you need is a warrior, a truck that will hold its ground all day. Tailored finance to get you on the road faster all day. And a service plan to keep you going and going and going all day. Fuso is the only truck with the soul of a sumo. Fuso all day.
Well, it's with great pleasure Nelson Alexander Real Estate in Kew brings to the market Overture Kew, an exclusive 21 townhouse and 4 penthouse apartment development in one of the most exclusive pockets of Kew. Meticulously designed by Bruce Henderson Architects, this collection of 3-bedroom accommodation is better than you'll see in the marketplace today.
I love this life, yes I do. I love this life.
Strathbogie is where you want your kids to grow up and where they will thrive. They'll love it. You'll love it. All the things you love live in Strathbogie.
I love this life. Ooh, I love this life.
Google us for a little information on a big new life.
I'm Mark Verrocchi from Nelson Alexander and we're ecstatic to be supporting the Scotch Regatta. For all of your residential real estate requirements, whether that be leasing, selling, auctioneering or property management, please don't hesitate to give myself or Cameron Ingram a call.
When there's hard work to be done, you need more than a truck. What you need is a warrior, a truck that will hold its ground all day. Tailored finance to get you on the road faster all day. And a service plan to keep you going and going and going all day. Fuso is the only truck with the soul of a sumo. Fuso all day.
Well, it's with great pleasure Nelson Alexander Real Estate in Kew brings to the market Overture Kew, an exclusive 21 townhouse and 4 penthouse apartment development in one of the most exclusive pockets of Kew. Meticulously designed by Bruce Henderson Architects, this collection of 3-bedroom accommodation is better than you'll see in the marketplace today.
I love this life, yes I do. I love this life.
Strathbogie is where you want your kids to grow up and where they will thrive. They'll love it. You'll love it. All the things you love live in Strathbogie.
I love this life. Ooh, I love this life.
Google us for a little information on a big new life.
I'm Mark Verrocchi from Nelson Alexander and we're ecstatic to be supporting the Scotch Regatta. For all of your residential real estate requirements, whether that be leasing, selling, auctioneering or property management, please don't hesitate to give myself or Cameron Ingram a call.
When there's hard work to be done, you need more than a truck. What you need is a warrior, a truck that will hold its ground all day. Tailored finance to get you on the road faster all day. And a service plan to keep you going and going and going all day. Fuso is the only truck with the soul of a sumo. Fuso all day.
Well, it's with great pleasure Nelson Alexander Real Estate in Kew brings to the market Overture Kew, an exclusive 21 townhouse and 4 penthouse apartment development in one of the most exclusive pockets of Kew. Meticulously designed by Bruce Henderson Architects, this collection of 3-bedroom accommodation is better than you'll see in the marketplace today.
Yes, I do. I love this life.
Is where you want your kids to grow up and where they will thrive. They'll love it. You'll love it. All the things you love live in Strathbogie.
I love this life. Ooh, I love this life.
Google us for a little information on a big new life.
I'm Mark Verrocchi from Nelson Alexander and we're ecstatic to be supporting the Scotch Regatta. For all of your residential real estate requirements, whether that be leasing, selling, auctioneering or property management, please don't hesitate to give myself or Cameron Ingram a call.
Well, they're coming into line for the first race after the interval this afternoon. The race 52, the School 8's Year 10 Division 3, sponsored by our major sponsor, Nelson Alexander of Kew, our real estate agents out there at the 2,000 metres. Perfect conditions, of course, all the way down the course from start to finish. And the first race, all the races this afternoon over 2,000 metres now. And the draw here is lane 1 on the far side, St Kevin's. Scotch College on 2, St Kevin's on 3. Their number 2 crew, Melbourne Grammar on 4, Geelong Grammar on 5 and Xavier on lane 6. So you can see on the screen is the start, the 2,000 metre start with our camera out at the 500 metre point. And shortly we'll see the crews get underway. The 12:50 event, so we're 3 or 4 minutes past starting time. Our officials this afternoon, much the same as they were this morning, except the level 1s helping out at Geelong Grammar and Geelong College. And Andrew Guerin, our head of the jury. Level 3, David Grubitz, Reg Mackay, Paul Dickerson. Level 2s, Nancy Tataska, Graham Boycott, Peter Derbyshire, Alan Farrar and Duncan McKinnon and Peter McIntosh with the level 2 equipment, Eric Waller from Wendouree Ballarat. Eric, I think, on his way shortly down to Geelong for the head of the Schoolgirls Regatta, and the message up from the commentator down there, Andrew Biggin. His conditions are absolutely scintillating as well on the Barwon this afternoon, as they are here. And they're off and racing now in the first event on the second half of today's program. Race 52, at least I've got the draw for that race. And the School 8's Division, Year 10, Division 3. First three, according to this program, through to the final, which is race number 70 this afternoon. And that will be at through 2:52. Just throw that in the bin, will you? Oh, lovely. They're away from the 2,000 metre start, a great backdrop behind the crews as they have covered the first 100 metres or so, with the crew from Scotch College out well on lane 2 in perfect conditions for 8-oared rowing, and a great backdrop of the township as well as some of the apartments there and trees behind the 2,000 metre start, which is right where the hotel Nagambie is, run by the rowing club. And Scotch have gone away to the early lead here over St Kevin's number 1 on lane 1, St Cotch on lane 2. And they're coming down now to the camera position at the 500 metre mark. And Scotch aren't getting it all their own way here. Melbourne Grammar and Geelong Grammar also sticking up pretty well on lanes 4 and 5. Back to Xavier then and the crew from St Kevin's number 2 on lane 3. But there's 6 crews here with the first 3 through to the A final, which is race number 70 this afternoon at 2:52. The remaining crews to the B final at 2:59. Geelong Grammar on our screen here, the light blue colours, stroked by Lachlan Talbot and Lucy Metcalf in the coxswain seat, but the Scotch College crew have got away from them at this point in time. The Scotch crew are leading as they come through the 500 metres. Ned Brown, Benjamin Simon, Jackson Cameron, Tommy Livardis, Charlie Steins, Ethan Allen, Ryan Arl, Angus Morrissey and Hugo Gertis, the Cox, coached by Harry Gill. Going out to the early lead there in the first 500 metres, coming into the second 500 and almost to the 1,000 metre mark now, with St Kevin's in second place, the number 1 crew on lane 1 on the far side of the course on the screen at the present time, with the crews from the School 8's Division 3 into the third 500 metres now. And again, some great pictures coming through from our camera people today, with Scotch holding onto the lead here narrowly from St Kevin's on the far side. And they may be in front of the St Kevin's crew, in fact, and then the crew on St Melbourne Grammar on lane 4, also going well, ahead of Geelong Grammar on lane 5, and Xavier on lane 6 on this side of the course. We have to go from the program for the time being. And it's a great effort there by the St Kevin's crew on the far side of the course, coxed by Patrick O'Callaghan and stroked by Nicholas Tongi. Going out to the lead there on the far side. Melbourne Grammar on lane 4 in second place. Scotch, who were up there in the early stages, have dropped back, I think, at about 4th position behind Geelong Grammar in 3rd position on lane 5. Scotch then perhaps just ahead of the Xavier crew on lane 6 and St Kevin's on lane 3. But coming through the 1250 metre mark, they've got still 750 metres to go, with St Kevin's in the lead on the far side. Kyle Reynolds in the bow seat ahead of him. Andrew Asham, Dominique O'Leary, Alexander Prosser, Thomas Manning, Jackson Lurie. Frederick Holland in the stroke seat is Nicholas Tongi, and Patrick O'Callaghan the cox. The crew from Melbourne Grammar sticking to their guns also well in second place. On the screen at the present time, the crew, they're coached by Nicholas Billings and stroked by Jean-Baptiste Donnelly and coxed by Max Shepherd, with Scotch College in 3rd place after being up there in the early stages. In fact, I reckon they're back in 4th or 5th position now, with Geelong Grammar in 3rd place. So 1st, 2nd and 3rd through to the A final, which is race 70 this afternoon at 2:59. Or 2:52, I should say. The B final before that at 2:45. So it's St Kevin's on the far side, looking really good now, with less than 500 metres to go. They've got about 350, 400 metres, and they've got a length lead over the Melbourne Grammar crew in second place. Another length and a quarter back to Geelong Grammar, followed by the crew from Xavier on lane 6, and then back to Scotch College on lane 2 in 5th position. And bringing up the rear is the St Kevin's second crew on lane 3. This is the first heat of the School 8's Year 10 Division 3, sponsored by our major sponsor, Nelson Alexander, the real estate agents at Kew, as the leading crew past the 1750 metre mark. It's St Kevin's College in the lead here by a length from Melbourne Grammar, another length away to Geelong Grammar, followed another length back to Xavier, a couple of lengths, or about 3 lengths away to Scotch, and St Kevin's number 2 well back at the rear of the field. But a terrific effort from St Kevin's here, looking very good, keeping the work rate up round about 34, 35 strokes a minute as they run in towards the finish with less than 100 metres to go, a length and a quarter in front of Melbourne Grammar, another length away to Geelong Grammar, followed 3/4 of a length back to Xavier, back to Scotch and St Kevin's number 2. But down towards the line, it's a terrific win coming to St Kevin's in the first heat of the Year 10 Division 3. Across the line they go. St Kevin's to score by 1 1/4 lengths at the finish from the crew from Melbourne Grammar in second place. 3/4 of a length back to the crew from Geelong Grammar in 3rd position, followed by half a length further back to Xavier on lane 6 in 4th place. 5th position will be Scotch College, and 6th, lane 3, will be St Kevin's number 3 when they finish. Race number 53 with the Scotch College first crew in this division. I wondered what had happened to them in that previous heat, but the Scotch College crew in this heat are out in front over Melbourne Grammar alongside them, their arch rivals, on lanes 3 and 4 respectively, and quite a gap back to the rest of the field. So this is race number 53, the second heat of the School 8's Division 10. Year 10, I should say, Division 3, sponsored by Nelson Alexander, and Melbourne Grammar serving it right up to Scotch as they come into this third 500 metres from the 1,000 metres. Scotch leading narrowly from Melbourne Grammar, then across to the crew from Xavier on the far side. Back to, then quite a gap back to Melbourne High School, followed by the crew from Melbourne Grammar on lane 4 and Geelong Grammar bringing up the rear. It's Melbourne Grammar number 1 taking the lead here in the third 500 metres from Scotch College, and Xavier on the far side sticking to their guns very well there behind their stroke. Joseph Prowse and Dominique Maisie, the cocks there, coached by Ben King, and they're looking pretty promising with Melbourne Grammar just shading Scotch now. The Melbourne Grammar crew, Tate Crampton in the stroke seat with Archie Allen, the cocks, no coach listed there, with Xavier challenging Scotch for second position. Beautiful pictures being beamed all around the world now with the live streaming done by our friends from PGM. Pro Image, I should say. Sorry, thanks for that. Pro Image. And Melbourne Grammar leading narrowly from Scotch and Xavier. What a great race it is for these three crews. They're all three through to the A final in this event, which is race number 70 at 2:52. The A final, the remaining crews to the B final just before that. And it's Melbourne Grammar ahead of Scotch and Xavier on the far side. Then back to the Melbourne High School on lane 6 on this side of the course. Then a long way back to the other Melbourne Grammar crew on lane 2 and Geelong Grammar bringing up the rear on lane 5. Through the 1,500 metres now, the Year 10 Division 3 Schoolboy 8's Heat 2, with Melbourne Grammar still maintaining the lead over Scotch. The crew stroked by Tate Crampton, behind him Conrad McIndoe, Tom Skymie Jones, James Arnold, James Goff, Hugo Williams, Alex Brew Ferrer and Fergus Guest in the bow seat. Good to see the Guest name in the Melbourne Grammar crew there. Archie Allen, the cocks. And Scotch coming back at them now, and they're going stroke to stroke, these two crews. Melbourne Grammar maybe a metre or so in front of Scotch College in second place. Xavier about 3/4 to 1 length away in third position, and a gap, quite a gap back to Melbourne High School down on the inside, and then a big gap back to the other two crews, Melbourne Grammar number 3 and Geelong Grammar on lane 5 back at the rear of the field. This is the second heat of the Year 10 Division 3 Schoolboy 8s, with Melbourne Grammar still maintaining the lead at the 1,800 metre mark by now half a length, drawing away from Scotch now. Scotch got within a few metres, but now the Melbourne Grammar crew digging in deeply, and they go straight through to the final along with Scotch and Xavier, first three through. And the Melbourne Grammar crew now drawing out to 3/4 of a length lead as they drive down towards the line ahead of Scotch College and Xavier back in third place. But down towards the finishing line, it's going to be Melbourne Grammar to take out Heat 2 of the School 8's Division Year 10 Division 3 by 3/4 of a length from Scotch College in second place, followed by 3/4 of a length back to Xavier in third position. Another length away to Melbourne High School, who put up a very good show in fourth place. Fifth will be Melbourne Grammar number 3, and 6 will be Geelong Grammar on lane 5 when they finish. Down the page when they finish in 53.352.164. And the next race is underway, race 54, the first heat of the School 8's Division Year 10 Division 2. So it's back to Andrew, if you can pick them up, Andrew, at the 1,000 metre mark.
Thanks, Roger. So, yes, race 54, Male School 8 Year 10 Division 2. This one's sponsored by Fowles Auction and Sales. Visit them at fowles.com.au, and we've got Caulfield Grammar in lane number 1 on the far side of the course. Then St Kevin's, you can see on your screen at the moment, on lane number 2. Wesley College in lane number 3. Xavier in lane number 4, and Geelong Grammar in lane number 5. And that's St Kevin's crew on your screen there at the moment is out in the lead. Thomas Bartle, Lucas Payne, Liam Monaghan, Jack Ives, Will Rawlings, Maximilian Zaspel, Timothy O'Halloran, Nicholas Bear, and Ty O'Donoghue, coached by Jonathan Sloan. And at the moment, they're looking very good out in front. They're rating about 35 strokes a minute at the moment, and they're in front of the Xavier crew on lane number 4. and then over across to the Caulfield Grammar crew on lane number 1. So as we move down towards the 1,000-metre mark at the moment, we've still got the St Kevin's crew out in the lead from Xavier, and in between them we've got Wesley College. So it'll be 1 Xavier, one St Kevin's, 2nd Xavier, Wesley College currently in 3rd place. So on your screen now is the Xavier College crew that is being challenged by Wesley College at the halfway mark as they pass through the 1,000-metre mark. It's Xavier just in front, Patrick Stewart, Tom Lachelle, Edward Newman, Samuel Casserly, Edward Wayne, Zachary Zappella, Campbell Jordan, Lachlan Power, Freddie Lukwashitz, and coached by Catherine Kennedy, and rowing well and long, but you can see in front of them they're a good 2 lengths at the moment behind the St Kevin's crew. Xavier crew at the moment up at 38 strokes a minute, so they're rating very high at this stage as they pass down towards the 1,100 metre mark, and it's still the St Kevin crew out in front, rating 36.5 strokes per minute, out in front of Xavier with Wesley College hot in pursuit. And if we look across the field then, on the far side of the course, we've got Caulfield Grammar in 4th place, and then we've got Geelong Grammar in 5th place. So at the moment, St Kevin's still driving ahead as they come down to the 500 metre mark. In ideal conditions here in this race sponsored by Fowles Auction Group. And as you look down the course, there's great vision on the screen at the moment with the St Kevin's crew still holding a handy 2 to 3 length lead from Xavier in lane number 2, about a 3/4 of a length back to Wesley College in lane number 3 with Alex Hardy, Leo Helwig Mickelson, Oscar Wise, Ben Turner, Darby Welbury, Campbell Darby, Josh Alexander, Lucas Higgs, and Nicholas Gielgotis is the Cox. So as I said before, absolutely ideal conditions as we have the first heat of this male School 8 Year 10 Division 2 heat over 2,000 metres, with the first 3 progressing through to the final. And as they come up past through the 250 metre mark, this St Kevin's crew is still looking very strong out in front. They're still 2 lengths out from Xavier College in lane number 4, with a further length and a half back to Wesley in lane number 3. Then over on the far side of the course, we have the Caulfield Grammar crew, which is stroked by Jack Tilley, and they're in 4th position. And then on this side of the course, a further 3 or 4 lengths back is Geelong Grammar, about 5 or 10 lengths off the 3rd place crew as they come up now, driving to the finishing line. First 3 to the final, it'll be St Kevin's as they move up towards the finishing line here in 1st place, a length ahead of Xavier in 2nd place, a further length back to Wesley College in 3rd place. And then we've got some 5 to 6 lengths back to the Caulfield Grammar crew on lane number 1, stroked by Jack Tilley, that's in 4th place. And Geelong Grammar, Fraser McCulloch, Noah Hill, Ethan Colley, Bryson Story, Luca Dinac, Jack Turner, Henry Martin, and Baxter Irish, coxed by Annabelle Kirby, will be coming across the line in 5th position, and they'll go through to the B final along with Caulfield Grammar. So that was event number 54. Down the page, 4, 1, 3, 2 and 5.
Thanks, Andrew. And the second heat of that event is well underway. School 8's Year 10 Division 2, sponsored by Fowles Auctions. Heat 2, Melbourne High School, Trinity Grammar School, Brighton Grammar number 2, Melbourne Grammar and Scotch College in this Division 2 of the Schoolboy 8s. With Melbourne Grammar coming through the 1,000 metre mark, towards the 1,000 metre mark in the lead here.
Clear the finishing line as quick as you can, please.
From Scotch College on lane 5, nearest the judge, and Brighton Grammar on lane 3. First 3 through to the A final, which is in this event the Year 10 Division 2 at 3:06 this afternoon, and the remainder to the B final at 3:02. Or 2:59 I should say. 7 minutes apart this afternoon. And they're well into the third 500 metre mark now, and Melbourne Grammar out in the lead here. The crew coached by Will Anders, stroked by Lucas Batten, and coxed by Freddie Campbell from the Scotch College crew alongside them. Coached by Lockie Murchie, the son of Andrew, my co-commentator here today. Lockie, of course, stroked the winning head of the River crew a couple of years ago for Scotch when Andrew called the head of the River that year, with Angus McLennan in the stroke seat and James Gray in the coxswain seat. But it's Melbourne Grammar in the lead from Scotch, with Scotch College ahead of the crew from Xavier, is it? Brighton Grammar, right, lane 3. Sometimes with all their white singlets underneath, they don't look quite the same, but the Brighton Grammar crew, they're coached by Lewis Fotheringham and stroked by Sam Stewart and coxed by Ryan Corey. As we see the crews well into the third 500 metres now, with about 650 metres to go for the leading crew, Melbourne Grammar, Alexander Ross, Louis Bridger, Charlie Reith, Will Dunlop, George Froomes Houseman, Jack Legg, Alexander Appleton and Lucas Batten, as we said, in the stroke seat, with Freddie Campbell, the cox, through the 1,500 metre mark. They've got a very clear lead over Scotch by about a length and a half. Scotch on lane 5 with Angus McLennan in the stroke seat and James Gray, the cox, in second place, ahead of the Brighton Grammar crew on lane 3. Then across on the far side to Melbourne High School and Trinity Grammar School back in 5th place. Second heat of the School 8s, Year 10, Division 2, race 55 on the Scotch Mercantile Regatta program, being conducted for the 62nd year. And I think I rode in the second Scotch Mercantile Regatta, it seems like a few years ago now. And down towards the 1750 metre mark. It's Melbourne Grammar doing it nicely. High balling out in front, about 2 lengths now, nearly over the crew from Scotch, who are about a length and 3/4 behind. Further length and a half back to Brighton Grammar. Over to Melbourne High School and the crew from Trinity having their own battle for 4th and 5th position. They'll be relegated to the B final at 2:59. The A final is at 3:06 in this event. And coming down where they change the boys from yellow to orange, indicating 100 metres to go for Melbourne Grammar. They're a length and a half in front of Scotch College in second place. Another length and a half back to Brighton Grammar, followed by Melbourne High School and Trinity. But it's going to be Melbourne Grammar down to the line. Alexander Ross, Louis Bridger, Charlie Reith, Will Dunlop, George Froomes Houseman, Jack Legg, Alexander Appleton, Lucas Batten, Freddie Campbell, the cox, and coached by Will Anders, scoring by a length and a half at the finish from the crew from Scotch College in second place. Then follows another length and a half back to Brighton Grammar. Those 3 crews into the A final at 3:06 this afternoon. The other 2 crews, Melbourne High School in 4th place and Trinity in 5th position, into the B final at 2:59. Next event on the program is underway. School 8s, Year 10, Division 1, sponsored by Clarendon Lawyers. Again, 1st, 2nd and 3rd into the A final of that event. So it's back to Lockie for the next description.
Thanks.
To Andrew, I should say.
That's okay. I wish I was that age, Roger, but I'm not. So, yes, back to Andrew. As Roger said, this is race number 56 now. Right on time, started at 1:18. Male School 8, Year 10, Division 1, sponsored by Clarendon Lawyers. And first 3 to the final with Xavier on the far side, Geelong College in lane number 2, Scotch College in lane number 3, Geelong Grammar you can see on your screen at the moment on lane number 4, Caulfield Grammar on lane number 5, and Brighton Grammar on lane number 6, which is on this side of the course or the other side of the course on your screen, because the camera is on the far side of the river for the first 500 metres of the race. As they're coming up now through the 500 metre mark up towards the 1,000 metre mark, and it's the Scotch College crew in lane number 3 out in front, looking strong, currently rating 36 strokes a minute out on that lane number 3, and over on lane number 1 is the Xavier crew in second place. So we've got Scotch College, Edward Finlay, Thomas Hearding, Massimo Marrow, Jake Maycock, Archie Abbott, Theodore Dryden, Tig Ryan, Ben Strang, Lockie Phillips is the Cox, coached by Lockie Marshall. And they've had a good season this year. They've been battling it out with Melbourne Grammar in this division for honours in each event. And at the moment, they're looking very strong out in front. The Xavier crew are rowing very well across there on lane number 1. Gabriel Villiers de Cazeneuve, Patrick Singh, Edward Lyons, Jasper Peppard, Olivia Salso, Sam Hansen, Charlie Ahmed, Patrick Shaw, Freddie Lejachowski, and coached by William Doble. Another well-known name within the Xavier fraternity is the coach of the Xavier crew. But at the moment, this Scotch crew looking very strong. Out in front, then we've got Geelong Grammar in lane number 4, Caulfield Grammar over in lane number 5, and Brighton Grammar in lane number 6. So at this stage, it's still the Scotch College crew out in front from Xavier and Caulfield Grammar, it looks like. So this is the Caulfield Grammar crew here, which is Fergus Kanimmeth, Joseph Godwin, Reese Andrew, Nicholas Knight, Tex Freeman, Blake Running Smith, Bryson Cowie, and Jasper Oriander, coxed by Samuel Norman. But it's still the Scotch crew just ahead of that Xavier crew that you see in your screen there. Out still by a good 2 lengths from Xavier. Back to the Geelong Grammar crew in 3rd place. Sorry, the Caulfield Grammar crew in 3rd place. And then we've got on this side of the course Brighton Grammar there, and Geelong College on the far side of the course as well. So still Scotch College in front, comfortably in the lead at the moment. With in 2nd place, I'd say Caulfield Grammar now are moving up alongside Xavier, and Geelong College is in 4th position. So we've got Scotch College still out in front by a good 2 to 3 lengths from Geelong College and Xavier filling 2nd and 3rd place. Then we've got over on the far side Geelong College in 4th position and Brighton Grammar in 5th place, with Geelong Grammar in 6th position. So as I say, this Scotch crew's had a great season, and in these conditions, there's no excuses for not rowing well in these conditions. Running along nicely. Xavier's still going very well on the far side of the course. They'd had a good race today, this crew coached by William Doble, and they'd only be a length behind the Scotch crew at the moment. The Caulfield Grammar crew still driving up on the inside as well. So it'll be Scotch College still with 200 metres to go out in front. 1 length back to Xavier College and half a length back then to Caulfield Grammar. Then we've got Brighton Grammar crew a further 2 to 3 lengths back. They're hotly pursued by Geelong College. And then we've got another 10 lengths back to Geelong Grammar at the rear of the field. This is the Josh Booth that the boys are rowing in, so famous Australian rower who's been selected again in both the President's Cup and King's Cup this year. But this Scotch College crew driving through the line will be through to the final, first 3 through to the final, so they'll be through with Xavier and Caulfield Grammar moving through to the A final, with Xavier now in 4th place. Sorry, Geelong Grammar in 4th place, followed by Geelong College in 5th place, and moving through to Geelong Grammar in 6th position. So if you go down the page on your programs, it's 2-5-1-6-3-4 in race number 56. The Year 8, the Year 10 Division 1 over 2,000 metres in a time of 3... 3:20 is the time for the A final, yes.
Well, they're away in the next event on the program, which is the second heat of the School 8's Open Division Year 10, I should say. Division 1. Sponsored by Clarendon Lawyers. And on our screen, we've got the St Kevin's College crew and Haileybury. But St Kevin's ahead of them at this point in time. But, we'll get a wider shot in a few moments' time of the crews, but St Kevin's certainly moving out to 3/4 of a length over the Haileybury crew in the second heat of the School H Year 10 Division 1. That's the wide screen. And St Kevin's going away. St Kevin's going away very well on this early stage of the race with the crew from Wesley College over on the far side, also up there in contention in this first 500 metres as they move into the second 500 metres in the second heat of the School H Division 10, Division 1, Heat 2. That's the second one. We've got St Kevin's going away to a very clear lead over the rest of the field here with on their right-hand side on the screen, Melbourne Grammar. And they're probably in second place, but St Kevin's really shot away there in the early stages as they move well into the second 500 metres in these scintillating conditions for 8-oared rowing. The flag down here at the finish is completely limp, indicating no breeze or no wind at all. And St Kevin's have gone out to a clear lead over Melbourne Grammar School with the second 500 metres now coming through. They're almost through to the 1,000-metre mark at this stage of the race, with St Kevin's ahead of the crew from Melbourne Grammar and Wesley there on lane 1. Carey Grammar are scratching, we understand, on lane 2. I'm not sure whether that's official, but they don't seem to be there at the present time. So it's going to be a race into this third 500 metres with St Kevin's going out comfortably in front. The crew here is coached by Tom Swan. He's stroked by Stephen Moffat, coxed by Maxwell Stoneman. And behind Stephen is Liam Foldy, Billy Daffern, Williams Banovich, Finn Cross, Jasper Kidman, Charles McCann and James McNair. And the St Kevin's crew really have sprinted right away from the rest of the field here. Melbourne Grammar sticking to their guns well in second place, and over on the far side, the crew from Wesley College and Haileybury bringing up the rear. So one to be eliminated into the B final, the first 3 through to the A final from this race 57, second heat, Year 10, Division 1 of the Schoolboy 8s. Then we'll have the preliminary for the School Coxed 4s Open Division 2, race 58. At the race at hand, with about 650 metres to go to the line, sees the St Kevin's crew comfortably in front, rating around about 35, 36 strokes a minute. So they're having a good workout over the 2,000 metres in these perfect conditions for 8-oared rowing. Melbourne Grammar still holding down second place ahead of Wesley right over on the far side of the course. Then follows the crew from Haileybury on lane 3, about 3 lengths behind them in fourth place. Just one to be eliminated into the B final. That certainly looks like Haileybury at this stage as the leading crew, St Kevin's College, have come through the 1,500 metre mark of this 2,000 metre race in race 57, the second heat of the School 8's Year 10 Division 1. They've still got a length and a half lead over Melbourne Grammar, who's sticking to their guns well down on the inside station. Then across to Wesley on the far side, a further length and a half behind Melbourne Grammar. And then about 2.5 lengths further back to Haileybury bringing up the rear. But the green and gold colours predominantly, with a little bit of black trimming, and white caps of St Kevin's, have shown out from the start, and they're coming down to the 1750 metre buoy mark over on the far side, comfortably in front of the Melbourne Grammar crew down on the inside station. And then the crew on the far side is the crew from Wesley College. But it's all St Kevin's. They've had a very, very good row. Melbourne Grammar sticking to the guns pretty well on the inside station, only a length and a quarter down now on the St Kevin's crew, who are probably rating a point or two higher than them at the 1,900 metre mark, where the boys changed from yellow to orange, indicating to the competitors it's 100 metres to go to the line. Melbourne Grammar trying very hard to stick with them and having a good workout over the course before the final later on this afternoon. And St Kevin's lifting their work rate up to 37 strokes a minute for the running towards the finish. Will take out the second heat of the Schoolboy 8s, Year 10, Division 1. Second heat, Melbourne Grammar getting within a length at the finish with a very good effort from them. And then follows the crew from Wesley on the far side, 2.5 lengths away in third position, and Haileybury will come through in fourth place. So that was the second heat of the Year 10 Division 1 with St Kevin's, Melbourne Grammar and Wesley joining the place getters from the first heat, Scotch, Xavier and Caulfield Grammar in the final at 3:20 this afternoon. The remaining crews to the B final at 3:13. So we now move to the preliminary for the Cox 4 Open Division 2, sponsored by the Strathbogie Shire, who of course have the course here at Nagambie Lakes Regatta Centre, which originally was founded, I would have to say, by Pat McNamara, who did a wonderful job putting this course together with a lot of help, of course, but he managed to put the funds together to make it happen, and we're enjoying the benefits of having a good 2,000 metre course, particularly on a day like today. And the president, the president of the Scotch Mercantile Regatta, Steve Webster, can't wipe a smile off his face. It's so pleasant conditions for both spectators and competitors. So it's over to you, Andrew, for the row over, or preliminary for the School Fours Division 2.
All crews, please clear the finishing area, please.
Thanks, Roger. So this is the Cox 4 Open Division 2, sponsored by the Strathbogie Shire. So we have Xavier on lane number 1, St Kevin's on lane number 2, Geelong Grammar on lane number 3, Trinity on lane number 4, and Wesley College on lane number 5. So they're well through the first 500 metre mark at this stage. That's the pontoon that you see there at the 500 metre mark. And at this stage, we've got the crews in the middle of the course. We've got the crew from Trinity that's looking very strong out there in front. So we've got Trinity out in front from Xavier in lane number 1. So Xavier now, you can see the Wesley College crew at the moment on the far side of the course, which is Milo Marcuri, Cleese Horiafis, James Burnett and Lockie Stephen, Cox by Nicholas Hershen. They're on lane number 5 on this side of the course. As we move now through to towards the 1,000 metre mark, you can see it's a very strong race in 3 at the moment between Xavier on the far side of the course. Then we've got the Geelong Grammar crew in lane number 3, Harry Holt, Sam Moses, Edward Beale, Archie Blenchy and Charlie Bond holding down second position. Over to Trinity in lane number 4 with Nelson Beadle, James Newcomb, Jacob Nalder, Stephen Vass and Rudy Richardson in third place. So as we look down the course there, you can see the Xavier crew moving up towards the 1,000 metre mark at the moment. As Roger said before, in ideal conditions, and they're rowing very well at the moment. Rating 37, which is not bad at this stage of the race, and they're still out in front at the moment of the crew from Geelong Grammar in lane number 3, and then we've got St Kevin's moving up now strongly behind. I think we've had a problem there with the Geelong Grammar crew. They look like they've got veered off the course. So at the moment we've still got the St Kevin's crew up there with Trinity and Xavier. So it's the Xavier crew on the far side of the course. There's nothing much covering these first 3 crews, and Wesley College. So Xavier on the far side of the course in lane number 1. Then we've got St Kevin's around about a length behind Xavier College, and Wesley College is now moving up past St Kevin's. So some very good rowing by Wesley College, which is Milo Marchiori, Cleese Horiafis, James Burnett, Lockie Stevens, coxed by Nicholas Hershen, as they move well through the 1,000 metre up towards the 1,200 metre mark at the moment. And this Wesley crew's made a strong effort through that middle 500, and they've gone up now past the St Kevin's crew. So it's Wesley College now in first place, looking very strong out there in lane number 5, and they've moved past the St Kevin's crew over in lane number 2, and we've got then the Trinity College crew in lane number 4. The crew right at the rear of the field is Geelong Grammar, and they look like they're in a different lane to the one that was in the program. So Geelong Grammar in lane number 2 at the moment, St Kevin's in lane number 3, but it's still this Wesley College crew now out in front, looking very strong from St Kevin's. Not much between those two crews as they move up now with 500 metres left to go. It's still the Wesley College crew in first place by about a length from the St Kevin's crew in lane number 3. They're listed in lane number 2, but they're in lane number 3. And then over to the Xavier College crew, a further 2 lengths behind St Kevin's in 3rd place. And then we've got the Geelong Grammar crew back in 4th position. It doesn't look to me as if we've got the Trinity crew in this race. So moving up now, we've got about 300 metres left to go, and at this stage it's still a race in 2. The Wesley College stroke Lockie Stevens decided to lift the rating with his crew at the moment, and they've got a real battle on their hands at the moment with St Kevin's drawing up alongside them. There's nothing between those two crews at this stage as they move up towards the 250 metre mark. A bit of steering issue there with the St Kevin's crew with both boats at the moment veering in towards each other, but they've lined up again now, and it's still the Wesley College crew stroked by Lockie Stephen with James Bermet, Cleese, Horiarfis and Milo Marchiori, coxed by Nicholas Hershen. They're still out in front in this, the preliminary final, so this is just for lane markings for the final, for lane seedings. And then we've got the Geelong Grammar crew that obviously have had a major issue because there's some 20 or 30 lengths back in 4th position, but it's still Wesley College, so they've had a very strong middle 500, and they're still about half a length out in front of St Kevin's, with the Xavier College crew stroked by Max Willoughby Gow in 3rd place. So as it stands now with another 10 strokes to go, it'll be Wesley College moving through to win this, the preliminary of the Male School Cox 4 Open Division 2 by 3/4 of a length from, actually that's Trinity, sorry, 3/4 of a length from Trinity. I've been calling that as St Kevin's all the way down the field. That was Trinity. And then we've got the Xavier crew in lane number 3, lane number 1 in 3rd place. And then Geelong Grammar is some 20 or 30 lengths back in 4th position. This is race number 59 now, the Male School Cox 4 Open Division 1. This preliminary is sponsored by Fuso, which is the platinum sponsor today, the main sponsor of the event. Only 2 crews in this race. We've got St Patrick's College on lane number 3, and they're out about a length and a half in, Ballarat Grammar on lane number 4, out about a length and a half from St Patrick's College in lane number 3. So with 250 metres to go, it's a long way to be rowing a 4-oared Cox 4 over 2,000 metres, and these boys are doing a great job with this Ballarat Grammar crew of Sam Crothers-Bade, David Coots, David Cuff, Felix Oliver. Henry Dixon is the Cox, coached by Luke Porno and Sam Pullen, and they're out in 1st place with Braden Sands, Connor Shug, Will Perker, Thomas Barry, Jackson Long, coached by Brendan Scott from St Pat's College, about 2.5 lengths back in 2nd place. But this Ballarat Grammar crew getting a lot of run on the boat at the moment, looking very strong, and they'll be moving up with 100 metres to go now to the finish of this race.
And they won the Head of the Lake at Ballarat a couple of weeks ago, and Luke Perno is also the school rowing master for the last 10 years, so it's a great feather in their cap. With Ballarat Grammar coming down after the great season they've had to take it out with from their arch rivals from Ballarat, St Patrick's College and Geelong Grammar, as Andrew mentioned, was a scratching in that event. Well done. That was preliminary. They will be rowing again later in the program. The next race is underway. That's the first heat of the single scull, sponsored by 776 BC. Offers a range of technical performance apparel engineered to improve technique and performance. The official apparel for the partner of the Rowing Australia and Rowing Victoria, 776 BC, is your go-to destination for training kit, custom apparel for your school, team or club. Visit the 776 BC tent today to explore their new range or to learn their new range and learn how to get your crew winning in 776 BC teamwear, owned by basically by Cameron Mackenzie McHarg, who's a bronze sponsor today. As we've got the single scullers coming down on the course, race number 60, first two heats of all, and the first three will go through to the A final in the single scull title. Just trying to look when the finals are on. Single sculls. Not listed in my original running sheet, so they'll be a little later on in the program, no doubt. And picking them up, it's a magnificent sight looking at the Eleanora housing over on the far side with the Gippsland Grammar School sculler, I think, maybe in the lead here. Lockie Wilmot. Lachlan Wilmot has had a pretty good season so far, I think, if I remember rightly. He's narrowly in front of the sculler on this side of the course, which is Gippsland. Well, there's three Gippsland Grammar guys in this crew. Lockie Rose on 2 and James Thompson on 3. Trinity Grammar Thomas Bowman on 4, and over to Hawthorn James Lauder, coached by Luciano Miranda. Good to see Luciano. Got quite a few in his stable out there at Hawthorn, up on the upper reaches of the Yarra River in the Melbourne area. And Lachlan Wilmot in the lead here, the sculler on lane 5, nearest the judge, and also on the camera work at the moment on the screen here in beautiful conditions for single sculling. This is first 3 through, so not a lot of pressure at all on Lachlan Wilmot from Gippsland Grammar in Eastern Victoria. And he's got a comfortable lead, perhaps over the sculler second from the side. Lockie Rose also from Gippsland Grammar. Then back to James Thompson from Gippsland Grammar, followed by the sculler on the far side. Well, they're both back a long way. Thomas Bowman from Trinity and Hawthorn James Lauder. As we see the 5 scullers with a great backdrop on the screen with the Eleanora apartments behind, and of course the lovely banks of the Nagambie Lakes Regatta Centre for this single scull. Open Division 1, sponsored by 776 BC, with Lockie Wilmot in the lead as he comes down towards the 1500 metre mark, probably about 4 or 5 lengths clear over his compatriots Lockie Rose on lane 2 and James Thompson on lane 3, both from Gippsland Grammar. Then back to Trinity Grammar, Thomas Bowman and James Lauder from Hawthorn at the rear of the field. So they're running 1, 2, 3 Gippsland Grammar from Eastern Victoria down there at Sale. And great to see them supporting the regattas all season here in Victoria. And into the third, well into the last 500 metres mark now as the leader. He's had a pretty good season, as I mentioned, Lachlan Wilmot. And he's out about 3 or 4 lengths in front of Lockie Rose. So I'm not sure why one's Lockie and one's Lachlan, but that's, you know all about that, don't you, Andrew? And then in the middle is the other Gippsland Grammar School sculler, James Thompson. Beautiful condition for single sculling, and I'm sure the competitors are appreciating the conditions out there on the course. The second heat will be underway very shortly. In fact, it's past starting time there. And in fact, I think looking down the course, it has started. But Lachlan Wilmot at the 1750 metre mark, out about 6 lengths in front of Lockie Rose of Gippsland Grammar, then 3 or 4 lengths back to the sculler from also from Gippsland Grammar, James Thompson, then back to Trinity Grammar in lane 4, Thomas Bowman, who'd be at least 180 metres behind the leading sculler, and Hawthorn back in 5th place, James Lauder. So coming down towards the line, and he's dropped his work rate down to about 20. It'd almost be off the clock, Andrew, at about 22 strokes a minute as he comes down to the line to score an easy win here in the first heat of the schoolboys single scull Open Division 1. Sponsored by 776 BC. Lachlan Wilmot from Gippsland Grammar from Sale and Eastern Victoria crossed the line first, scoring by about 8 lengths at the finish from Lockie Rose of Gippsland Grammar in 2nd place on lane 2, then back to lane 3, James Thompson in 3rd position. 4th position will be Trinity Grammar, Thomas Bowman, and 5th will be the sculler from Hawthorn, James Lauder, over on the far side when he finishes. So we've got the second heat underway, race 61, sponsored by 76 BC, the clothing people, the special clothing people, and it's over to you, Lockie, for the second heat.
You've got too many.
Over to you. Too many Lockies.
Too many Lockies at the moment.
Lockie's your son, and it's over to Andrew.
That's right. Thanks, Roger. So yes, we've got the male school single scull Open Division 1 Heat 2, and we've only got 2. We've actually got 5 rowers listed in this event, but only 2 currently coming down the course. On your screen now, you can see the Hawthorn sculler Jackson Morris, coached by Luciano Morand. And he's out some 2 lengths or 3 lengths at the moment from the sculler, I believe, from Gippsland Grammar. We'll just see when from Thomas Phelan Penson. So they're the only 2 competitors in this race. So basically both of them will be going through to the final as well. And we don't have Carey, Trinity or Geelong College I can't see there. So that's the Gippsland Grammar sculler. You can see Thomas Phelan Penson at the moment on your screen, and so both these boys know that they're going to be going through the final, so I don't think they'd be exerting themselves overly much at the moment. Thomas rating down at 27 at this stage, but certainly very close, I'd say, from here. They're both Thomas Phelan Penson may now be in the lead by about a length from the Hawthorn sculler of Jackson Morris. And as Roger said before, great view down there, looking at the course back down towards the start. Fantastic conditions, and both these scullers are moving up now towards the 500 metre mark. And so 776 BC, which a great sponsor here of this event, and also have got their Cam Mackenzie McHarg and his team are up there at the moment selling their premier rowing sports apparel. So a lot of these competitors would be wearing 776 BC clothing, and I know Cam's managed to get that into many of the college crews over in the States as well, so it's fantastic gear. And as we move up now through the 500 metre mark, it's still the Gippsland Grammar sculler, Thomas Phelan Penson, at about 2 or 3 lengths at the moment from the Hawthorn sculler of Jackson Morris. And so after this race, we're moving back to the 2,000 metre point for the male School 8 Open Division 4 preliminary. And there's 6 crews in that event. So certainly they'll be getting down the course a bit quicker than these scullers have. It's a long way in a scull to be doing a 2,000 metre race, but these boys are doing a great job at the moment, and they'll certainly be coming back in the final to do it all again. And as we move up now through the 250 metre mark, it's still Thomas Phelan Penson at about 2 lengths at the moment from Jackson Morris from Hawthorn Rowing Club. And we can see the other scullers from the previous event now rowing back up towards the start. So as I said before, both of these boys will be progressing through to the final. And so they're probably just conserving themselves a little bit. It'll be very interesting to see in the final how they both compete when they're got all the power on. I noticed that at the moment, Thomas Phelan Penson just lifting the rating a bit now to get it up to about 32, 33. So he's giving himself a good little workout for the last 10 strokes of the event. It looks very good. So the Gippsland Grammar sculler will move through to the final as he moves up towards the finishing line. Now in first place is Thomas Phelan Penson, followed 4 lengths at the moment behind Jackson Morris from Hawthorn Rowing Club. And that was event number 61. So the next event is due at 1:52, and I think they're just gone underway at the moment up there at the 2,000 metre mark. So on your screen now you can see the School 8 Open Division 4 sponsored by Fuso, the main sponsor of today's regatta. Fuso trucks, for strength and power you need a Fuso truck. So thanks to Fuso for sponsoring this event. We've got St Kevin's on lane number 1, Scotch College 1 on lane number 2, Scotch College 3 on lane number, Scotch College 2 on lane number 3, Melbourne Grammar School on lane number 4, Melbourne High School on lane number 5, and Scotch College 3 on lane number 6. So we've got 3 Scotch crews as they move up through the 500 metre mark at the moment. And it's the Scotch College crew on lane number 2, which is the Scotch College number 1 crew that's currently out in front only by a length at the moment from the Scotch College number 2 crew in lane number 3. So the Scotch College 1 crew of Sam Collingwood, Campbell Marshall, Hamish Bolton, Charles O'Hara, James Montague, Peter Finch, Nick Joel, Ned Harrison and Jonathan Harper as the cocks, coached by Hilton Venter. And at the moment, they're leading their compatriots on lane number 3, which is the Scotch College number 2 crew. Then we've got the St Kevin's crew looking very strong on the far side of the course in lane number 1. Darcy Cornell, Henry Sharp, Declan Conroy, Will Hannon, Angus Farnan, Charlie Carden, Fergus Healy, Nicholas Scott with Charlie Patterson the cocks. But it's still this Scotch College crew on lane number 2 out in front of both the St Kevin's and Scotch College number 2 crews. And then over on this side of the course we have Melbourne Grammar, Max Rose, Tom Tallis, Hamish Edwards, Ben Thompson, Liam McNeil, Charlie Bradley, Hamish Nicol, Henry Carmichael and Cox by Texas Staunton over to Melbourne High School on lane number 5, and then the Scotch College number 3 crew, which is not actually, I can't see them in the event, so they must not be rowing in this event. So at the moment we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crews in this event. So the Scotch College number 3 crew is not here. It's still the Scotch College number 1 crew that you can see in your screen at the moment. And rolling up alongside them is the Melbourne High School crew as well. So we've got a good race here in 2 at the moment with Scotch College number 1 and Melbourne High School and Scotch College number 2. They'd be the first 3 crews in this race, but the Scotch College number 1 crew has certainly moved out about 2 or 3 lengths in front of Melbourne High School. So they're looking very strong. They've had a good season, this Scotch College crew, coached by Hilton Venter. And they're now a good 2 lengths in front of the crew from Melbourne High School of Joshua Koch, Christopher Lamb, Shoria Dahia, Luca Megad, Leo Jaskwarski, Remy Megard, Jeremy Newcomb, Damien Saw, DeLuca Mappa, coached by Paul McGann, well-known name in racing and in rowing and mercantile, Michael Smith and Carl Tomczak. But it's and they're doing a very good job at the moment because they're only about 1/2 to 3/4 of a length behind that Scotch College number 1 crew. So great race here as they move up now to the 500 metre mark. It's still the Scotch College number 1 crew in lane number 2, out by a length from the Melbourne High School crew in lane number 5. Then we've got the Scotch College number 2 crew, a further length back in 3rd place. Coming up alongside them is the Melbourne Grammar School of Max Rose, Thomas Tallis, Hamish Edwards, Ben Thompson, Liam McNeil, Charlie Bradley, Hamish Nicol, Henry Carmichael, coxed by Texas Staunton. But it's still this Scotch College number 1 crew as they move up now with 400 metres to go. And they're still out in front of this Melbourne High School crew, then over to the Scotch College number 2 crew, followed by Melbourne Grammar and St Kevin's, vying it out for 4th place. At this stage, Melbourne Grammar have ranged up alongside St Kevin's and have probably just passed them. So they've moved into 4th place with the St Kevin's crew on the far side of the course in 5th position. Moving through the 250 metre mark, and it's still this Scotch College number 1 crew, rating around 35 strokes per minute at the moment, and they're still out about 2 lengths in front of this Melbourne High School crew. So that's a very good row by this Melbourne High School crew, coached by Paul McGann, looking very neat. And they're about 3/4 of a length in front of the Scotch College number 2 crew, coached by Patrick Butcher. So they've moved up into 3rd place. Very good racing now for 4th position, with Melbourne Grammar now putting down the power, and they've moved away now from the St Kevin's crew. But it's this Scotch College number 1 crew looking very good out in front. Coxed very well by Jonathan Harper with Ned Harrison as the stroke, and they move through now to win the preliminary event of the Male School Open 8 Open Division 4 from Melbourne High School. Then Scotch College number 2 crew, a further 2.5 lengths back to Melbourne Grammar, and another 1.5 lengths back to St Kevin's, with all of those crews then rowing now in the final of that event, which I believe is at 3:47, which is event number 79. So those crews will all be rowing again in event number 79, which is at 3:47 p.m. So on your screen now is the School 8 Open Division 3 race 63. So again, well underway at the moment. And well on time, which is fantastic. And we've got this Scotch College crew of Harrison Fielding, Thomas Cullen, Gus Permazel, Nick Savakis, Charles Perry, Lachlan Day, Tom McDonald, Thomas Lempriere and Louis Cameron, coached by Dylan Richards. And as they move up through the 1,000 metre up to the 750 metre mark at the moment, and they're out in front at the moment from the Melbourne High School crew on lane number 4. And Melbourne Grammar School on lane number 5, with the Geelong College crew over on the far side of the course. So at this stage, it's the Scotch College crew on lane number 3 out, 2 lengths in front of the Melbourne Grammar School of Harvey War, Angus Passon, Andrew May, Spencer Hawkins, Jack Finlay, Jack Hahn, Roy West, Max Wilson, with Carl Klempner as the Cox. And those 2 crews now at about a length from the Melbourne High School crew. So we've got Scotch College in lane number 3 first as they move up now through the 500 with 500 metres to go. It's Scotch College in lane number 3 in first place, followed by Melbourne Grammar School in lane number 5 in second position. Then in between them is the Melbourne High School crew of Enki Zeeson, Matt Zhu, Shen Wang, Sava Basavkov, Ryoko Nishikawa, Rowan Lynch, Justin Chen, Abhivna Gupta, and Cox by Wadrua Silva, coached by, again, the same group that was coaching before, which is Carl Tomjak, Paul McGann and Michael Smith. But it's still this Scotch College crew out in front now by 3 lengths from the Melbourne Grammar crew. Then over to Melbourne High School. On the far side of the course, we've got the Geelong College crew of Hamish Dobie, Jack Kennett, Lockie Bowker, Riley Clifford, Jack Granger, Hugh Miller, Baxter Kay, Chan Acker and Amby Whiteley is the Cox, and they're in 4th position at the moment as they move up now with 250 metres to go. And this Scotch College crew rowing very nicely out in front, getting a lot of run and a lot of length, rating 34. With the Melbourne Grammar School crew just lifting their rating slightly. They're up at around 35 strokes at the moment, and over to Melbourne High School. But it's this Scotch College crew looking and getting a lot of run, lifting the rating up now to 36 strokes a minute as they head up towards the last 10 strokes of the race. So this is Heat 1. The first 3 now progress to the final of this, the male School 8 Open Division 3, again sponsored by Fuso Trucks. But this crew of Scotch College now well in front, 2 lengths in front of the Melbourne Grammar crew. They're looking very strong. They're just easing down towards the final. So it's Scotch College first, Melbourne Grammar second, Melbourne High School having a good day's rowing today. They're in 3rd place, and 5 lengths back now to this Geelong College crew with Baxter Kay and Chan Acker as the stroke. Amber Whiteley is the Cox. And they've moved into, they've finished the race in 4th position as they come across the line.
Race 64 is underway, the second heat of the School 8's Open Division 3, sponsored by Fuso. Our Heat 2, St Kevin's, Brighton Grammar number 3, Geelong Grammar and Caulfield Grammar are the crews competing here as they come towards the 500 metres. And unfortunately our run sheets have run out because we're going to have have to take it off the phone or the app because the photostat machine has broken down, not to be fixed today. So over on the far side we've got the crew from St Kevin's doing well in the early stages, so they come into the second 500 metres. This event sponsored by Fuso, the second heat of the Open 8's Division 3. The last of the heats today, and then we get into the finals, the A and B finals for the rest of the day, I think, with the crew from St Kevin's leading from Brighton Grammar in second place, then pretty close for third between the 2 crews in the middle of the course. That's the crew from Geelong Grammar on lane 4 and Caulfield Grammar on lane 5, as we see the St Kevin's crew on the big screen, with sitting out nicely in the lead over Brighton Grammar, William O'Callaghan in the bow. Ahead of him, Hayden Briggs, Charles Conroy, Oliver Williamson, Luke Augustilino, Lini, Samuel Kerr, Samuel Ball, James McBurney and James Pounding the Cox. Cox coached by Jonathan Sargent over there on the far side as they come down towards the 1250 metre mark with 750 metres to go. Brighton Grammar in second place on the screen at the present time, stroked by Joshua Snowsill and Cox by Joe Catalano and coached by Brodie Miller. They got to look pretty good there with their white caps on in second place behind St Kevin's. But they're about 2.5 lengths away, and then in third place would be Caulfield Grammar on lane 5, then back to Geelong Grammar on lane 4. Caulfield Grammar crew there is coxed by Georgia Van der Slot and stroked by Wesley Davis. And they're back in third place, though, behind the crew from St Kevin's and Brighton Grammar, who are in the lead. St Kevin's, Brighton Grammar and Geelong Grammar, the first three through to the A final, which is one of the later events in the program. The School 8's Open Division 3 final will be at 4:01 and the B final at 3:54. And we've already got the crews from the first heat. Scotch College, Melbourne Grammar and Melbourne High School in the final at 3:50 at 4:01, and the remaining crew, Geelong College there from the first heat in the B final at 3:54. And at this stage they look as though they'll be racing against Geelong Grammar because they're back in fourth place. But it's St Kevin's College doing it well as they come down towards the 1750 metre mark. They've got about 300 metres to go in the green and gold colours over there with their white caps and a slight little bit of black in their colours, but mainly green and yellow. When they're a length and a quarter in front of the Brighton Grammar crew in the red and blue colours of the white cap. Look at the... And then back to the third crew in the race, which is Caulfield Grammar. But it's St Kevin's doing it nicely at the 1800 metre mark, nearly 2 lengths in front of Brighton Grammar in second place. St Kevin's just keeping their work rate right down with the crew look as though they've got their race well, and they've been in the lead all the way over the 2,000 metre course with less than 100 metres to go. Nearly 2 lengths clear over the Brighton Grammar crew in second place, followed by the crew from Caulfield Grammar and the Geelong Grammar crew. Racing in the Michael Irwin number 2, the Brighton Grammar crew. St Kevin's don't have a name on their boat. But St Kevin's will win by 2 lengths at the finish. Brighton Grammar in race 64, with the crew from Caulfield Grammar joining them in the final, along with Scotch College, Melbourne Grammar and Melbourne High School from the first heat. And the crew from Geelong Grammar will be in the B final against Geelong College at 3:54. The other finalists, the A final, at 4:01. Now we've got the repêchages coming up. And Melbourne High School look as though they've withdrawn from the second 8s division. So we've got Haileybury over on lane 1. The crew on lane 2 has withdrawn. That's Melbourne High School are out. Then St Kevin's and Melbourne Grammar School. So this is a repêchage. I'm not sure what the progression is. It doesn't say it on their program. It says repêchage number 1. So whether that tells us on the screen, we don't know. Bad luck, Melbourne High School couldn't compete in this repêchage, but that's the way life is sometimes as they come towards the 1,000 metre mark, or through the 1,000 metre mark in race 65. School 8's Open Division 2, sponsored by the Scotch Breakfast Parents. This is Division 2 repêchage 1. There are 2 repêchages in all. Now we've already got the first 2 place getters from each of the heats, so I presume it's the winner only from the repêchages into the final. And the final of the second 8s is one of the last races on the program at 4:15. And the rest of the crews will go to the B final at 4:08. So they're into the third 500 metres now. The crews in this first repêchage of the School 8's Open Division 2. The winner only going through to the final, as we mentioned, at 4:15 in the second 8s. And of course all these crews, the APS crews, will be racing at the head of the river here next week. And and St Kevin's doing it easily out in front. The crew here is coxed by Hudson Civarella, stroked by Jack O'Malley, Liam Clifford, Lucas Dial, Angus Hart, Henry Pinner, Michael Howell, Ben O'Connor in the bow seat, Riley Stevens. And they're about 2.5 lengths and 2 lengths in front of the crew from Melbourne Grammar alongside them on lane 4. Stroked by William Davey and coxed by Elliot Ronning. And back in 3rd place on the far side of the course is Haileybury, coxed by Claire Van Well and stroked by Matt Brame. Only the winner going through at the 1750 metre mark at St Kevin's. They're certainly making that every post a winner here to go into the final, the A final at 4:15. This event sponsored by the Scotch Breakfast Parents. So obviously all the Scotch crews row in the morning before school and right down on the river there, and they just walk across the school, which is fantastic. But in absolutely beautiful condition for rowing here, the 8-oared crew from St Kevin's, with every member of the crew got a white cap on except the stroke. And they're coming down to take out the first repechage of the School 8's Open Division 2. It's in fine style, race 65. St Kevin's College will go across the line first from Melbourne Grammar School by 2 1/4 lengths at the finish, with Haileybury back in 3rd place. So Haileybury and Melbourne Grammar will go into the B final at 4:08. And they're underway. The crews are underway in the second repechage of the School 8's Open Division 1. Open Division 2, I should say. And what's the betting here? I don't know much of the form from this race, but the winner only going to go through. And that could be a very interesting exercise as we cross back to Andrew to pick them up as they come past the 500 into the second 500 metres.
Thanks, Roger. So as you said, we've got Trinity on lane number 2, Wesley College on lane number 3, Caulfield Grammar on lane number 4, Geelong Grammar on lane number 5, and first through to the final now for the second repechage of the male School 8 Open Division 2, sponsored by the Scotch Breakfast Parents. So I'm sure at all of the schools the same, all parents get involved to support the boys, and obviously a healthy diet is essential. So the Scotch College Breakfast Parents, I'm sure, are like all the other schools. And as we see here, Wesley College out at the moment in front, the Wesley College crew of Jackson Cohen, Flynn Poppersill, Emile Burr de la Cour, Zach Roth-Smith, Jasper Martin, Harry Mason, Marcel Randalls, Alex Lynch-Smith is the stroke, and coxed by Olivia Brindle, or Brindley. And this Wesley crew at the moment is out in front from the Caulfield Grammar crew on lane number 4. They're around about a length behind this Wesley College crew. Then we're over to the crew that you can see on the far side of your screen at the moment. That's the Trinity College crew of Harrison Osmond, Ethan Westerman, Darcy Franklin, Hugo Thatcher, Alexander Gillian, Joel Teal, Ned Grimsey and Praveen Wright, coxed by Will Tolland. And then back here to the Caulfield Grammar, who Caulfield Grammar actually in 2nd place at the moment. So very good race with those crews out in front at the moment, which is Wesley College, closely followed by this Caulfield Grammar crew. Caulfield Grammar is Samuel Hume, Ben Brandt, Luke Ridderford, Lockie Dowling, William Vesley, Benjamin Whitney, Thomas Hume, Adrian Christofides, and the cox is Josephine Palmer. And then we've got now the Geelong Grammar crew, which is currently in 4th place on this, in 3rd place on this side of the course. So if you look across the field at the moment, it's the Wesley College crew in 1st place, just ahead of both the Caulfield Grammar crew and the Geelong Grammar crew, with the Trinity crew now back in 4th position. So a good race out here as they come up now to the with 500 metres to go. So the 1500 metre mark they're ranging up to now, and it's still this Wesley College crew as they've done the whole way down the course, about a length now in front of the Caulfield Grammar crew, who are about 3/4 of a length then in front of Geelong Grammar, with 4 to 5 lengths over to the Trinity College crew on the far side of the course. So the Wesley College crew just lifting their rating slightly now as they come up through with 500 metres to go, and they're looking very strong at the moment. They're rating up at 38 strokes a minute, and certainly outrating the other two crews just at this stage. The Caulfield Grammar crew is on 37 strokes, about 3/4 of a length behind them, and this Geelong Grammar crew putting in a very strong effort over the last 500 metre marks, and they've lifted their rate. This is a great race now. This Geelong Grammar crew's lifted their rating up to 37, so it's still the Wesley College crew out in front, stroked by Alex Lynch-Smith. And they're about 3/4 of a length now in front of Caulfield Grammar. But these three crews have had a great battle the whole way down the course. Wesley now just moving away to a length clear now from Caulfield Grammar, with a further length back to Geelong Grammar. And then we've got the Trinity College crew over in lane number 2 in 4th place, but nothing much covering all of these 4 crews at the moment. So it's the first crew now will progress to the final, and Wesley College making every post the winner at the moment to ensure their place in the final of this, the male School 8 Open Division 2. And they've now moved out to a clear length from Caulfield Grammar as they move up now with 5 strokes to go before the finish. And it's this Wesley College crew cross the line in first place, a clear length in front of Caulfield Grammar in second position, with a further length back to Geelong Grammar in third place, and 5 lengths back now to the Trinity crew in lane number 4, in lane number 2 in 4th position. But great to see there's a lot of crews emerging. Melbourne High School's had a good day today, and certainly Trinity is really starting to get a strong rowing program going, which is great to see. So good rowing from all of those crews in the male School 8 Open Division 2, which was race 66.
Now the next race is the underway is the first repechage of the School 8's Open Division 1, sponsored by the Scotch first and second parents. Melbourne Grammar on lane 1, Wesley College on 2, Caulfield Grammar on 3, Xavier on 4, Geelong College on 5, and Haileybury on lane 6 is the draw. And they're away. They've gone a couple of 100 metres already in this first repechage. The first and second from each of the heats went through to the final, and first only from these heats into the final from these 2 repechages, as far as we know. We haven't been given any guidance to that effect. And as we often said today, it's been absolutely scintillating conditions for 8-oared rowing, and this is no exception at this time of the afternoon. It hasn't changed at all, really, as we see the crews driving out from the start and coming up towards the 500 metre mark, with pretty tight race for the lead, as naturally would be expected, with Xavier College going well, along with Geelong College and Caulfield Grammar. And the crew right over on the far side, Melbourne Grammar, right up there along with Wesley College. Dropping back a little bit, Haileybury in the early stages on lane 6 on the nearest to the judge. But, going out to the lead there is Xavier College on lane 4, from Geelong College on 5 and Caulfield Grammar on 3, followed by Wesley, then Melbourne Grammar. Melbourne Grammar there with a chance, with Haileybury back at the rear of the field, but the winner only going through as they come through the first 500 metres into the second 5, and still perfect conditions for 8-oared rowing in that first second 500 metres, which often gets a bit choppy here sometimes at Nagambie, but not today, as these conditions are magnificent. But right over on the far side, Melbourne Grammar really turning on the power now to take the lead in the early stages over Xavier. First and second into the final, so that's good information we've got from the crew from Melbourne Grammar at the lead on the far side, and the camera work that's been put on the big screen for us today. Very tight for second, but perhaps the crew from Geelong College in second place ahead of Wesley College, then follows Caulfield and Haileybury at the rear of the field. First and second from this repechage into the final, along with the second repechage, which will come shortly after this event. The Melbourne Grammar crew here is coxed by Will Bennett, stroked by Dean Clefoulis, Nicholas Ward Ambler, Harry Manton, the great Manton name, Julian Hilditch, Edward Danks, Sam Mullen, Jack Scanlon, and George Durham in the bow seat as the leading crew, Melbourne Grammar, comes through into this third 500 metres with about a length of lead, a length and a half lead over Geelong College, second from the inside in second place. The Geelong College crew there is coxed by Ben Gadd and stroked by Xavier Hall Sullivan. And they're in second position, that all-important second position to get into the final later in the day. The last race on the program at 4:29, the School 8's Open Division 1, of course, jockeying for positions in the final next week, or the heats next week at here at Ngambie Lakes Regatta Centre on Saturday. And it's Melbourne Grammar in the lead here from Geelong College. And not a lot of unit, probably 3/4 of a length at the 1500 metre mark. Then back in third place would be the crew from Xavier. Let's get it right here. Third from the inside is Xavier in second position, I should say, followed by Geelong College, who are back in third position. Then back to Wesley, followed by the crew from Haileybury on lane 6 at the rear of the field. Xavier definitely in second position on lane 4. The crew there is coxed by Christoph Well-Link, and Ross Adjipoulos is the stroke of the crew. At the Melbourne Grammar crew on the far side of the course in the lead here, holding on to about a length and a quarter lead over Xavier College in second place, followed by Geelong College in third position. Then back to the crew from Wesley, second from the far side, and then Caulfield and Haileybury having their own battle for fifth and sixth position in this first repechage of the School 8's Open Division 1. First and second into the final at the last race on the program today at 4:29 with less than 200 metres to go. Melbourne Grammar still a length and a quarter in front of Xavier College in second place. Geelong College trying very hard, lifting their work rating now, coming back at Xavier, but they're still about 3/4 a length behind, with Melbourne Grammar a length and a half in front over Xavier in second place. Xavier holding off the challenge from Geelong College, who are trying hard to get that second position in the A final, but it's down to the line. It's going to be Melbourne Grammar to go across the line and lead all the way, scoring by 3/4 of a length at the finish from Xavier in second place. Geelong College 3/4 of a length further back in third position, another 2 lengths away to the crew from Wesley in fourth place, followed by Haileybury in fifth position and Caulfield Grammar on lane 3 in sixth place. So we've got down the page there 1, 4, 6, 2, 3, 5. Melbourne Grammar and Xavier going into the final, the A final at 4:29. The remaining crews to the B final at 4:22. And they're racing in the next event on the program, which is the B final of the School 8's Year 10 Division 3, sponsored by one of our major sponsors, our gold sponsor, Nelson Alexander of Kew. We've got Geelong Grammar, Melbourne Grammar, Xavier College, Melbourne High, Scotch and St Kevin's in this B final, race number 69. And perfect conditions down at the start for this particular race as they get underway, and the first few hundred metres. Always interesting to see who can get the advantage early of the race itself. And Scotch in the lead in the early stages on lane 5, ahead of Melbourne High School and Xavier. In this, the B final, the Year 10 Division 3. Very keen competition right throughout the ranks today. And absolutely scintillating conditions there. The perfectly flat water for these 8 oared crews coming down in the B final of the Year 10 Division 3. And one of the crews dropping back a little bit in the early stages of the race. It's very hard to pick up the colours off the screen because there's not a leader. I think I called Scotch out of the boat, out of the start, being the leader. It's a matter of whether they've maintained that advantage. Oh, a big crab there by one of the crews in the 2 seat, but he's picked up his oar very well, which is very, very skillful rowing for a Year 10 rower to be able to do that when they catch the water coming forward on the slide, and then it sort of digs in the blade, and then they got out of it very quickly, which was fantastic effort by him. And the panning shot now sees the crew alongside Scotch College, the Melbourne High School crew, going well in the early stages, along with Xavier College on lane 3 as they come through towards the 1,000 metre mark in this B final, the Year 10 Division 3. With the Melbourne High School crew in the lead from Xavier College and Scotch. Then back to Melbourne Grammar, followed by the crew on the far side, which is Geelong Grammar. Not sure whether St Kevin's have started in the final here. I can't. Oh yes, they're way back. They've dropped back a fair bit. They're back in 4th or 5th position on this side of the course on lane 6. So there are the 6 crews out there, with Melbourne High School and Xavier fighting it out in the early stages as they come towards the 1,000 metre mark, with Scotch back in 3rd position. Keep in mind this is the Scotch 2nd crew in this Year 10 Division 3. They have a crew in the final, as does Melbourne Grammar, have 2 crews in the final on lanes 2 and 3 respectively. In the A final a little later on, but Melbourne High School in the lead here in race 69. The crew which is again jointly coached by Megs McGann and his team, coxed by DeLuca Maple, Lucas Majario in the stroke seat. They've had a pretty good season and they're racing all over the place. I think they were up at Rutherglen in January. They're certainly getting plenty of rowing, the Melbourne High School crew. And they're having a great race with Xavier College alongside them. But they are in the lead, the Melbourne High School crew, by about a length over Xavier, followed by 2 lengths back to Scotch College, their number 2 crew in the Year 10 Division 3. Then a fair distance back to the other 2 crews, Geelong Grammar and the crew on the inside station, St Kevin's, bringing up the rear on lane. Well, they're back in 5th place. I think it's the crew on the far side, Geelong Grammar, at the rear of the field. Melbourne Grammar, in fact, they've got 3 crews in the Year 10 Division 3, 1 in this race on lane 2. They're back at the moment, as we see Melbourne High School and Xavier battling it out, with Scotch College in 3rd place as they're well into the 3rd 500 metres now in the B final of the Year 10 Division 3. Maybe it's the crew from Geelong Grammar that hasn't started in this field. On lane 1, looks like they're not there. So it's Melbourne High School still at the 1,500 metre mark, a length and a half in front of Xavier College in 2nd place, followed by Scotch, a further 3/4 of a length back, then a couple of lengths away to St Kevin's on lane 6, and then bringing up the rear is Melbourne Grammar School number 3 on lane 2 on the far side. But it's High School, Melbourne High School in the lead here over the crew from Xavier College by about a length and a half, with 350 metres to go in race 69 on the 62nd Scotch Mercantile Regatta program here at Nagambie Lakes Regatta Centre. The B final, School 8s, Year 10, Division 3, sponsored by Nelson Alexander at Kew and Melbourne High School, doing it nicely at the 1750 metre mark. About 2 lengths clear over Xavier College, a further 2 lengths away to And the Melbourne High School crew have had a terrific row all the way down the course. Koei Ning, William Chung, Dennis Apak, Ali Abud, Lachlan Lau, Daniel Kwan, Jacobs, what happened there? Jacobs, we lost the names on the scoreboard, but Melbourne High School leading all the way to score by 2 1/4 lengths at the finish from Xavier College in second place. 2 1/2 lengths further back to the crew from Scotch College in third position, followed by St Kevin's College, and then the crew in third place. Fourth will be the crew from Melbourne Grammar in fifth place. So well done to Melbourne High School, winners of the B final of the Year 10 Division 3, race 69, winning from Xavier College and Scotch. I gave 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 lengths the margins. We do get the times, but they don't come up for a little time. Now they're often racing in the School Age Division 10 A final. That's sponsored by Nelson Alexander of Q. The draw here again, Geelong Grammar on 1, Melbourne Grammar number 2 on 2, Melbourne Grammar number 1 on 3, St Kevin's number 1 on 4, Scotch on 5, and St Kevin Xavier on lane 6. As we pick them up coming through the second 500 metres in towards the 1,000, and the crew from, well, it's pretty tight, I reckon. There's very little difference between them. Maybe the crew third from the inside, which is St Kevin's College, getting a slight lead in the early stages of the race from Melbourne Grammar School number 1 alongside them on lane 3. As we have the panning shot there, and then across to the Melbourne Grammar number 2 crew on lane 2. They've left the Geelong Grammar crew a fair way behind in fifth position, and Xavier on this side of the course and Scotch College battling it out for third and fourth place. But it's St Kevin's in the lead, and along with the 2 Melbourne Grammar crews in the Year 10 Division 3 A final. As they come into the third 500 metres, they've covered 1,000, and the 2 Geelong Grammar crews and Melbourne Grammar crews and St Kevin's having a great battle for the lead here. I think Melbourne Grammar have forged to the lead there on lane 3. Ahead of St Kevin's, and then Melbourne Grammar on lane 2, back in third place, followed by Scotch on lane 5, then back to Xavier College, and over on the far side, Geelong Grammar bringing up the rear. But it's the 2 Melbourne Grammar crews battling it out here. The number 1 crew on with Fergus Guest in the bow seat, Alex Brew Ferrer, Hugo Williams, Jamie Koff, James Arnold, Tom Skymy Jones, Conrad McIndoe, and Tate Crampton in the stroke seat with Archie Allen, the Cox, sitting out on the lead over there. Number 2 crew on lane 2 in second place. So Melbourne Grammar running 1-2 at the moment, followed by St Kevin's, Scotch College. Then follows the crew from Xavier on this side of the course, and Geelong Grammar bringing up the rear. But it's a good race between the 2 Melbourne Grammar crews, and St Kevin's trying hard to close the gap on both those crews. Then follows Scotch College, followed by Xavier nearest the judge here on lane 6, and bringing up the rear is Geelong Grammar on lane 1. In this, the A final, Year 10, Division 3, sponsored by Nelson Alexander at Q. The A final, the Year 10 8s, Division 3. And about 650 metres to go. It's Melbourne Grammar number 1 crew on lane 3, or lane 4 as it turns out. The third crew across is in the lead, about a length clear over their number 2 crew, followed by St Kevin's close up to them, would be challenging for second place, followed by Scotch College in fourth position on lane 5, then Xavier College on lane 6, and over on the far side, Geelong Grammar on lane 1 at the rear of the field. The 2 Melbourne Grammar crews have been rowing pretty well. The crew from St Kevin's trying to stick with both of them, but the crew 4 across, Melbourne Grammar number 1, still maintaining the lead here with Fergus Guest in the bow seat, holding onto a length lead over the crew from St Kevin's now, perhaps in second place, just ahead of Melbourne Grammar. Number 2 crew on lane 2 in third position. Then not very far behind is Scotch College on lane 5, followed by Xavier, only a metre or two behind them, and then at the rear of the field is the crew from Geelong Grammar on the far side of the course. Coming down to the 1,500 metres now in the School 8's Year 10, Division 3. It's Melbourne Grammar, number 1 crew, holding a 3/4 of a length to a length lead. Very tight for second, St Kevin's and Melbourne Grammar number 1, number 2 crew in second. Third position, followed by now Xavier moving into fourth place, just ahead of Scotch College, and Geelong Grammar are tailed off. But it's Melbourne Grammar, number 1 crew on lane 3, a length clear, St Kevin's and Melbourne Grammar number 2 trying hard and very close together in second place, followed by Xavier, Scotch and Geelong Grammar. But down with about 50 or 60 metres to go, it's going to be Melbourne Grammar number 1 crew in the Year 10 Division 3 A final here at the Nagambie Lakes Regatta Centre, holding off the challengers from St Kevin's and Melbourne Grammar number 2. So it's Melbourne Grammar 1 first, St Kevin's second, just ahead of Melbourne Grammar number 2 crew, followed by Xavier another length away in fourth place, followed by a length and a quarter further back to the crew from Scotch College in fifth position, and Geelong Grammar will bring up the rear. The winners there, we just got to give those winners' names. Fergus Guest in the bow seat, Alex Brew, I should say, Ferrer, three names there. Hugo Williams in the 3 seat, Jamie Goff 4, James Arnold 5, Tom Skyme Jones 6, and then follows Conrad McIndoe and Tate Crampton in the stroke seat, and Cox by Archie Allen. No coach listed for the Melbourne Grammar crew, but well done to them. They've done the B final of the School 8's division. The A final, I should say, the School 8's Division 3 of the Year 10 from St Kevin's, Melbourne Grammar number 2, Xavier, Scotch and Geelong Grammar. Now the next event is the School 8's Year 10 Division 2, sponsored by Fowles Auctions. The B final there, race 71, Trinity Grammar, Caulfield Grammar, Melbourne High School and Geelong Grammar. So it's across to Andrew for the commentary of the next couple of races, race 71 and 72.
Thanks, Roger. So race number 71, well underway now. They're getting up towards through the 750 metre mark. This is race 71, the male School 8 Year 10 Division 2. B final, sponsored by Fowles Auctions and Sales. They have a huge selection of carpet and timber flooring and building materials, open 7 days a week, or visit them online at fowles.com.au. We thank them for their sponsorship of this, the event number 71, male School 8 Year 10 Division 2 B final. We have Trinity on lane 2, Caulfield Grammar on lane 3, Melbourne High School on lane 4, and Geelong Grammar on lane 5. And at the moment, as we see them across the lake there, you can see that the Melbourne High School crew is out in front on lane number 4. So Melbourne High School crew of Max Ludwig, Stefan Schmid, Tim Jung, Jack Walton, Angus McLaughlin, Aaron Kaminsky, Jared Newell, Justin Lung and Cox Nicholas Xavier. And again, as I say, Melbourne High School having a strong day's rowing today, and they're out around about a length and a half at the moment from the Trinity crew on the far side of the lake in lane number 2, and off screen at the moment is Geelong Grammar in lane number 4 on this side of the lake. But here you can see this is the Melbourne High School crew out in front, looking strong, currently rating 34 strokes a minute, so not extending themselves too much at this particular stage as they come through the 1,000 metre mark, and they're out in front by about 2 lengths at the moment from the Trinity crew. You can see they're in lane number 2 on the far side of the course. Then back to the Caulfield Grammar crew, Lachlan McPhee, Matthew Wise, Max Webb, Josh Cousins, Samuel Anderson, Lucas Mayer, Max Burke, Jack Tilley, Cox by Oliver Worcester. in third place. And off the screen at the moment is the Geelong Grammar Crew in fourth place. They're about 3 lengths behind the Caulfield Grammar Crew. That's Fraser McCulloch, Noah Hill, Ethan Colley, Bryson Story, Luca Dinnack, Jack Turner, Henry Martin, Baxter Irish, and Cox Annabelle Kitty. But they're moving up now with 500 metres to go, and it's still this Melbourne High School crew looking very strong. Still rating down around 33 strokes per minute. They're still out well in front at the moment of the other 3 crews. Back over to the Caulfield Grammar Crew in lane number 3 in second place. Then alongside them, having a good battle for second, is Trinity. So nothing much between those 2 crews on the far side of the course, as you can see on the screen at the moment. But it's certainly this Melbourne High School crew rowing strongly in this, the B final, sponsored by Fowles of the Male School 8 Year 10 Division 2. Melbourne High School making every post a winner at the moment. They went out strongly over the first 1,000 metre mark, and they've maintained their rhythm moving through the second 1,000 metres as they move up now with 300 metres to go. And it looks like the Trinity crew on the far side of the course has moved up now and moved alongside Caulfield Grammar. So a great battle for second place now in this, the B final of this Year 10 Division 2 event. This is race 71. So we've only got another 14 races to the end of the day at the moment. And in these conditions, it's fantastic for the spectators and the rowers to be competing under these conditions. And it's still this Melbourne High School crew. Trinity have done a great job, as I say. Both of these schools are very strong rowing programs developing, and this Trinity crew certainly has taken it up to the Caulfield Grammar Crew on alongside them, and they've gone past them now. They're rating 35 at the moment, Trinity, so just lifted their rating, moved through the Caulfield Grammar Crew, and some 15 to 20 lengths back now to Geelong Grammar in fourth place at the rear of the field. But as they move up now with 5 strokes to go, and in this B final of the Year 10 Division 2 event sponsored by Fowles Auction, it's Melbourne High School crossing the line in first place. Strong last 500 by Trinity College, who move into second place across the line, followed by Caulfield Grammar. And then some 10, 15 lengths back, we have the Geelong Grammar Crew in fourth position. So well done then to the Melbourne High School crew there. And a strong second 500 by Trinity. So Melbourne High School, Max Ludwig, Stephen Schmidt, Tim Jung, Jack Walton, Angus McLaughlin, Aaron Kaminsky, Jared Newell, Justin Lung, Cox by Nicholas Xavier, take out event 71. So well done to them. We now move on to the next event, which is race number 72, which is the Male School 8 Year 10 Division 2 A final, again sponsored by Fowles Auctions. Simon McPhail, we thank him for his sponsorship of this event. Again, over the 2,000 metre course, the race is underway, and we've got Wesley College here on lane number 1. Xavier on lane number 2. Melbourne Grammar on lane number 3. St Kevin's on lane number 4. Scotch College on lane number 5. And Brighton Grammar School on lane number 6. And currently on your screen you can see the Melbourne Grammar Crew. So this is the Year 10 Division 2 final. This crew certainly had a very strong season all season and won, I think, nearly every one of their regattas so far this season. So they'd be the strong favourites at this stage for this race and probably for next week's Head of the River. As I say, this is the seeding regatta for the Head of the River, so a lot up to stake here to get the best lane number you can next week. And at this stage, it's the Melbourne Grammar Crew out in front. Alexandra Ross, Louis Bridger, Charlie Reith, Will Dunlop, George Froomes Houseman, Jack Legg, Alexander Appleton, Lucas Batten, Cox by Freddie Campbell. And at the moment, they're rowing very strongly out in front of the field in lane number 3. Followed at this stage by the Scotch College crew in lane number 5. So the Scotch College crew, Jordan Haritzis, William Kearney, Archie Clooney's Ross, William Hutchings, Sam Pritchard, Henry Wilcox, Ed Burns, Angus McLennan, Cox by James Gray. And they're up also with the crew from St Kevin's rowing alongside the Melbourne Grammar crew. So in second place at the moment would be the crew from St Kevin's, which is Thomas Bartle, Luca Payne, Liam Monaghan, Jack Ives, Will Rawling, Maximilian Zaspel, Timothy O'Halloran, Nicholas Bear, Cox by Ty O'Donoghue. So you can see on your screen now you've got the Melbourne Grammar crew out in front as they move through the 1,000 metre mark at the moment. On the far side of the course you can see the Wesley College crew currently sitting in third position. Alongside them in lane number 2 is the Xavier crew, but as you can see this strong Melbourne Grammar crew reaching out, getting a lot of run, and as I say they've had a great season this season. And at the moment, they're rowing very strongly on 36 strokes a minute. And they're out in the lead as we move up through the 1,000 metre mark towards the 750 metres to go. And alongside them, we've still got the Scotch College crew on this side of the course in second place, along with St Kevin's. So St Kevin's and Scotch College at the moment battling it out for second pace behind Melbourne Grammar. The St Kevin's crew looks very strong at this stage, trying to move up on Melbourne Grammar. But Melbourne Grammar holding their rating at the moment, and they're still out in front from St Kevin's in lane number 4, Scotch College in lane number 5. Then we go across to Wesley College over on the far side of the course in lane number 1 in 4th position, and then followed by the remaining 2 crews, which is Xavier in lane number 2 in 5th place, and over to Brighton Grammar School in 6th position on lane number 6. It's still Melbourne Grammar. St Kevin's trying valiantly to move up alongside them, but there's a good 2 lengths now. They're a good 2 lengths behind Melbourne Grammar. And great shot here, you can see that's the order at the moment. The Melbourne Grammar crew at the top of your screen, some 2 lengths in front of St Kevin's, with the Scotch College crew now in 3rd place, about 1.5 lengths behind those first 2 crews as they move now in towards the last 500 metre mark in ideal rowing conditions. You can see Xavier College on the far side of the crew in 4th place, vying with Scotch College for 3rd. So Xavier moving up alongside Scotch at the moment, and then Wesley moving up alongside Scotch at the moment, and then we've got Xavier in 5th position and Brighton Grammar School in 6th place. But still, Melbourne Grammar started strongly over the first 1,000, looking very strong over this second 1,000 metre now as we come through in the last 250 metres of this, the A final of the Year 10 Division 2. And Melbourne Grammar continuing a strong season, just lifting the rating now to 37 strokes a minute, and they've moved out an extra length now from St Kevin's. So very strong display of very good 8-oared rowing here from this Melbourne Grammar crew. They're now 3 lengths out in front of this St Kevin's crew, with Scotch College a further length back behind St Kevin's. Xavier on the, Wesley on the far side of the course are trying to move up into 3rd place with Scotch. Then you've got Xavier alongside them in 5th position and over to Brighton Grammar. But this is a very, very strong display of 8-oared rowing here by this Melbourne Grammar crew as they move up now with about 10 strokes to go, and they have just cleared right out here. They're about 5 lengths now in front of this St Kevin's crew. They've had an excellent race and really taken it home over the last 500 metres. So 5 lengths in front of St Kevin's. You can see the St Kevin's crew now coming up towards the finishing line. 1 length further back is the Scotch College crew. Half a length behind them is Wesley on the far side of the course. A further 2 lengths back to the Xavier College crew in 5th position, and a fast finishing Brighton Grammar crew just 1 length further back in 6th place. So great race there, and well done to the Melbourne Grammar crew of Alexander Ross, Louis Bridger, Charlie Reith, Will Dunlop, George Froomes, Houseman, Jack Legg, Alexander Appleton, stroked by Lucas Batten, Cox by Freddie Gamble, to run out winners of the A final in the Year 10 Division 2 race sponsored by Fowles.
Well, they're racing in the next event on the program, thanks Andrew, which is the race 73, the B final of the Year 10 Division 1 of the schoolboy 8s over 2,000 metres, sponsored by Clarendon Lawyers. Geelong College, Brighton Grammar, Haileybury and Geelong Grammar are in the first, in the B final, which will be followed by the A final after that. And Brighton Grammar going away to quite a good start there on the screen at the present time. Alongside them, the Scotch College crew and also St Kevin's. Sorry, also the Geelong College crew, I should say, also Haileybury and Geelong Grammar. As they come through the first 250 metres of the Year 10 Division 2 of the Schoolboy 8's Division 2 in this Division 1, I should say. We've got the B final on the course at the present time. And Brighton Grammar holding on to a slight lead over the crew from Haileybury and Geelong College, and Geelong Grammar dropping back a little bit in the early stages of the race, which is race number 73 on today's program. We have a total of 85 races, so as Andrew mentioned, coming towards the end of the program today with just on 13 races to go, including this one. And the crew from Brighton Grammar holding onto a slight lead over Haileybury, Geelong Grammar and Geelong College. But very little difference between the whole four crews as they come towards the 1,000 metre mark in this B final of the Year 10 Division 1. With, as we've kept on saying all afternoon, absolutely beautiful conditions for rowing. The flag here at the administration building at the finish is absolutely limp, as we continue to see presentations taking place for previous events, the A finals, and the Brighton Grammar crew holding on to a slight lead here over the crew from Haileybury, Geelong Grammar and Geelong College, who are battling it out for the minor placings. But keep in mind, this is the B final to decide placings in the heats next week. And Geelong College, I would say, they're moving up into second place behind Brighton Grammar, and then Haileybury and the crew from Geelong Grammar at the rear of the field on this side of the course. At the move coming here from Geelong College on lane 1 on the far side, throwing out the challenge to Brighton Grammar and the crew from Haileybury. About a length covering those three crews as they came through the 1,000 metres into this third 500 metres of the 2,000 metre race. The Brighton Grammar crew still leading in Year 10 Division 1 B final. The Clarendon Lawyers there, as we see the winners from the previous race, the A final, receiving their medallions, won by Melbourne Grammar. We got that there. So they're well into the third 500. This is where it often happens, where there could be some changes over the race, although Brighton Grammar holding about half a length, maybe 3/4 of a length lead over the crew from Haileybury alongside them on lane 3, and Geelong College over there on lane 1, and back to Geelong Grammar on this side of the course, bringing up the rear. Would be about 3 to 4 lengths behind the leading crew. Brighton Grammar coming through the 1250 metre mark, where there's a buoy over on the far side and the umpire's boat sitting around there. There is one following the race as well. But Brighton Grammar in the lead now, probably out a length and a half in front over the crew from Haileybury, followed by Geelong College dropping back into third position now. They were on level terms with Haileybury, but I think they're a little bit behind now into the third position, followed by the crew from Geelong Grammar, well back on nearest the judge on lane 4 at the rear of the field. In race 73 to be followed by the A final very shortly in this Year 10 Division 1. Still a good entry in the Year 10s, although the Year 9s were swamping them today with a number of quad sculls we had in the 8 divisions that we decided earlier in the program. But through the 1250 metre mark, it's still the Brighton Grammar crew comfortably out in front. Hamish Roberts, Will Muller, Charlie Catt, Ethan Jalos, Harry Thorne, Sam Weiss, saw his father just a short time ago, Connor Marriott and Nick Anson, coxed by Christian Pace, sitting out a length and quarter in front now of the crew alongside them from Haileybury on lane 3, then another half a length back to Geelong College, and the Geelong Grammar crew are tailed off in third place, some 7 or 8 lengths behind Brighton Grammar at the rear of the field. As we see the Melbourne Grammar crew from the previous race receiving their gold medals, taking out first prize Year 10 Division 2. This event sponsored by Clarendon Lawyers and Brighton Grammar with their bright white caps on and the red and blue colours showing out in the lead here by a length and a quarter over the crew from Haileybury in second place. Then follows the crew from Geelong College on the far side and Geelong Grammar at the rear of the field. But down towards the line with about half a dozen strokes to go in race 73, the B final, Year 10 Division 1. It's going to be Brighton Grammar across the line first, leading all the way to score by a length and a half at the finish from the crew from Haileybury in second place. A further 2.5 lengths back to Geelong College in third position, and fourth place will be Geelong Grammar. In that, the B final of the Year 10 Division 1. A final just about to get underway. So they're off and running in the race 74, the Year 10 Division 1 from the 2,000 metre start. Sponsored by Clarendon Lawyers, the A final, the B final there won by Brighton Grammar, but the A final is a totally different kettle of fish, and St Kevin's away well on lane 4, along with Scotch on lane 3. The crews in the centre of the course quite often seeded that way, and the course, as Andrew mentioned earlier on, this is the seeding regatta for next week's APS Head of the River to be staged here at Nagambie Lakes Regatta Centre. So it's St Kevin's getting the early leader from Scotch here, only a little bit at the moment, probably a metre or two, but it's getting that advantage in the first 500 metres as they come through into the second 500 metres now of race number 74 on today's 62nd Scotch Mercantile Regatta. First started back in 1957 on the Yarra, and the last 19 years, I think it is, been racing here at Nagambie Lakes Regatta Centre in line with the Head of the River. And it's probably a pretty close race. Scotch moving up now to the crew from St Kevin's and making a great race of it. May have put their bow in front, the Scotch College crew. Here is coxed by Lockie Phillips and stroked by Ben Strang, with Ty Ryan and the behind him Theodore Dryden, Archie Abbott, Jake Maycock, Massimo Marrow, Thomas Harding, I should say, and Edward Finlay in the bow seat. Lockie Marshall's the coach. It's not listed on our program, but Andrew, of course, being from Scotch, knows all about the coaches there. And they've taken the lead, I think, slightly away from St Kevin's, but it's pretty tight. About half a length would cover all four leading crews. The crew that dropped back a little bit is Wesley College on lane 6. The other, and Melbourne Grammar on lane 5. But the other four crews, Caulfield Grammar on the far side, Xavier on 2, St Scotch on 3, and St Kevin's having a great race for the lead here. St Kevin's maybe still slightly in front. The crew from St Kevin's here is coxed by Maxwell Sonneman, with Stephen Moffat in the stroke seat behind him, Liam Fold, Billy Duffern, William Banovich, Finn Cross, Jasper Kidman, Charles McCann and James McNair in the bow seat. And it's going to be a great race. They've got away from Scotch now by probably half a length at this stage into this third 500 metres where it really counts. The St Kevin's and Scotch crew are settling down now to fight it out. They've dropped back a little bit, the crew from Xavier on lane 2. Then Caulfield Grammar over on the far side and Melbourne Grammar on lane 5 battling it out for third and fourth and fifth position. And then back in sixth place is Wesley College nearest the judge on lane 6. But it's St Kevin's and Scotch going hammer and tongs out there. St Kevin's narrowly in front. They got that lead early and they're still trying to maintain the lead. Scotch digging the blades in very deep into the water, trying to bring them back to level turns with St Kevin's as the two crews approach the 1,500 metre mark in race number 74. sponsored by Clarendon Lawyers. The Year 10 Division 1 A final, the big one for the Year 10 Division 1s. And down to the 1500 metres, it's still St Kevin's holding onto the lead about half a length over Scotch College. Can they maintain this margin over the last 500 metres? Scotch will be trying hard to close it if they can. Xavier back in third position, just ahead of Melbourne Grammar on lane 5, then across to Caulfield on lane 1 and bringing up the rear as Wesley on lane 6, who'd be about 8 lengths behind the leading crew, St Kevin's, who have about 380 metres to go to the line. They're digging their blades in deep to hold off this challenge from Scotch, and they're holding them off at the moment by 3/4 of a length now over Scotch in second place. It's been a great race between the two of them all the way down, but St Kevin's have always had that slight advantage, and they've got it over Scotch still at the moment. Can Scotch get up in the last 300 metres? We haven't seen too many come home that strongly today, but St Kevin's holding on to half a length, maybe 3/4 of a length over Scotch in the Year 10 Division 1 final, the A final. 2 lengths, 2.5 lengths back to Xavier, followed by Melbourne Grammar close up to them in fourth place. Then follows Caulfield Grammar and Wesley at the rear, but it's still St Kevin's maintaining the lead here as they drive down to the line with about 130 metres to go, still half a length in front. The St Kevin's crew look as though they're going to hold off Scotch and lead all the way in the Division 1 of the Year 10 8s for the boys. It's going to be St Kevin's down to the line in race 74 with a magnificent performance by them as they cross the line first. Half a length clear over Scotch in second place, who came back at them to within 1/3 of a length at the finish, followed by the crew from Xavier in third place, just pipping Melbourne Grammar for that position in fourth position. Fifth will be Caulfield Grammar and sixth will be Wesley College. Well done to St Kevin's College, the winners there of Division 1 of the Year 10 Schoolboy 8s, coxed by Maxwell Soneman, with Stephen Moffat in the stroke seat, Liam Foldy, Bill Daffern, William Banachvich, Finn Cross, Jasper Kidman, Charles McCann and James McNair in the bow seat. Well done St Kevin's, winning the Year 10 Division 1 of the 8, sponsored by Clarendon Lawyers. So it's back to Andrew for the next race, which is the Open Fours Division 2, sponsored by the Shire of Strathbogie, race 75.
Thanks, Roger. And as you were just saying, that was a great result there for St Kevin's. That's been a very hotly fought division this year, with Melbourne Grammar the early winners of the first few events, Scotch winning the last couple of events, and now St Kevin's coming through and winning that race. So that's going to set up for a very good final next week in the Year 10 Division A. And as Roger said, we're now up to race 75, which is the male school Coxed 4 Open Division 2. And we've got 4 crews in this race. Xavier College in lane number 2, Wesley College in lane number 3, Trinity in lane number 4, and Geelong Grammar in lane number 5. So this event is sponsored by the hosts of our event today, the Strathbogie Shire. Great place to live, Strathbogie. Love the lifestyle, love the location. How couldn't you with weather like this and conditions like this? And as we look up the course at the moment, you can see the crews coming down, and we've got the in our picture at the moment, we've got the Xavier crew, the Wesley crew, and the Trinity crew on lane number 4, and Geelong Grammar is over on this side of the course out of picture at the moment. So at this stage, as we're moving down the course, it'd be Wesley, the Wesley crew of Milo Marchiori, Cleese Horifarius, James Burnett, Lachlan Stephen, Cox by Nicholas Hershen, and you can see them in your screen now. They've moved out by about 2 lengths at the moment from the Trinity crew in lane number 4 on this side of the course of Nelson Beattie, James Newcomb, Jacob Nolder, Stephen Vass and Cox Rudy Richardson. And then over on the far side of the course, you can see the Xavier crew in your picture there of Lewis Burke, Daniel Murphy, Patrick Prowse, Max Willoughby Goff, coxed by Zach Whelan. But as you can see here, it's this Wesley crew looking very neat and very strong. Sitting the boat up in front, you can see the cocks at the front of the boat. They're urging the crew on, and they're rowing very well at this stage, rating 34.5 strokes per minute, sitting nicely out in front from the crew out of picture at the moment. Here they come now, which is the Trinity crew we called before, and they're also moving through up towards the 1,000-metre mark. They're on a rate of 33 at this stage, and over on the far side of the course, you'll see the Xavier Crew's blades there. So they're in third position, and unfortunately we haven't seen Geelong Grammar on screen yet. They're on this side of the course, and they're in fourth place. So moving up past the 1,000-metre mark, so over halfway now, moving up with 750 metres to go. And you can see this Trinity College crew trying hard. They're about 2 lengths in front of the Xavier crew, and in front of them is the Wesley College crew making every post a winner at the moment and rowing very strongly. And here we see the pan shot now with Wesley still out in front on lane number 3, rowing very strongly from Trinity in lane number 4. Xavier in lane number 2, and the Geelong Grammar crew off screen at the moment. This is the Wesley College crew out in front, but the Geelong Grammar crew in fourth place is Harry Holt, Sam Moses, Edward Beale, Archie Brenchley, and Cox Charlie Bond. And here comes the Trinity crew into screen now as they move up now towards the 500 metres to go mark, so 1,500 metre mark of the event in still ideal conditions. And this Wesley crew, very strong from go to woe here, still sitting out about 3 lengths in front of the Trinity crew, with a further 3 lengths back to the Xavier crew on the far side of the course. And it looks as if the reason we're not seeing the Geelong Grammar crew is because they're not there. So that's why you won't see them on the screen. So we've got a race in 3 here. This is the Male School 4 Open Division 2, sponsored by the Strathbogie Shire. So this is the final of this event. And as they come up now with 300 metres to go, slight ripple on the water as a bit of just a small amount of wind gets up, but nothing to affect these rowers as they come up with 250 metres to go. And this is a very strong row by this Wesley crew. They've now moved a good 6 lengths out in front of the Trinity College crew in lane number 4. And they've been challenged slightly now by the Xavier crew on the far side of the course, which was Lewis Burke, Daniel Murphy, Patrick Prowse, Max Willoughby Goff, Cox by Zach Whelan. But it's still Wesley College here, driving to the line in this, the final of the Male School Cox 4, Open Division 2. And they've got this well won now. They're not overexerting themselves at the moment. Very nice, clean rowing, rating 34, and sitting the boat up very well. Nice long strokes at the moment. Good leg drive as they move up with 10 strokes to go. And it'll be Wesley College as they move up to the finish with a very strong row of this 2,000 metre course at Lake Ngambie. Coming up now to the finishing line, Wesley College into first place. Some 6 lengths back to Trinity, who've lifted the rating up to about 38 strokes a minute to keep ahead of Xavier. And here's the Trinity crew in second place, 2.5 lengths back to Xavier on the far side of the course in third place. So very, very strong row from Lockie Stephen as the stroke, James Burnett in the 3 seat, Cleese Hora Fiaris in the 2 seat, Milo Marchiori is the bow, Cox by Nicholas Hershen. Unfortunately, I haven't got the coach here, but he's done an excellent job with those boys, and that was a very strong row by the Wesley crew. In first place, commiserations to Trinity, who tried gallantly down the course, and then back to Xavier on the far side of the lake. So thank you again to the Strathbogie Shire for sponsoring that event. And in your screen now we've got a race in 2 here as we look at race number 76. So again, starting right on time. So the regatta officials doing an outstanding job in running this regatta today. And we've got the Ballarat Grammar crew in lane number 3. And the St Patrick's College crew in lane number 4. And you can see that's the St Patrick's College crew coming into screen now in lane number 4. So they're probably 2 or 3 lengths at the moment behind this Ballarat Grammar crew. So this is the male school Cox 4 Open Division 1. So the top division of the male school Cox 4s, and the Ballarat crews are so strong in these events traditionally. Amazing rowers coming out of Ballarat, and they've really embraced these small boats, which is the way really Australian rowing is going now, teaching the younger rowers all about moving a boat in a small boat and moving up to the larger boats. But if you can get these boats moving pairs and fours well, certainly improves your rowing technique. And these boys from Ballarat Grammar looking very nice out in front at the moment as they move up through to the 500 metres to go mark. Again, we've said many times ideal conditions, but this Ballarat Grammar crew of Sam Crothersbade in the bow seat, David Coots, David Cuff, Felix Oliver, Cox Henry Dickinson, and they're now 2.5, 3 lengths in front of the St Pat's College crew of Mason Coots, Connor Shug, Will Perker, Thomas Barry, Cox by Jackson Long. But again, you're seeing some of the best Cox 4 rowing you can see at the schoolboy division. This is the Open Division 1, and these Ballarat crews always very well prepared. And Ballarat Grammar making every post a winner here as they move up with 250 metres to go, rowing very strongly. And they're currently rating 33. And the St Pat's crew slightly below them on around 30. So 33, and again Ballarat Grammar now lifting the rating again. You know, and they're not going to ease it off. They're going to win this by as much as they can, and they're certainly looking very strong. Coming up with 100 metres to go, where the boys turn to red, and this Ballarat Grammar crew has made a great fist of this race, led from start to go. Very strong display, lifting the rating again here now, just moving through to the final. Excellent rowing. Look at this great run. Lifted the rating to 38 as they come through with the last 10 strokes to go. Great display of forward rowing here. Well done to the Ballarat Grammar crew, and they're now moving through to the finishing line. Very strong crew there. Great job to win this, the Cox 4 Open Division 1 final, sponsored by Fuso Trucks, and in second place St Pat's College. So well done to St Pat's, but it's Ballarat Grammar of the crew of Felix Oliver the stroke, David Cuff in the 3 seat, David Coots in the 2 seat, and Sam Crothersbade in the bow seat, Cox by Henry Dickinson, to win event number 76. And the next race on the program is also underway, which is the B final of the male school single scull Open Division 1. And I can tell you it's a long way, over 2,000 metres in a scull. This event sponsored by 776 BC. So again, many of the boys here would be wearing this excellent sportswear, this rowing sportswear, which has created a strong international brand for itself overseas. And most elite rowers really look to this 776 BC brand as the most comfortable to be competing in when you're rowing in regattas. And so at the moment we can see we've got the Trinity Sculler of Stephen Vass in lane number 2 on your screen at the moment. And then we've got the other Trinity Sculler is Thomas Bowman in lane number 3. And I think, I'll just check if I can see if we've got the Hawthorn Sculler. No. So that's actually not Stephen Vass, I'm sorry, that's Thomas Bowman. So Thomas Bowman in lane number 3 for Trinity, and Jordan Coe from Hawthorn is the Hawthorn Sculler. So at the moment, Thomas Bowman is out in front, as you can see there. So he's some good 6 or 7 lengths at the moment in front of the Hawthorn Sculler of Jordan Coe as they come through the 1,000 metre mark at the moment. And obviously much lower rating in sculls compared to 4s and again in 8s. So Dan ran about 27 strokes a minute, so just sitting in front of the Hawthorn sculler in lane number 4. So a race in 2 here at the moment as they come up through to the 1,000 metre mark. This event, again, we've talked about, has been sponsored by 776 BC, the rowing sportswear company. And again, from the previous divisions, we want to again thank the major sponsor of the day, which is Fuso Trucks. 5-year protection all day, every day, so your business can keep moving forward. Fuso all day. So we thank very much Fuso's continued sponsorship of this event. As we said before, 776 BC are sponsoring this particular race. The official apparel partner of Rowing Australia and Rowing Victoria. 776 BC is your go-to destination for training and custom apparel for your school and your club. I'm not sure if Thomas is wearing 776, but he certainly doesn't need it at the moment because he's cleared out well in front of his Hawthorn competitor here, Jordan Coe, as they move up now, nearing the 1,500 metre mark. 500 metres to go. And again, not a breath of wind as they move up through the last 500 metres. So great rowing conditions here. On your screen now is Jordan Coe from Hawthorn Rowing Club. So race 77 is the current race we're on, which is the male school single scull Open Division 1, the B final, to be followed after this by the A final. And now you can see the sculler on your screen is still Thomas Bowman in lane number 3. So he's really a long way in front of the competitor from Hawthorn, Jordan Coe, who's about 15 to 20 lengths back as Thomas comes through now towards the 250 metres to go mark. We might just, while we've got another 250, we might just look back up to the start where we're now underway with race number 78. So this is the Maize School Scull Open Division 1. So the Division 1, the A final of this event is underway. And if we have a look, we've got Gippsland Grammar, James Thompson in lane number 1, Lockie Rose in lane number 2 from Gippsland Grammar. Yep. And lane number 3 you can see is Lockie Wilmot, again from Gippsland Grammar. And then we've got Jackson Morrish, you can see on this side, who's from Hawthorn Rowing Club. So we might just go back to the finish of this race, which is the race 77. And you can see here the sculler from Trinity, Thomas Bowman, with about 10 strokes today, has had a great race and really has made every poster winner here. So well done to Thomas Bowman in the B final of the Male School Single Scull Open Division 1. As Thomas moves through the finishing line here, a long way ahead of the Hawthorn sculler in Jordan Coe. We might move back up to the next race, which is well underway now, moving through the 1,000 metre mark. As we pick up James, that's the sculler Lockie Wilmot you see in your picture there, who had a very strong preliminary before this and won that event. So he's proceeding from where he started off before. Very strong rower, Lockie Wilmot. Look at that, moving out in front of this race at the moment in lane number 3. And over in lane number 2, on the other side of him is Lockie Rose, also from Gippsland Grammar. And then over to James Thompson in lane number 1, as the Hawthorn sculler crosses the line from the previous division. But we're now up to Event 78, the Single Scull Open Division 1, sponsored again by 776BC. Just out of your screen there now was the sculler in front from Gippsland Grammar, which was Lockie Wilmot. You can now see Thomas Phelan Penson there, who's in lane number 4, and behind him is Jackson Morris in lane number 5 from Hawthorn Rowing Club. So Gippsland Grammar certainly showing their strength in small boats here, with 4 scullers here, and the Hawthorn rower or sculler Jackson Morris trying his hardest to stay up with these boys, but this is a very strong display of sculling here, particularly at the moment from the sculler in lane number 3, Lockie Wilmot. He's moved well out ahead of his compatriots there. So Lockie Wilmot in lane number 3 as they move up through the 750 metre mark, and he's about 10 or 8 lengths in front of Thomas Phelan Penson in lane number 4. Then over to Lockie Rose in lane number 2. So these are all Gippsland Grammar. And then very close for 4th place between Jackson Morris from Hawthorn and James Thompson from Gippsland Grammar. But there's no doubt who's winning this race at the moment. It's Lockie Wilmot, who's looking very strong in the green scull from Gippsland Grammar. You can see there with the hat on. And he's lifting the rating now. Very strong shoulders, a very strong rower here, so rowing exceptionally well. And he's now moved out to about 12 lengths, I think, from the 2 scullers, Lockie Rose in lane number 2 from Gippsland Grammar and Thomas Phelan Penson in lane number 4. So nothing much separating those two. And then back to Jackson Morris from Hawthorn in 4th place. And over on the far side of the course is James Thompson, also from Gippsland Grammar in lane number 1. But as we move up now, with coming up to 100 metres to go, and here's a great display of sculling from this Gippsland Grammar sculler. Lifting the rate to 33 at the moment is Lockie Wilmot. Fantastic effort here as he moves up now with about 15 strokes to go, looking very strong. Lifting the rating again, and he's just cleared away from this field. So a fantastic display of sculling here from Lockie Wilmot. Well done to him as he moves up now to the finishing line. Strong battle here now for 2nd place, but there we are. Lockie Wilmot, winner of the Male School Single Scull Open Division 1. We look back, great racing here for 2nd place now between these 2 Gippsland Grammar scullers from Lockie Rose in lane number 2. And Thomas Phelan Penson, nothing between these 2. Lockie Rose has lifted the rating and looking about half a length in front now. Thomas Phelan Penson driving to the line, but Lockie Rose has got 2nd place from Gippsland Grammar from Thomas Phelan Penson, and then a good row from Jackson Morris from Hawthorn Rowing Club in 4th place. And over on the far side of the course, with about 5 strokes to go, we've got James Thompson again from Gippsland Grammar. So well done to all those rows, and particularly a great display of rowing from Lockie Wilmot to take out that event. So now we're back into the 8s, and we're up to the run towards the finish. We've got the Male School 8 Open Division 4, sponsored again by Fuso Trucks. Strongest trucks on the market from Japan, and a great sponsor, as I said before. So race 79. Crews here are St Kevin's on lane number 1, Scotch College number 2 on lane number 2, Scotch College number 1 on lane number 3, Melbourne High School on lane number 4, and Melbourne Grammar School on lane number 5. And these crews, as you can see there now, moving up towards the 1,000 metre mark, and it's a strong race here. And we've got the Scotch College number 1 crew on lane number 3, out slightly in front of the St Kevin's crew on lane number 1. So Scotch College and St Kevin's are having some great battles today in 8-oared rowing. At this stage, as they move up through the 1,000 metre mark, it's the Scotch College crew of Sam Collingwood, Campbell Marshall, Hamish Bolton, Charles O'Hara, James Montague, Peter Finch, Nicholas Joel, Ned Harris and Cox by Johnny Harper. And they're out in front at the moment, but they're being challenged by this St Kevin's crew on the far side of the course. Darcy Cornell, Henry Sharp, Declan Conroy, Will Hanlon, Angus Farnan, Charlie Caden, Fergus Healy, stroked by Nicholas Scott, and Cox by Charlie Patterson. We've then got the crew from Melbourne High School in lane number 4 in 3rd place. And then over to the Scotch College number 2 crew in lane number 2. And on this side of the course, we've got Melbourne Grammar School. So as we come up now towards the last 500 metres, we're through the through the 1500 metre mark, or coming up to the 1500 metre mark now. It's still this Scotch College crew out in front. On lane number 3, the Scotch College number 1 crew listed there that we named before. And they're now cleared out by about 3 or 4 lengths, probably from this Melbourne High School crew now, who's ranged up alongside St Kevin's. So we've got Scotch College in lane number 3 in 1st place as they move up now with 500 metres to go. The Scotch College crew rating 32 at the moment, starting to lift their rating, and the St Kevin's crew still not out of this. They're in lane number 1, and they're lifting their rating here strongly as they move up through the 1500 metre mark with 500 metres to go. A bit of breeze now hitting the crews in the last 500 metres, but it's still Scotch College out in front in lane number 3, followed by St Kevin's on the far side of the course in lane number 1 in 2nd place. They're being challenged by the Melbourne High School crew of Joshua Cock, Christopher Lamb, Shara Dahiya, Luca Megard, Leo Jasqui, Remy Megard, Jeremy Newcomb, Damien Saw, Cox by DeLuca Mappa. So they're moving up alongside St Kevin's for 2nd place, but it's still a very good row by this Scotch College crew, starting to lift their rating now, moving out in front again. They're up to rate 36 at the moment as they strive through the 250 metres to go mark, and still out a good length now in front of St Kevin's on the far side of the course. There'd only be half a length between the St Kevin's crew on the far side of the course and the Melbourne High School crew, with Melbourne High School crew lifting the rating again and driving up along St Kevin's. Then back to the Scotch College crew on the far side of the course in lane number 2, and the Melbourne Grammar crew stroked by Henry Carmichael in 5th place. But as we look with the last 100 metres to go, and this Scotch College crew moving out now well in front in this, the Male School 8 Open Division 4 final, sponsored by Fuso. Great row here by this Scotch College crew. They're a length in front. Fantastic battle here for 2nd place. Nothing in this. Melbourne High School lifting the rating again, driving back at St Kevin's. It's Scotch going across the line, but Melbourne High School lifted the rating in the last 10 strokes, and they've gone past St Kevin's. So they're a half a length in front of St Kevin's. Another great battle here now for 4th place between the Melbourne Grammar crew, which is lifting their rating again, and the Scotch College crew. Nothing again in here for 4th and 5th place. I think Melbourne Grammar are ranging up alongside here, and in the last 10 strokes, Melbourne Grammar crew have gone through and taken 4th place from the Scotch College number 2 crew in lane number 2 in 5th position. So great racing there from this Scotch College crew to win the Male School 8 Open Division 4 final.
Well done, Andrew. That was a good, terrific go there. And the next race is underway. This is the B final, the School 8's Division 3. Right on time at 3:54. Race number 80. We've got St Kevin's on lane 1 on the far side. Scotch number 2 on lane 2. Scotch number 1 on lane 3. Melbourne High School on lane 4. And Melbourne Grammar on lane 6. And this is the race number 80. I don't know what's happened to the 3:54 event. Has got more crews than I had written down wrongly, I think, maybe. Just the 2 crews coming down, Geelong Grammar and the crew from Geelong College. Geelong Grammar on lane 3 and Geelong College on lane 4. So the 2 Geelong crews having a good battle for the lead here. Of course, there's a big battle going on down at the Barwon today with all the repecharges and semi-finals down there for the school girls regattas, with the final starting tomorrow morning at 7:30, right through till 4:30 tomorrow afternoon. So racing going from here to there. We haven't had any of the girls racing here today, so no qualifying races here at the Scotch Mercantile Regatta. They're being decided down at the Barwon as we see these two crews come through the 500 metre mark, Geelong Grammar and Geelong College, in race number 80. To be followed by the A final of the Division 3 of the School 8s between Caulfield Grammar, Brighton Grammar, Scott, St Kevin's, Melbourne Grammar and Melbourne High School. Just in case we run out of juice in our tablet, we're going to put some power on there. That's very good, Andrew. You're a man of many talents. And I must congratulate the committee of the Scotch Mercantile Regatta. I'm not sure whether they're all listed in the program, but under the leadership of Steve Webster again this year, certainly some of those innovations you've been talking about have been terrific. And I can't see all the names in the program, but you know who you are. And we do thank you for your great contribution in helping this regatta continue to be successful. The 62nd staging of the Scotch Mercantile Regatta. As we see the Geelong College crew in this second 500 metres. They've gone through the 1,000 now, coming on towards the third 500 metres in the lead. Geelong College ahead of the crew from Geelong Grammar. And the coxswain Amber Whitley, stroked by Jan Acker, Baxter Kay, Hugh Miller, Jack Granger, Riley Clifford, Lockie Bowker, Jack Bennett Kennett in the two-seat, and in the bow seat up the pointy end of the boat, Hamish Dobie. And the crew from Geelong Grammar is stroked by Richard Burt and coxed by Annabelle Kirby. And great to see the St Scotch College crews getting their medallions there for that previous Division 4 final, sponsored by Fuso. Taking out the first place getter there, and great picture superimposed on the screen of the winning crew. Well done to the Scotch College crew, winning the Division 4 of the Schoolboy 8s from Melbourne High School and St Kevin's, in another good performance by Scotch College. But they haven't had it all their own way today. I notice in the Year 10 Division 8, St Kevin's winning the first division, Melbourne Grammar the second division there, and Melbourne Grammar the third division in the Schoolboy 8's Year 10. And we've got the two Geelong crews battling it out, with College well out in front now as they have around about 700 metres to go, or 650 metres to go, over the Geelong Grammar crew back in second position. And we'll be back here at Scotch Mercant at the Nagambie Lakes Regatta Centre next week, of course, with the annual APS Head of the River for both the boys and the girls. So heads of the river, we've got to call them the two heads. And at the 1,500 metre mark, it's Geelong College comfortably in front of Geelong Grammar. A magnificent picture coming up from our cameraman here down near the finishing line. And he's certainly got a great picture of the two crews going vying for the lead, but College have been well out in front for most of the race, sitting out about 2.5, 3 lengths in front of Geelong Grammar, back in second place. This is the B final of the Schoolboy 8's Open Division 3, sponsored by our major sponsor, Fuso. One truck has no competition. Face to face, it can't be beaten. That one truck is Fuso, our platinum sponsor. The only truck with a soul of a Sumo is now the only Japanese truck that comes with a 5-year warranty as standard. No one can match it. That's 5 years protection all day, every day, so your business can keep moving forward. Fuso, all day, our platinum sponsor today. We thank them very much for that sponsorship. Without the sponsorship, as Andrew has mentioned, we wouldn't be able to have this live streaming today. Geelong College doing it easily out in front here, stroked by Chan Acker and Cox by Amber Whitley, sitting out probably 4 lengths now in front of Geelong Grammar. Their arch rivals from the Barwon River, but they're no match for the Geelong College crew, who are coming down in the lead here towards the line with 4 or 5 strokes to go in the B final, the School 8's Open Division 3. A very comfortable victory to Geelong College as they go across the line, 5 lengths clear over Geelong Grammar School in second place. That was the B final. The A final now is one of the latter events on the program. In fact, on the program yourself, you go to page 38 on the program now. And race 81 is Caulfield Grammar, Brighton Grammar, Scotch College, St Kevin's, Melbourne Grammar and Melbourne High School. And they're away now in race number 81, the School 8's Open Division 3. This is the A final, Caulfield Grammar, Brighton Grammar, Scotch, St Kevin's, Melbourne Grammar and Melbourne High School. And still absolutely perfect conditions for rowing down there in out of the starting bay, where we've had the boat holders all day out there in the heat holding the crews at the start. Scotch away well, as along with St Kevin's, is showing beautifully on the screen there in the green and gold colours with the white caps, right alongside the Scotch College crew, who are on lane 4, Scotch on lane 4 and St Kevin's on lane 5 in race 81, the A final of the School 8's Open Division 3 with 250 metres covered. It's anybody's race between Scotch College, Brighton Grammar and St Kevin's, followed by Melbourne Grammar, only about half a length behind the Melbourne High School crew, who've gone past Melbourne Grammar in the early stages, with Caulfield Grammar on the far side of the course at the rear of the field, but not very far behind as they go through the 250 metre mark onto the 500 metre. And it's Scotch and St Kevin's and Melbourne Grammar and Melbourne High School, followed by the Caulfield Grammar crew at the rear of the field. But not very much difference, about half a length, 3/4 of a length covering all crews in the final here. There's 6 crews across the course in the A final of the School 8's Open Division 3, race 81 on the program today. The Scotch Mercantile, the 62nd staging of this event, which now this regatta becoming quite a strong event, with Scotch College taking the lead, as we mentioned, at the 500 metre mark, narrowly from St Kevin's, and then follows Melbourne Grammar, back to Melbourne High School, then across to back to the crew from Melbourne High School, followed by Caulfield Grammar at the rear of the field, and Brighton Grammar there on lane 2nd from the far side, back in 4th or 5th position. So they're coming through the 500 on towards the 1,000 metre mark now, and it's still Scotch College in the lead from St Kevin's College back in 2nd place. Brighton Grammar right up there in contention for a podium position in 3rd position, followed by the crew from Melbourne Grammar on lane 6, Melbourne High School on this side of the course. Well, Melbourne Grammar on lane 5, Melbourne High School on lane 6, and Caulfield Grammar over on the far side, back in last place. But it's Scotch in the lead in this third 500 metres now, over St Kevin's and Brighton Grammar, battling it out for 2nd place. The Scotch College crew here is Cox by Louis Cameron. Cox by Louis Cameron, stroke by Thomas Lompierre, with Tom McDonald, Lachlan Day, Charles Perry, Nick Serpoulos Carcass, Gus Permazel, Thomas Cullen and Harrison Fielding in the bow seat in the bright red colours, the cardinal colours of Scotch showing out in the lead from Brighton Grammar and St Kevin's, battling it out for 2nd place. Then follows Melbourne High School in 4th position, just ahead of Melbourne Grammar, and tailing off at the rear of the field is Caulfield Grammar on the far side. But it's Scotch leading, coming up towards the 1250 metre mark, where the boys on the far side, 3/4 of a length over Brighton Grammar, followed by St Kevin's about a half to 3/4 of a length away in 3rd place. Then follows down on the inside station Melbourne High School, followed by Melbourne Grammar, on lane 5. And then across to the crew from Caulfield Grammar at the rear of the field on lane 1. But it's Scotch College in the lead here, 3/4 to 1 length over Brighton Grammar, with about 650 metres to go to the finish in the School 8's Division 3 final, sponsored by Fuso. And looks like Scotch is going to have a win here, although they haven't had it all their own way at the regatta today. There's certainly been some other schools winning some races. They're holding on to a 3/4 of a length lead. Brighton Grammar at the 1,500 metre mark, trying very hard to close the gap, and then follows a length away to the crew from St Kevin's College, followed by Melbourne Grammar down on the inside station, Melbourne High School I should say, challenging St Kevin's for 3rd place, followed by Melbourne Grammar, and the crew from Caulfield Grammar would be about 7 or 8 lengths off the lead. But it's Scotch in the lead, round about 35, 36 strokes a minute. Brighton Grammar made an effort there at one stage, but they've dropped back again to a length behind Scotch, maybe a length and a quarter. Then follows St Kevin's in close up to Brighton Grammar and challenging them for that 2nd position again now as Brighton Grammar take up the bid again, because they did lose a bit of momentum there, and Melbourne High School sneaking up on the inside and not very far behind to get the place on the podium. And in fact, I reckon they've moved past St Kevin's and maybe even past Brighton Grammar, with Scotch in the lead coming up towards the 1,800 metre mark in the Schoolboy 8's Division 3 final. It's going to be the crew from Scotch College from Melbourne High School. They're the movers and shakers here on the inside, and they're coming out after Scotch and throwing down the gauntlet to them as they come down towards the line with about 100 metres to go. Scotch hanging on tenaciously. Melbourne High School lifting their work rate, coming home very strongly. I reckon they've hit the lead. Melbourne High School in the closing stages. What a magnificent effort by Melbourne High as they come down to the line to take it out at the finish by 1/3 of a length at the finish from Scotch College, followed by 1.25 by St Kevin's. Then Brighton Grammar fading away to 4th place, followed by Melbourne Grammar and then Caulfield Grammar. We haven't seen that too much today, Andrew, but it's been a very, very exciting race there to Melbourne High School. A terrific effort by the crew there, jointly coached by Megsy McGann. And we don't have all the coaches' names. In fact, they've dropped them off in the way that they've presented the names in the program this afternoon. Cox by Wadadura Silva, stroke by Adavar Gupta, Justin Chen, Rowan Lynch, Royoko Nishikawa, Savia Baskova, Zen Wang, Matsu and Enki Zena. What a terrific win by the Melbourne High School crew from Scotch and St Kevin's and Brighton Grammar in 4th place, Melbourne Grammar in 5th place, and Caulfield Grammar in the Schoolboy 8's Division 3 final, sponsored by Fuso. Well done, Melbourne High School. We haven't seen too many crews come from behind today, but they did in that particular race. I think there has been a start in the next event, but maybe they've been drawn back to the start. So the next event is race 82, the School 8's Open Division 2, sponsored by the Scotch Breakfast Parents. 4 races to go. The B final, Trinity Grammar on 1, Geelong Grammar 2, Wesley 3. Melbourne High School withdrawn according to our program on lane 4. Melbourne Grammar on 5 and Haileybury on lane 6 are in the B final. And to bring that race to you is my co-commentator throughout the day today and next week in Andrew Murchie.
So we're coming, as you said, Roger, getting right to the pointy end of what's been a fantastic regatta today. And I just want to also thank Pro Image Broadcasting, who's done an amazing job to bring all of this live feed to us. Excellent camera work, certainly great for us here in the broadcast area as well, and very professional with the cameramen. So excellent job here of providing you with some fantastic coverage as we're up to race 82 now, which is the male School 8 Open Division 2, sponsored by the Scotch Breakfast Parents. This is the B final. As Roger said, we've got Trinity on lane 2, Geelong Grammar on lane 3, Caulfield Grammar on lane 4, Melbourne Grammar School on lane 5 and Haileybury on lane 6. As you see the footage now as they're coming down up towards the 500 metre mark, where the 500 metre camera here. And at this stage across the across the lake, you can see Trinity College up there in first place with Geelong Grammar, so nothing much between those crews on the far side of the course, and Wesley College as well. So Wesley College out in front by about half a length from Geelong Grammar, over then to Trinity on lane number 2. Back to Melbourne Grammar in 4th place at the moment as they come up through the 750 metre mark, and Haileybury College in 5th position. And this Wesley College crew now has moved out in the middle of the course there to about a half a length lead from Geelong Grammar on their inside on lane number 3, and over then to Trinity on the far side of the course. So again, as you see the Allura estate in the background, fantastic pictures here from Pro Image Broadcasting, and it's this Wesley crew out in front at the moment. Wesley just trying to see, sorry, Caulfield Grammar I'm calling is the wrong crew. So Caulfield Grammar is the crew in lane number 4. So the Caulfield Grammar crew of Samuel Hume, Ben Brandt, Luke Ridderford, Lockie Dowling, William Vesley, Benjamin Whitmey, Thomas Hume, stroked by Adrian Christofides, Cox by Josephine Palmer. And at the moment, they're out in front by about 3/4 of a length from the Geelong Grammar crew. You can see on the inside of them, Geelong Grammar, Mackenzie Homan, Harry Morphy, Jack Wilkins, James Caton, Sam Wagstaff, Jethro Anderson, Fergus Jacoby, stroked by Henry Martin, Cox by Lucy Metcalf. So great race here as they come through the 1,000 metre mark. And it's still the Caulfield Grammar crew in first place at the moment in this B final of the Male School 8 Open Division 2. So Caulfield Grammar in front from Geelong Grammar, then over to Trinity on the far side of the course, followed by Melbourne Grammar School in 4th place in lane number 5, and back to Haileybury on this side of the course in lane number 6. That's the Melbourne Grammar crew currently in 4th position. You can see on your screen there now, which is Edward Sutton, Henry Gleeson, Lockie McCurdy, Lockie Wilson, James Gray, Finn Stevens, James Newton-Brown, and William Davey in the stroke seat, Cox by Elliot Roning. But they're now a good 4 to 5 lengths off the pace here with this Caulfield Grammar crew as they move up with 500 metres to go. They've maintained their lead from the start and they're looking very strong, being challenged by Geelong Grammar on the inside, on the far side of the course in lane number 3. But with 500 metres to go, it's still this Caulfield Grammar crew out in front looking very strong, and then a good battle for third between Melbourne Grammar. Melbourne Grammar have moved up strongly now to contest for third place with Trinity on the far side of the course. So Melbourne Grammar have had a strong second 500 metres and they've moved up into third place, but it's still Caulfield Grammar at the moment out in front, rating 38 strokes a minute, so they're going for home now. And this Caulfield Grammar crew, stroked by Adrian Christofides, still making every post a winner at the moment. Geelong Grammar striving up beside them, Mackenzie Homan, Harry Morphy, Jack Wilkins, James Caton, Sam Wagstaff, Jethro Anderson, Fergus Jacoby, Henry Martin, Cox by Lucy Metcalf, and they're in second place. And Melbourne Grammar crew had a great middle part of the race here. They've gone past the Trinity crew on the far side of the course, and they're striving up to try and get up to Geelong Grammar. I don't think they will, but as we come down now, moving up nearly to 100 metres to go, and this Caulfield Grammar crew have had a great race all the way down the course. And this is the B final of the Male School 8 Open Divisions 2. Caulfield Grammar maintaining their lead by 1 length over Geelong Grammar on the far side of the course. Melbourne Grammar School, having a good middle 1,000, have moved into third place. And then we see the Trinity College crew on the far side of the course in 4th position, followed then by Haileybury in lane number 6. But it's Caulfield Grammar to win this B final of the Open Division, Male School 8 Open Division 2 from Geelong Grammar, followed then by Melbourne Grammar in 3rd place. Over on the far side of the lake, we see the Trinity crew in 4th position. And then coming home in 5th place now is the Haileybury College crew. So that was a great race down the course. Haileybury's just finishing, as we can see now, and Caulfield Grammar crew patting themselves on the shoulders. So well done to Samuel Hume in the bow seat, Ben Brandt, Luke Ridderford, Lockie Dowling, William Vesely, Benjamin Whitney, Thomas Hume, Adrian Christophides, and Cox is Josephine Palmer. And so we're now up to race number 83, which is the Males School 8 Open Division 2 A Final. A Final, which is sponsored again by the Scotch Breakfast Parents. And here we've got Brighton Grammar. We've got, Wesley College, Geelong College, Xavier, Scotch College, Brighton Grammar, and St Kevin's. So Wesley College in lane number 1 on the far side of the course, Geelong College in lane number 2, Xavier in lane number 3, Scotch College in lane number 4, Brighton Grammar in lane number 5, and St Kevin's in lane number 6. This is race 83, and it's the A final of the Male School 8 Open Division 2. As we come down now through the first 500 metre mark, excellent footage you can see here. And it's the Scotch College crew out in front of these crews that you see here. So the Scotch College crew of Richie Johnson, Benjamin Simons, Leo Price, John Kilroy Smith, William Dixon, Max Lempriere, Jack Cameron, Max Bloom, Cox by Leo Miller. I don't think Will Dixon is rowing in the second crew today. He's fortunately had an illness. But this crew's still looking very strong as we look up the course now, as they're driving up towards the 1,000 metre mark, and it's the Scotch College crew out in lane number 4 have now moved out to about a good 2 to 3 lengths out in front already from the Geelong College crew in lane number 2, and alongside them the Xavier crew in lane number 3, then over to Wesley College in lane number 1. But Scotch College have had a very strong season. In fact, have been competing very strongly up at the New South Wales state titles. They beat all of the first Sydney crews up there, beat the Shore crew. So they came fourth in the Open Final, A Final up at the New South Wales state titles. So they've had a fantastic season, this Scotch College crew. And even with one crew member down, they're still looking very strong at the moment out in front. So that could be a good 3 or 4 lengths at the moment in front of the Xavier College crew in lane number 3 and across to the Wesley College crew in lane number 1. Then St Kevin's in lane number 6 rowing strongly, and they're in fifth place with Brighton Grammar in lane number 5. But it's still this Scotch College crew, as you can see, moving up up towards the 750 metres to go. Still ideal conditions out there. And we've got Scotch College still out in front from Xavier, Axel, Cortadita, McCorkle, Patrick Lachelle, Alexander Gorman, Alex Margetts, Matthew Donoghue, Rory Calvert, William Benston, Max Neve, Cox by Sam Bibbage. And at the moment they're battling it out for second place with the Geelong College crew beside them, Emerson Nadob, Goddard, Nor Acker, Marcus Malloy, Ben Fulton, Angus Jackman, Oliver Naylor, Sam Whitford, Jarrison Bray and Cox Isabella Thompson. So this is a great lead up towards next week's Head of the River. Seating here for these crews in race 83, the Open Division 2, School 8, sponsored by the Scotch Breakfast Parents, the A Final. And it's still in your screen now, this Scotch College crew, as I say, has had a great season, and they're still out in front, probably by about 4 or 5 lengths at the moment as they move up with 500 metres to go. Great racing for second place here with Brighton Grammar coming up and St Kevin's. So St Kevin's now moved up into second place. Riley Stevens, Ben O'Connor, Michael Howell, Henry Piner, Angus Hart, Lucas Ditt, Liam Clifford, stroke by Jack O'Malley and Cox by Hudson Chiavelra. And they've had a very strong middle stage of the race here, and they'd be moving up now into second place, probably just ahead of Xavier here. And Brighton Grammar, and Brighton Grammar as well. But it's Scotch College now still out in front. They're a good 5 or 6 lengths as they come up with 250 metres to go. Then it's St Kevin's College, Brighton Grammar, across to Xavier, over to Geelong College and Wesley College. But this Scotch College crew lifting the rating again with 150 metres to go. Currently rating just on 38 strokes a minute, so they're not leaving anything in the tank at the moment. They're going for a good hit out, and they look superb at the moment. Still looking 38 strokes a minute now. Now it's 7 lengths in front of a very fast finishing St Kevin's crew, who had a very strong race here, and they've moved a good 2 lengths in front of Brighton Grammar. Great race for third between Brighton Grammar and Xavier, but this Scotch College crew, outstanding rowing here and not leaving anything in the tank as they move up to win this, the A final of the Open School 8 Division 2. Fantastic racing from Scotch College, about 6 lengths in front of a very strong row from St Kevin's. Great rowing from St Kevin's. They've cleared out now about 2 lengths, and great racing here for third place between Brighton Grammar and Xavier, with Brighton Grammar driving through the line, and they've passed Xavier, and they're going to move into third place by half a length from Xavier, with Geelong College then in 4th position, and back over on the far side to Wesley College. So a great race and good precursor to next week's Head of the River. But the Scotch College crew left nothing there to chance, with Leo Miller, the Cox, Max Bloom, Jack Cameron, Max Lempriere. As I say, someone's replaced Will Dixon in the crew, John Kilroy Smith, Leo Price, Benjamin Simons and Richie Johnson. So we've only got 2 races to go now, Roger. Race 84. And they're not, I think they're nearly underway for the B final of the Male School 8 Open Division 1.
Thanks, Andrew, and a mighty effort by you today, and we look forward to working together with you next week. Gee, but it's hard to believe the season's going to finish for me next week anyway. I'm not going up to the New South Wales to the Nationals, but the Nationals this year gives a great opportunity for all the school crews to go up, because with the rowing finished next week, the racing starts on Sunday. So we've got the School 8's Open Division 1 B final, as Andrew mentioned. To conclude the program will be the Division A final of the first 8s to determine the seedings for next week, but more importantly, I think the positions today for the medals, as they're underway in race 84, right on almost on time at 4:22. Melbourne Grammar, Wesley, Geelong College and Haileybury in race 84, the B final of the School 8's Open Division 1. Always a great competition here in the Head of the River prelude for next week. And I said earlier on, I couldn't believe that Melbourne Grammar were not in the final of the division. So they've redrawn the heats here. They've redrawn the positions again from what I had earlier in the program and what we read out just a minute ago. But it's Haileybury College on lane 1. Lane 2 is Geelong College. Lane 3, Wesley College. And lane 4 is the crew from Caulfield Grammar. In fact, they're starting on different stations there. So we'll get the final, the A final, because I've written it down separate. Melbourne Grammar are in the A final. I'm sorry about that information. I had them in the B final because of the draw we were given earlier on about an hour or so ago, so that has been changed with Caulfield in this particular B final. Haileybury, Geelong College, Wesley and Caulfield have covered around about 700 metres in this race, and the crew second from the far side, Geelong College, may be the leading crew from Haileybury on the far side, followed by Wesley and Caulfield down on the inside station. This is the Head of the River crews for each of the schools. Carey not starting today again. We haven't seen them, I don't think, all season so far, so I don't know what's happening there. They withdrew earlier in the program and didn't race in the heat, so they're not racing in the final. So the crew from Geelong College are in the lead here, perhaps narrowly. The crew coxed by Ben Gadd and stroked by Xavier Hall-Sullivan from the crew from Haileybury, and the Wesley College and Caulfield Grammar crews on the inside stations when we get the broader picture of the crews coming down in this B final of the School 8's Open Division 1. Geelong College really doing well out in front here over the rest of the field in the B final, with Haileybury just in, Wesley, I'd say, in second place, followed by Haileybury and then the crew down on the inside station is Caulfield Grammar, with the with the Geelong College crews in the lead here, as we see in the picture. The Scotch College second 8 receiving their Division 2 Open 8's A final from the Scotch Breakfast Parents. Well done, Scotch College. But it's the crew from Geelong College in the lead here in the B final of the first 8s. From the bow, we've got Geordie Whitakers, Bryce Nernitis, Will Rees, Douglas Bell, Will Page, Ed Callan, Oscar Illingworth, Xavier Hall Sullivan and Cox by Ben Gadd, holding on to about 3/4 of a length lead over the crew from Wesley College alongside them in second place. Very tight for third, perhaps Caulfield Grammar on lane 6, just ahead of Haileybury over there on lane 2 in this 4-field B final of the Open 8's Division 1. For the head of the river placings for the draw for next week, race 84. But more importantly, these crews will be trying to win the B final, with Geelong College still leading at the 1,500 metre mark by a length and a half now over Wesley College in second place, followed by Caulfield Grammar, clearly in third position now, with Haileybury dropping back in that third 500 metres, a fair way behind the leading crew from Geelong College. So it's Geelong College from Wesley, followed by Caulfield Grammar and Haileybury in race 84, the penultimate event today on the 62nd Scotch Mercantile Regatta program here at the Gambie Lakes Regatta Centre. It's Geelong College sitting out a length and a half in front of the Wesley College crew in second place, stroked by Dom Williams and Cox by Zoe Sinclair. Then follows the Caulfield Grammar crew, Cox by Thomas Noweski and Richard Samuels is in the stroke seat, and then back to Haileybury in fourth position, Cox by Alexander Shield and stroke by Lucas Truan. But Geelong College at the 1,800 metre mark, a length and a quarter now in front. The Wesley crew sticking to the guns well in second place in this, the B final of the first 8s for 2019 at the Scotch Mercantile Regatta. And the Geelong College crew come down with just on 100 metres to go, a length and a half in front of Wesley College in second place, another 2 lengths away to Caulfield Grammar. But it's Geelong College looking strong, lifting their work rate to go further ahead now over the concluding stages. Look at them drive down to the line, Geelong College, as they come down at about 38, 39 strokes a minute as they cross the line. Nearly 2 lengths at the finish, clear of Wesley College in second place. Followed another 2 lengths away to Caulfield Grammar in third position, and Haileybury another 2.5 lengths back in fourth place. So a good effort there by Geelong College. In fact, finished full of running. They really sprinted away from Wesley over the last 100 metres or so, taking up the bit, as they say in racing terms. So it won't be long now before we have a start. Coming up to right on time at 4:29, the Schoolboy 8's Open Division 1 final, and the draw for the final in race 85, sponsored by the Scotch first and second parents, Xavier College, St Kevin's College, Scotch College, Brighton Grammar, Geelong Grammar and Melbourne Grammar. So they're lining up at the start for the final race on the program, race 85 on the School 8's Open Division 1 in these perfect conditions. We've had the boat holders down there all day, holding the boats, the stern ends of the boat with the aligner on the side, and they're racing in the final event, race 85. The School 8's Open Division 1, Xavier on the far side on lane 1, alongside them on lane 2, St Kevin's. Lane 3, the head of the river title holders, Scotch College on lane 3, I believe 5 or 6 members of their crew back from last year, so they'll be pretty hot to beat again this year, and including this race coming up with Brighton Grammar on lane 4, Geelong Grammar on lane 5 and Melbourne Grammar on lane 6. The 6 crews away from the 2,000 metre start, right on time, with Scotch getting away very well, raining round about 40 strokes a minute out of the starting bay. Just a very, very slight ripple up there compared to the flat water down here. Just a little bit of a head breeze now blowing on the course, but only very, very lightly, with Scotch holding on to the slight lead over Brighton Grammar right alongside them with the white caps on. The crews, these two crews would be favoured after winning their heats earlier in the day. Geelong Grammar also a very wily crew on lane 5, followed by the Melbourne Grammar crew on lane 6 on the far side of the course here at Ngambie Lakes Regatta Centre for the final race on the program on the 62nd Scotch Mercantile Regatta, conducted by the Scotch Mercantile Regatta Committee under the President, Steve Webster. And they've done a great job with Brighton Grammar and Scotch going stroke for stroke. Melbourne Grammar not far behind in 3rd place, followed by Geelong Grammar in 4th position, followed by the crew from Melbourne Grammar and then Xavier College on the far side back in 6th position. But it's Scotch and Brighton Grammar going stroke for stroke with St Kevin's College also right up there in lane 2, making a race of it as they come down towards through the 500 metres into the second 500 with Scotch in the lead from St Kevin's and Brighton Grammar, followed by Xavier on the far side, then Geelong Grammar and Melbourne Grammar on this side of the course. Melbourne Grammar perhaps back in 6th place at this point of time as they come down towards the 1,000 metre mark. They've gone about 750, 800 metres with Scotch leading by half to 3/4 of a length over Brighton Grammar and St Kevin's, closely followed by Xavier, then back to Geelong Grammar on lane 5 and the crew from Melbourne Grammar on lane 6. But it's Scotch in the lead here. The crew, as I mentioned, go 5 or 6 crew members back from last year. Coxed by Archie Gill, stroked by Marcus Cameron, with James Scott, Sam Hobson, Marcus Emmett behind him, and then Josh Hill, Tom McPhail, Fraser Miss Campbell and James Isles in the bow seat. Looking very strong and cool, calm and collected, rating about 36 strokes a minute from St Kevin's and Brighton Grammar, followed by Xavier in 4th position, then Melbourne Grammar and Geelong Grammar. But it's Scotch looking good. They've got a tandem rig there in the middle of the boat and they're looking very strong with handling these conditions in perfect conditions really. It's just a very slight ripple on the water compared to what there was earlier in the day. It's been flat all day, but just a very slight head breeze. But it's Scotch College looking very, very strong. They're strong in the water and they're very big boys and they're getting plenty of run out of their boat at 36 strokes a minute, holding off Brighton Grammar by over a length now with the crew from Melbourne Grammar and Xavier trying very hard to close the gap. Sorry, Geelong Grammar and Xavier trying to close the gap for 2nd and 3rd position. Then back to Melbourne Grammar and the crew from Scotch looking very good in this 3rd 500 metres coming up past the 1250 metre mark. A length and a half to 2 lengths in front of Brighton Grammar. They won the Victorian and the New South Wales Championship and they're looking very strong to take out the Head of the River title holder again next year to retain the Fairbairn Cup for the Scotch College crew or school as they come down towards the 1500 metre mark. Really powerful in the water at 36 strokes a minute. Out to nearly 2 lengths advantage over Brighton Grammar. Left them in their wake really with Geelong Grammar and St Kevin's battling it out for 3rd place, followed by Xavier, followed by Melbourne Grammar, perhaps now in 5th position and Xavier on the far side. They'd be 6 or 7 lengths behind Scotch, just to show you how good Scotch College is at the moment. They're looking very strong through the 1500 metres, length and a half to 2 lengths in front of the Brighton Grammar crew. We've got that boat running very well. In 2nd place, the Meliora boat, which is going to be christened on Tuesday night, and then follows the St Kevin's crew in 3rd position, followed by Geelong Grammar, Melbourne Grammar and Xavier, but it's all Scotch. What a magnificent row by the crew in the Cardinal colours as they come down to the 1750 metre mark in the Scotch Mercantile Open 8's Division 1, sponsored by the Scotch first and second parents. They'd be delighted with the form here by the Scotch College crew. Through the 1750 metre mark, 2.5 lengths clear over Brighton Grammar, followed by St Kevin's, Geelong Grammar, then Melbourne Grammar and Xavier, but a magnificent exhibition of rowing here. They're not satisfied with their 36 strokes a minute. They've lifted it up to 38 strokes a minute for the running towards the finish, holding off no challenges at all from Brighton Grammar, St Kevin's and Geelong Grammar, followed by Melbourne Grammar and Xavier. What a magnificent row by Scotch all the way, well controlled in the water, getting plenty of run out of their boat as they drive down to the line. A magnificent crew from Scotch College to take out the last race today on the 62nd Scotch Mercantile Regatta in fine fettle by 2.5 lengths from Brighton Grammar in second place. Third place is very tight, but St Kevin's just holding on to third place, another 2 lengths away, followed by Geelong Grammar half a length further back, and then follows Melbourne Grammar 3/4 of a length away, and Xavier another 3 or 4 lengths away in sixth position. But gee, Andrew, what a magnificent performance by Scotch. You'd be very proud of the school you went to with, I'd say, one of the best wins I've ever seen of a schoolboy crew here at here at the Nagambie over all the years I've been covering the head of the river. That was a magnificent row, and the way they controlled the race to get out early at the 500 and then hold that margin nearly all the way down the course was just magnificent.
No, they've had a very strong season, you say, but I mean, it just shows you Victorian racing as well, though. It's amazing how the crews are rowing, and obviously in a national sense, the Victorian schoolboy crew rowing at the moment is very strong, Roger. And you can see Brighton Grammar have had a great season as well, and they've certainly improved their rowing over the last 2 seasons. They've got a very strong rowing program. Brighton Grammar has St Kevin's. So it's all looking good for Victorian rowing at the moment, and that was a fantastic win by the Scotch College crew. And we might just read their names out again, Roger.
I think you should be proudly doing that as an old boy of Scotch.
So we've got James Isles in the bow seat, Fraser Miss Campbell, Tom McPhail, Josh Hill, Marcus Emmett, Sam Hobson, James Scott, Marcus Cameron and Archie Gill as Cox. And as you said before, 6 of those boys back from last year's first cruise, so that has to make a difference. A great win, and certainly a very exciting looking forward to next week's Head of the River, which will be a great regatta. And as you said before, Roger, too, a lot of crews winning races today. So it's been a good mixture of schools winning. And again, that's all about the strength of Victorian rowing and right down to the Year 9 and Year 10s. So it's been a great event. And as you said, well put together by the Scotch Mercantile Committee, with Stephen Webster doing a fantastic job in running that, and Bill Webster from Mercantile. And we also thank very much the President of the jury today, Andrew Guerin, for conducting a fantastic regatta with all of the assistants from David Grubitz and Reg Mackay, Paul Diggerson, Nancy Bataska, Graham Boykett, Peter Derbyshire, Alan Farrer, Duncan McKinnon, Peter McIntosh and Eric Waller from Wendouree Ballarat, and all of the bros that helped out to make this event so good, all of the parents that helped on the gate, and all of the sponsors. It's been just a fantastic day's racing here on Nagambie Lakes. Beautiful course, and we thank again Pro Image Broadcasting for just an amazing coverage of this event as we see now the Scotch College first crew draw into the staging to receive their medals, and also the cup here. I just don't have which cup it is, but
Scotch Mercantile Cup will do.
Scotch Mercantile Cup will do.
And as I said, Andrew, during the call there, that's one of the best wins I've ever seen from a schoolboy 8s race. They've had a magnificent season, winning the Schoolboy 8s Championship in New South Wales, followed up by Victoria. And now the Scotch Mercantile Regatta in such convincing style today. We haven't got a time yet, but I don't know whether we're going to get it in times, but it was just a slight head breeze for some of the way down the course as we see the presentation to the winning crew. You might like to go through them again.
So we've got... we've had, I'm not sure if they're in order, we've had Archie Gill was the Cox. He's got his, Marcus Cameron, who's the Stroke, just received his medal. Getting a few people waving here, Roger, which is good. So we've got James Scott in the 7 seat, Sam Hobson in the 6 seat, Marcus Emmett in the 5 seat, Josh Hill in the 4 seat, Tom McPhail in the 3 seat, Fraser Miss Campbell now receiving his medal in the 2 seat, and then James Isles receiving his medal in the bow seat. So the Isles are very good producers of bowmen. So his brother Harry rode in the bow seat over at Henley in the Henley crew, and now James is filling the bow seat for the Scotch College first crew here. So well done to the Isles as the boys now get their picture with the cup. And as Roger, well, you've seen a lot more regattas than I have, Roger. So if you're saying that's one of the best wins you've seen, that must be a very strong win.
Well, they got the experience, and that helps in any race, but to win by such a convincing margin today was fantastic by Scotch today, and I think it's been a tremendous performance by them. And of course Tom Woodruff, the coach again, and hot favourites now for the head of the river next week here at Nagambie Lakes Regatta Centre. All we want is the blessing of God to have the same conditions next week as we got today. It's been a pleasure working with you, Andrew, as we wrap up the telecast here on the live streaming. We thank, as you say, our team there. They've done a wonderful job with the camera work, and the rowers themselves have also been fantastic. And even if you haven't won, that's important that you've done your best, and we hope that you have, and we look forward to another great regatta next week here at the APS head of the river. We trust you'll have a safe journey home. Take it easy on the roads, and above all, au revoir, Roger and out, Andrew and out.
Thanks very much, Roger. Great days racing.
When there's hard work to be done, you need more than a truck. What you need is a warrior, a truck that will hold its ground all day. Tailored finance to get you on the road faster all day. And a service plan to keep you going and going and going all day. Fuso is the only truck with the soul of a sumo. Fuso all day.
Well, it's with great pleasure Nelson Alexander Real Estate in Kew brings to the market Overture Kew, an exclusive 21 townhouse and 4 penthouse apartment development in one of the most exclusive pockets of Kew. Meticulously designed by Bruce Henderson Architects, this collection of 3-bedroom accommodation is better than you'll see in the marketplace today.
Yes, I do. I love this life.
Is where you want your kids to grow up and where they will thrive. They'll love it. You'll love it. All the things you love live in Strathbogie.
I love this life. Ooh, I love this life.
Google us for a little information on a big new life.
I'm Mark Verrocchi from Nelson Alexander, and we're ecstatic to be supporting the Scotch Regatta. For all of your residential real estate requirements, whether that be leasing, selling, auctioneering or property management, please don't hesitate to give myself or Cameron Ingram a call.
When there's hard work to be done, you need more than a truck. What you need is a warrior, a truck that will hold its ground all day. tailored finance to get you on the road faster all day, and a service plan to keep you going and going and going all day. Fuso is the only truck with the soul of a sumo. Fuso all day.
Well, it's with great pleasure Nelson Alexander Real Estate in Kew brings to the market Overture Kew, an exclusive 21 townhouse and 4 penthouse apartment development in one of the most exclusive pockets of Kew. Meticulously designed by Bruce Henderson Architects, this collection of 3-bedroom accommodation is better than you'll see in the marketplace today.
I love this life, yes I do. I love this life.
Strathbogie is where you want your kids to grow up and where they will thrive. They'll love it. You'll love it. All the things you love live in Strathbogie.
I love this life. Ooh, I love this life.
Google us for a little information on a big new life.
I'm Mark Verrocchi from Nelson Alexander and we're ecstatic to be supporting the Scotch Regatta. For all of your residential real estate requirements, whether that be leasing, selling, auctioneering or property management, please don't hesitate to give myself or Cameron Ingram a call.
When there's hard work to be done, you need more than a truck. What you need is a warrior, a truck that will hold its ground all day. Tailored finance to get you on the road faster all day, and a service plan to keep you going and going and going all day. Fuso is the only truck with the soul of a sumo. Fuso all day.
Well, it's with great pleasure Nelson Alexander Real Estate in Kew brings to the market Overture Kew, an exclusive 21 townhouse and 4 penthouse apartment development in one of the most exclusive pockets of Kew. Meticulously designed by Bruce Henderson Architects, this collection of 3-bedroom accommodation is better than you'll see in the marketplace today.
I love this life, yes I do. I love this life.
Strathbogie is where you want your kids to grow up and where they will thrive. They'll love it. You'll love it. All the things you love live in Strathbogie.
I love this life. Ooh, I love this life.
Google us for a little information on a big new life.
I'm Mark Verrocchi from Nelson Alexander and we're ecstatic to be supporting the Scotch Regatta. For all of your residential real estate requirements, whether that be leasing, selling, auctioneering or property management, please don't hesitate to give myself or Cameron Ingram a call.